Mic test, 1, 2.
But we're sitting off for you first, right?
Christine first, and then I come for brief moment.
Got your analogies ready?
Y'all seen that stuff? Seen the stuff we gave you Wednesday? Have you seen it?
No, I
You haven't?
I did not.
You seen it?
All right, good morning, everyone. We are going to call our budget retreat to order. And I am, well, welcome to everyone that's here, all staff, all of our visitors, employees, and thank you, Madam Budget Director. We're going to get started, and I'll pass it over to you.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Christina Reardon, Director of Budget and Management Services. I will be brief this morning because I know we have a full agenda. And so what you see on the screen is our agenda for today. We will try to stay on schedule, but I will be checking in as needed. I did want to start the session with just a brief announcement from our Director of Water Management, who I think wanted to give us some information about the building.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Just taking a moment for a safety moment. In case of a fire, we have 3 rally points. One in the south parking lot in the back, one by go down to the gate. The third is in the north parking lot, just go to the rear of that. Weather is fine today for the next budget retreat in case there's inclement weather and we have a tornado warning to the effect. Just go into the bathrooms across the hall. There'll be staff to let you into the locker rooms for a safe space. For those of you who need ice water or water, if you go through the doors here, through the catering area into the kitchen, there's an ice dispensing machine as well as water and a fountain. And if you need anything throughout the day, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just remind folks that we are streaming today's session on YouTube, on the city's YouTube channel. We have our camera is right in front of you. And so we do ask that you use a microphone if you're going to be speaking today so that folks at home can also hear. Our first speaker is our city manager, and I will turn podium over to her.
Welcome, everyone, again to the City of Durham's annual budget retreat. As your city manager, I look forward to this time of year because it gives us all a chance to discuss our priorities for the upcoming budget. While I really enjoy how we gather each year to begin this difficult task of developing a budget that meets the city's most pressing needs, introducing it in a way that will set the stage for teamwork, creativity, and collaboration each year can be challenging. So let me see what I can do this morning. All right, if you're like me, maybe you love the thought of new technology. And maybe you're a little bit fascinated with the idea of using artificial intelligence. Some folk call it AI. Maybe not AI madness that some folks are predicting, but maybe just enough curiosity to try it out. There are a lot of AI products popping up all around us. Perplexity Bo, Chat GPT, Google AI, and on and on and on. But there's not one specifically designed for Durham's budget. So I said to myself, what if the city created its own version of Chat GPT? So I was in a crunch for time. I've been very, very busy these days. So I decided to hire one of those Silicon Valley designers who promised me that they had the next big thing. Now, that consultant did miss the deadlines, keep that in mind, but they assured me it is ready to roll. So without further ado, all I have to do is introduce you to our newest technology called Smart Bull AI. Now, I've been told that this Smart Bull has all the answers, and the only thing I gotta do is just ask the question, and Smart Bull AI does the rest. So we're getting ready to get started. Here we go. Smart Bull AI. Name 3 factors we must consider when developing a citywide budget. We know that, but you gotta have more than just that. For example, Citywide needs. As a city, we always have needs that must be met, such as safe and good tasting drinking water, garbage and yard waste collection, public safety, streets and sidewalks, great parks and recreation spaces. And as Durhamites, we always want more. And to have more, we know we must continue to innovate, build sustainable partnerships, leverage our collective strength while striving to make Durham a better place to live, work, and play. And what about our dedicated employees who work hard for our city? So Smart Bull AI. What? How many do we have? You should know this. Just forget it. Just forget it. You should know this. The city employs about 2,600 employees. One of my top priorities is to ensure that they are paid fairly in line with the market. Also, benefits. Benefits are a significant part of our employees' compensation, and we work hard to ensure that we provide the best benefits to our employees. This is why we will share information about our compensation and classification study and provide an update about benefits for our employees during this retreat today. I cannot believe this. Smart Bull, we are constantly listening to members of our community, our employees, and of course, our city council. We do this throughout the year. For example, this year, our budget and management services team held 4 community conversations to get input from our residents on what they thought was important as we developed this budget. They gave us a lot of feedback. For example, they want better streets. They want more sidewalks to better connect our neighborhoods. They want more places for recreation and affordable housing. We're going to talk about how we can possibly have a greater impact in some of these areas during this retreat and over the next few months. Now listen, Smart Bull AI. I am going to give you one more chance to get it right. Where can we find the money to meet the needs and the wants of our growing community? Okay, so clearly, we need to send Smart Bull AI back to the drawing board. I did not ask you to draw. Everyone knows that the city has primary sources of revenue, and they are property taxes. About 47% of the city's budget comes from property taxes each year. We know that 1 cent on the tax rate generates about $4.1 million of new revenue. So raising our tax rate will generate a lot of money, but we must also consider the impact of additional taxes on our residents and our businesses. Sales tax, taxes and fees, fortunately for us, have seen steady revenue growth in these past few years. There are other sources we can consider to pay for large multi-year projects, and we will talk about some of these during this retreat as well. Smart Bull, I was so hopeful that you would be able to assist, but not today, obviously. Maybe one day. AI is emerging, but I am confident it will never replace human talent. In this room today, and throughout city government. You will find a few thousand dedicated city employees ready, willing, and able to provide excellent customer service to the residents of this community, and they do it every day, every day. So Mayor and council members, while this smart bull is not ready for prime time, our budget and management services team, along with all city staff, stand ready to work with you to develop this budget. Now, let's get started. Olé!
Oh my God. Thank you. Back to you, Director.
Well, thank you, Manager Page. And I think the next thing up on our agenda is a presentation about the resident survey. I'm going to ask our Assistant Director, Andrew Holland, to introduce it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Good morning. I'm Andrew Holland. I'm the Assistant Budget Director in the Budget and Management Services Department. It's a great honor to introduce our first guest speaker, Jason Morato from the ETC Institute. Jason will be presenting on the results of our annual resident satisfaction survey. So a little bit about Jason. Ms. Morato has over 20 years of experience in design, administration, and analysis of community market research. He has served as the project manager on community survey research projects for over 500 governmental organizations throughout the U.S. Mr. Morato is experienced in all phases of project management of market research studies, including survey design, developing sampling plans, quantitative and qualitative analysis, interpretation of results, and presentations of findings. His areas of emphasis include resident satisfaction surveys, parks and recreation needs, assessment surveys, community planning surveys, business surveys, and transportation studies. Last but not least, he has also led the coordination and facilitation of focus groups and stakeholder interviews for a wide range of topics. So please help me to welcome back Mr. Jason Morato.
Great. Thanks, Andrew. Well, it's hard to follow up Smart Bowl, but my name is Jason Morato with ETC Institute, and we're a marketing research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for local governments. And we just finished, once again, conducting a resident satisfaction survey for the city of Durham. So today I'm going to walk through the key findings from the survey. The full report is very detailed and comprehensive. So today I'm going to walk through the results at a fairly high level. Just a little background about ETC Institute. We're based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 40 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 1,000 communities across the country. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just an overview of what we'll go through today. We'll go over the purpose and methodology of the survey, walk through really the key findings. Then I'll be happy to answer any questions as well. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major city services and to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. We're also able to measure trends from your previous surveys. This is the 14th resident survey we've conducted for the city. We've done this annually since 2015, and then we did it on a biennial basis a few years before that. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country. So I mentioned this is the 14th resident survey we've conducted for Durham. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected residents throughout the city. And that's our standard methodology for these types of surveys, is that mail-online combination. We received 622 completed surveys. The goal was to receive at least 600, so we accomplished that. And the 622 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error plus or minus 3.9%. Essentially, that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3.9% from what we reported. So even for a statistically valid survey, the results are not perfect, but the margin of error is small. So now we'll take a look at the demographics of respondents who filled out the survey. We asked respondents how long they've lived in Durham. You can see 24% of respondents have lived in the city for more than 30 years, but then we also had 22% who have lived in the city for 5 years or less. And then everybody else, of course, somewhere in between. So we had a good mix of longtime Durham residents as well as those who have more new to the city. We asked about the race of survey respondents. This matches very closely with the actual demographics of the city. 51% of respondents were white, 37% black. We asked if respondents were Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish ancestry. 13% said yes, which is also matches up very closely with the actual demographics of the city. And then we asked about the household income of survey respondents. And we had a good mix here as well of different income ranges. So here we have a map of the city and the county. We conducted the same survey for city and county residents. Overall, over 800 respondents filled out the survey, but today we're focusing just on those 622 residents who live within the city limits. And the red dots are households that completed a survey, so we had a good distribution throughout the city. So here's what we learned from the survey. We found that residents generally have a positive perception of the city of Durham. 75% rated Durham as an excellent or a good place to live. When we compared your results to other communities, one of the things that really stood out is that you rate 29 percentage points above the U.S. average when it comes to customer service provided by city employees. And that always rates very high in your survey, so no surprise there. And then the top overall priorities, and these are similar to previous years. It's police protection, public schools, maintenance of city streets, and affordable housing. So first we'll look at some general perceptions residents have of the city. We asked residents to rate their perception in a number of different ways. The dark blue are those who are very satisfied. The light blue is satisfied. The gray is neutral, and we interpret neutral as average or meeting expectations. It's a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale, so it's not a bad rating, but it's not as good as the blue. And then the pink are those who are dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. So generally, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. If you look at the top of this chart, most respondents are satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. Most are also satisfied with the overall quality of life in Durham just in general. The area that had the highest level of dissatisfaction was management of growth and development, which is typical for a city that's growing quickly. Here's some more perceptions of the city. So if you look at the top of this chart, most respondents feel that Durham is an excellent or a good place to live. Most also gave high ratings to Durham as a place to work, as a place to visit. If you look at the fourth row down, 63% of respondents feel Durham is a community that values the diversity of its residents, compared to only 14% who don't feel that way. This was the very first question on the survey. Here we asked residents how satisfied they are with major categories of city, and this includes county services as well. These are the areas that had the highest satisfaction ratings. So the highest ratings were with library services and programs, fire and life safety programming, customer service from city employees, water and sewer utilities, then response time for fire services, and the overall quality of EMS. So this is the second part of that chart. These are the areas that had the lower satisfaction ratings. There's 4 areas where at least 40% of respondents were dissatisfied, and that includes overall maintenance of city streets, overall quality of pedestrian facilities, which we define on the survey as sidewalks, overall quality of public schools, and then bicycle facilities. So we saw earlier that overall satisfaction with customer service is very high. We also asked about some specific aspects of customer service. And you can see the ratings are very high for all of these areas. So this includes the courtesy of city employees that residents interacted with, the appropriateness of employees' responses, the accuracy of the information that residents were given, the timeliness of employees' responses. Respondents feel like the city government was easy to contact, and then just ultimately residents' issues being resolved. So we also broke these results out by geographic area. So for the city responses, we broke the results out by PAC areas, so partners against crime. And we did this for every question on the survey asked on a 5-point scale. So a full report has a lot of maps like this. This one is for the overall quality of life in residents' neighborhoods. And you can see the entire map is blue, meaning that residents in all parts of the city are satisfied with the overall quality of life in their neighborhood. This map is for Durham as a place to live. And again, you can see the entire map is blue, meaning that residents throughout the city are satisfied overall with Durham as a place to live. We also compared these results to previous surveys. The overall level of satisfaction is down a little bit this year compared to last year, but that's a trend we've seen all over the country, so it's not really a surprise. Having said that, here are the areas with the biggest increases and decreases in satisfaction since last year's survey. So the biggest increases in satisfaction were with the condition of parking, customer service from city employees, and the overall maintenance of city streets. The biggest decreases were with Durham as a place to retire, as a place to play, and then the ease of travel within Durham. Excuse me. We also compared your results with other communities. So for this chart as well as the next one, the green bar are Durham residents who are either very satisfied or satisfied. The blue bar are the satisfaction ratings for residents in the Atlantic region. So that includes the state of North Carolina as well as some surrounding states. And then the gray bar are the satisfaction ratings for residents from all across the U.S. So this is for major categories of city services. I put blue arrows by the places where your ratings are significantly higher than the regional and national average. Red bars are red arrows by the places where you're lower than the regional and national average. So you can see your ratings are much higher than other communities when it comes to library services and programs, fire and life safety programming. Customer service from city employees is one of the areas where you rate the farthest above the regional and national average. 68% of respondents were satisfied with customer service from city employees. And you can see the regional and national average are both a little under 40%. Your ratings are also much higher than other communities when it comes to water and sewer utilities, and then parks and recreation programs. A few areas that did rate lower include response time of fire services, the overall quality of EMS services, and then response time of EMS services. This is the second part of that same question. These are the areas that had lower ratings of satisfaction. You can see your ratings are a bit lower than other communities when it comes to police protection, ease of travel within Durham, maintenance of city streets, public schools, and then the public transit system. Communication and then enforcing codes and ordinance were kind of on par with other communities. So now we'll look at top priorities. We've seen how satisfied residents are with major categories of city services. As a follow-up question, we asked, which of these services are the most important for the city to emphasize? So these are the top 12 highest priorities. The three that really stand out are the same three we've seen in previous years. Police protection, public schools, and then maintenance of city streets. The other highest priorities are pedestrian facilities, which we defined as sidewalks for the survey, and then the public transit system. So this is something we call the important satisfaction rating. You might remember this from previous surveys. This analysis is based on two different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. Then we ask which services should receive the most emphasis from city leaders, which are the most important. The idea behind this is those areas that have a combination of low levels of satisfaction, but at the same time are the most important, should be the highest priorities to focus on. So this table is for major categories of city services. You can see the most important priorities, which are in pink, are public schools, police protection, maintenance of city streets. And then in yellow, we have also high priorities, but those weren't rated as being quite as important as the areas in pink. So that includes the public transit system, sidewalks, bicycle facilities, and then the overall ease of travel within Durham. This is the important satisfaction rating specifically for maintenance. You can see the top priorities are public school facilities and then sidewalks. And then in yellow, we have the next level of priority, which includes neighborhood streets, parking, bicycle facilities, and then the appearance of landscaping on right-of-ways and along streets and in other public areas. We also asked respondents which government services are the most important to increase funding for. So here we have comparisons for this year's survey as well as last year and in 2021. So you can see consistently the top two priorities have been affordable housing and public school operations. For affordable housing, the number's gotten a little bit higher each year, but those have really consistently been the top two priorities. Other top priorities are street maintenance, sidewalks, and universal pre-K. So just like in previous years, we looked at some of the results and broke them out by race and ethnicity. So for these next few slides, and we also looked at this over the last few years. So for these next few slides, the blue bar are the satisfaction ratings for this year's survey. The gray are the ratings for last year, and then the gold are the results for 2 years ago, so 2021. This first question is for the overall quality of police protection. One thing that stands out here is the ratings are very similar among Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. For Black respondents, the results have been very similar each of the past 3 years. For Hispanic respondents, the satisfaction ratings increased quite a bit from 2021 to 2022. And then this year, the results are about the same. And then among white respondents, satisfaction with overall police protection has been about the same the last 3 years. This is how safe residents feel when walking alone in their neighborhood during the day. So you can see for Black respondents, the ratings have gone down a little bit in each of the last couple of surveys. So this year, 79% of respondents feel safe walking alone in their neighborhood during the day, which is down from 82% last year, down from 83% a couple of years ago. Among Hispanic respondents, there was a pretty big dip in satisfaction from 21 to 22, but now it's improved quite a bit from last year. And then among white respondents, similar to Black respondents, the results have gone down, not significantly, but a little bit in each of the past couple of years. This is how residents feel about just the overall feeling of safety in Durham. You can see among Black respondents, there was a big improvement from 2021 to 2022. This year, the results have improved again, but just by a little bit. Among Hispanic respondents, the numbers have increased pretty significantly each of the past couple of years. Back in 2021, only 33% of Hispanic respondents overall felt safe in the city, and now it's all the way up to 47%. So significant improvements. And then among white respondents, the results have been pretty much the same the last few years. We also asked about the overall police relationship with your community. So here you can see among both Black and white respondents, the results are very similar this year compared to last year. And if you look at Hispanic respondents, the results have improved a little bit in each of the past couple of surveys. So in this question, we're looking at dissatisfaction with the availability of affordable housing. So on this one, the higher number is not good because these are dissatisfaction ratings. You can see dissatisfaction with affordable housing among Black respondents has gotten a little bit worse each year, but it's been pretty consistent. Among Hispanic respondents, it's been about the same. Among white respondents, dissatisfaction with affordable housing has gone up quite a bit in each of the past couple of surveys. And then overall, dissatisfaction with affordable housing has increased, and that's been a trend we've seen all over the country. So that's definitely been a nationwide trend and not a big surprise. So now we're back to satisfaction, so the higher numbers are good. This is about the current state of race relations. You can see among Black respondents, the results have been pretty consistent over the past couple surveys. For Hispanic respondents, this has kind of been a theme for a lot of these questions. The results have improved quite a bit in each of the past couple surveys. And then among white respondents, the results have also improved a little bit each year when it comes to the how they feel about the current state of race relations. This chart shows the results for progress addressing racial equity among Black respondents. Just like the last chart, the results are pretty much the same, not much change. Really the same for Hispanic and white respondents. There's been, the results have been pretty much the same this year as last year. When we look at, we ask respondents about their experience engaging with the city government process. So here we've seen a decrease in each of the past couple surveys among Black respondents. 40% this year are satisfied with their experience engaging with the city government process, which is down from about 45% a year ago, 48% a couple of years ago. For Hispanic respondents, there's been a big improvement this year in their experience engaging with the city government process. And among white respondents, the results are pretty similar to previous years. Then we asked respondents how they feel about Durham as a community moving in the right direction. So among Black respondents, there's been a slight decrease this year, but the results have been pretty consistent over the past couple of surveys. Now among Hispanic respondents, the results have improved a little bit since last year, improved quite a bit going back to 2021. And then among white respondents, the results have gone down a little bit in each of the past couple of surveys. Then we look at how respondents feel about Durham as a community that values the diversity of residents. So among Black respondents, the results are very, very similar in each of the past three surveys. Among Hispanic respondents, the results have improved a little bit in each of the past few years. And then white respondents, the results are very, very similar to the past few years. So we had that question earlier where we asked which government services respondents feel should receive the highest priority for increased funding. The overall results are on that column to the far left. We also broke these results out among Black, Hispanic, and white respondents. So among all three groups, the top two priorities, really by a pretty wide margin, were affordable housing and then public school operations. For Black respondents, affordable housing was first, public school was second. For Hispanic and white respondents, those were also the top two, but then just in the reverse order. And then after the top two, the priorities change a little bit. Among Black respondents, third highest priority was job creation and training. Fourth is youth programming. Fifth is street maintenance. Among Hispanic respondents, the third highest priority was universal pre-K. Fourth is sidewalks. Fifth, street maintenance. And then among white respondents, they had the same priorities as Hispanic respondents, but the order was a little different. Third was sidewalks, fourth, street maintenance, and then fifth, universal pre-K. So we've got a few other findings we looked at. This is a question about affordable housing that we've asked on the survey in the past few years. So if you look at that top row, we asked respondents, are you able to find housing you can afford in Durham? This year, 66% of respondents said yes, but you can see that's down quite a bit from 73% last year, down from 75% a couple of years ago, which again, this has been a nationwide trend, so not a huge surprise. If you look at the second row down, do your monthly housing costs exceed 30% of your monthly income? Well, this year, 41% of respondents said yes, which you can see is about 10% higher than the past couple of years. And then if you look at the bottom row, we asked, do you have major home repairs that impact your quality of life or that you put off because of lack of resources? So this year, just over a third, 34% of respondents said yes, which is higher than the past few years when it was just under 30%. And then we asked respondents, how do they get information about community issues, services, and events? Really, there's four main ways that people get information. It's through the city's website, through word of mouth, through mailings or other direct contact with the city, and then traditional media. So that's everything that I had. We found that residents have a very positive perception of the city. Most respondents are satisfied with Durham as a place to live and as also as a place to work. When we compared your results to other communities, once again, the area that really stood out was customer service provided by city employees, where you rated 29 percentage points above the U.S. average. And then the top overall priorities, police protection, public schools, maintenance of city streets, and affordable housing. So with that, does anyone have any questions or comments?
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation over the years. I appreciate how it's grown. And I really wanted to ask your perspective on, I don't know if you do this survey regionally, because I feel like some of the information, some of the questions you're asking, especially towards the end, might be impactful to have research, like actual numbers from other cities where we've lost residents to.
We do conduct surveys like this in a lot of different cities throughout North Carolina, as well as in the Raleigh-Durham area. Some of the questions like affordable housing, we don't ask as much about sometimes in other communities, but I can definitely take a look at the results for other communities in the area and do some comparisons. These comparisons that I showed are based on a national survey that we conduct with residents all across the country. And that's where the Atlantic region comes from. But we can look at some more direct comparisons with other communities if you want it.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Mine is more of a process question. When you're getting information about the priorities that are set, are you giving people the option of like street maintenance? Like, are these categories already given, or do people give you options and then you categorize them based on their responses?
They were given, yeah. So they're not open-ended responses. We gave them a list. Like, for example, go back a bit. I'm going to go back a few slides here. Sorry, through all of these. So like this question, for example, we gave them this list and we asked respondents to pick what their top 5 priorities were. If they wanted to pick 5, some would pick just 2, some would pick 3, some would pick 5. But yeah, from this list that was provided.
And to be clear, these are mostly services that are provided by the city.
These not necessarily, I mean, some not necessarily, like affordable housing, would not be. They're just kind of general, I mean, to some extent, but they're city services as well as just kind of general perception items.
Municipal, basically.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
I only ask because I mean, here in Durham, we're unique with the city and the county geographically being mostly the same. I kept saying public schools, and
right.
I, was looking at, well, we don't have any jurisdiction there, but these are, especially in Durham, services that impact the same residents.
Right, right. Yeah, we do the same survey for the city and the county. So that's why there are some services that are more county focused, some are more city focused. The county gets their own report like this based on all county responses, and this is just based only on city, city residents. So.
Cool.
Mr. Murata, thanks for the presentation. Really enjoyed the pretty detailed analysis of our city. So first question is about methodology. So you got a great response rate. I'm just kind of curious, or I'm sure you got a great number of responses.
Right.
Tell me more about your response rate and how many surveys do you need to send out? You send these all out randomly, either by mail or online. How many do you send out to get 600 responses?
Sure. The typical response rate for a survey of this length is between 12 and 15%. So we typically mail surveys to about 7 times the number of households as completed surveys that we need. So our goal was 600, so we mailed the survey to about 4,000 randomly selected households. And they could fill out the survey either by mail or online. They could fill out the print survey and mail it back to us. And we include a postage paid return reply envelope, so there's no cost if somebody wants to fill it out that way. There's also a link to the online survey that's on the mailed survey. And then there's also a QR code on the envelope that the survey was mailed in. So there's really 3 different ways people could fill it out. And we found that hybrid approach allows us to reach a more diverse group of residents. The mailed survey skews much more towards the older residents, the QR code more towards the younger, and then the link to the online survey is kind of a wide mix.
But so you're saying you sent about 4,000 out, so your response rate was 12, 15%, somewhere in there?
Well, you take the 622 divided by the 4,000, so I think that'd be closer to 14 to 15%. But
that's a good response rate.
Yeah.
My next question is about. You go back to question 3 on the
Sure.
overall perceptions.
Oh boy. Yes. Sorry, that was here.
So I'm curious about the trends of the ones on the bottom there. So overall value you receive for your local property taxes, that concerns me. And I'm wondering, in terms of trends, what you've seen over the last several years on that question, for example.
That number has gone down compared to previous years, but that's a trend we've seen all over the country, so it's not a surprise. You have 35% of respondents who are satisfied with value received for local property taxes. That's actually on par with other communities. That always rates pretty low. The regional and national average are in that around 35 to 40%, right in that range. So it's low, but it's low everywhere. And it has gone down a little bit compared to previous years, but that's also been a nationwide trend.
How about that next one on the overall management of development and growth? I understand that we're a growing community. Probably there's, in those kind of communities, a certain amount of sort of stress around development. But I'm just curious, again, on that question, what does it look like in Durham in particular over the last, say, like 5 years?
Right. Yeah, that number has gone down as well. It is also low, but again, that is typical for a fast-growing community. So it's not a huge surprise that the number, that's one of the lower rated items, but it has gone down a bit compared to the previous
I guess my question is that, for Durham, compared to other communities that are also growing that have some of the same stresses, are we even getting worse than those communities? What do we look like in comparison to peers that are also growing and have these responses from citizens?
Yeah, for other fast-growing communities, their results are going down as well. I don't know if your results are getting any worse percentage-wise compared to other fast-growing communities. So it's lower, but that's a typical trend. Now that number varies a lot from one city to the next. Cities that aren't growing much, that's not really a concern. So that's kind of unique to Durham. But then like Raleigh's growing quickly, their results are down in that area. Really kind of the whole Raleigh-Durham area is kind of experiencing that same type of thing.
Is it possible to give us a comparison of that on that metric, for example, with some peer cities to see how we're doing compared to them? Again, peer cities that are similar size, that are also growing rapidly.
Yep, we can do that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, yep.
Continuing on that question, and I know we have a hard start at 10, but everywhere, even just throughout the community, I hear people say, you guys are kicking people out because you're building the tall skyscraper. And there's a misunderstanding between the two. Would you say that this is trending this way because of maybe lack of communication?
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility. These
I should probably say not only communication, but education, rather.
Yeah, both of those. These are all residents' perceptions. Perceptions kind of at a snapshot in time. So education, communication, that can definitely impact residents' perceptions Yeah, for any of these questions, really.
Charlie? Oh,
Thanks, Mr. Morata. Good to see you.
Yeah,
Good morning, everyone. This is always helpful. It's helpful in terms of a conversation starter. It's tricky in terms of tethering hard governance to it. For example, and I appreciate Councilmember Risk's observations about the overall management, development, growth. But if you remember, almost as many respondents that have lived here over 30 years, just an equal number also lived here under 5 years, which means that people that are part of the growth are complaining about the growth. It gets really bad after your closing date. So I think we have to keep things like that in mind as well when we look at the makeup of the respondents.
Right.
Some of the folk who responded to the response time of the fire department, I'm wondering if we ask the question, how many of you actually had to call the fire department of the 600 respondents in the last year? Or have you been watching news reports about what's going on? So it's really helpful in terms of starting a conversation, but in terms of hard data for governance, we really have to contextualize the 75% satisfaction rate is gratifying, but we know when you get under that, then we still have a lot of work to do on some stuff. So always love this, always, it's a good, I think, way to start off the process, but takes a lot of contextualization and probing with these numbers. So I appreciate some of the observations and questions of colleagues. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilmember Baker.
Real quick question here. Some of these questions that were broken down by demographic, I thought were very interesting as well. So for example, Durham as a community moving in the right direction, your experience engaging with the city government process, there was some consistency in that Black African-American tended to be lower and tended to go down over time, and Hispanic tended to go up and were the highest, and then white tended to be about the same or reduce, but were also fairly high, a little bit lower than Hispanic. I was just wondering how that compares to other communities. If you have a sense of how that compares to other communities, is there anything that's unique to Durham about those trends, or are they pretty consistent elsewhere?
Durham is a very diverse city, more so than a lot of other communities. So a lot of times we don't really take a deep dive like this into breaking the results out that way. So I don't have a good comparison to other communities, but I thought I observed kind of the same thing going through it. Among white respondents, the results have been very consistent in most categories over the last 3 years. Hispanic respondents, we've seen a lot of improvements. And then Black respondents, it was kind of a mix of each. Some areas were the same, some went down a little bit, some went up a little bit. But yeah, we don't often take this much of a deep dive into that question. So.
All right, well, this was a great presentation. Thanks for this analytical viewpoint. I'm sure we can contact you if we ever need.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's any follow-up questions, definitely. So
sounds good.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone.
And just colleagues, just for the record, there is a much more detailed report that accompanies this document, this presentation, that's available to us. We have it, yeah. Yeah, and then,
We will send a link to the resident survey, but it'll also be available on our website as well too. So our next speaker is going to be joining us virtually. So we will have him on Zoom, and so I'm going to ask our Assistant Director, John Scott, or JJ Scott, to introduce him.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is JJ Scott, along with Andrew Holland. I'm the other Assistant Budget Director for Budget and Management Services. So it's my pleasure to welcome again Dr. Michael Walden. Dr. Walden is a William Neal Reynolds Distinguished Professor Emeritus at North Carolina State University. During his 43 years on the faculty at NC State, Walden became recognized as an expert on the state economy and public policy, and that's what he'll be talking with us about today. He's the author of 14 books and over 330 articles and reports. Walden has won numerous awards, including 2 Champion Tuck Awards for excellence in broadcasting, the UNC Board of Governors Award for excellence in public service, the Holiday Medal for excellence from North Carolina State University, and the Order of the Longleaf Pine. So without further ado, join me in welcoming Dr. Michael Walden.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to all on the council and the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for inviting me. I was looking at my calendar from previous years. I think I've met with you for over 25 years annually. It might even be closer to 30. So I appreciate I guess that's a sign either that I'm free, so you don't have to pay me to come, or B, that you enjoy what I say, that I give you some information. I'm going to go with the latter. I do have this a virtual meeting, so someone up there is going to advance the slides upon my prompt. Not yet. I mean, the economy is front and center now. It has been obviously since COVID, but front and center this year again. Questions about when the Federal Reserve is going to change interest rate policy. Questions about are we finally getting close to the end of the fight against inflation? It looks like we did avoid a recession in 2023, and I'll talk a little bit about why that was the case, because quite frankly, most economists got it wrong, including this one. We forecasted a year ago that we'd have a recession sometime in 2023. That question is still with us, although I think we've learned our lesson, we being economists, that there's a lot of strength in this economy. So I'll just let one of my forecasts out of the bag. I don't think we're going to have an official recession in 2024, although there may be some bumpiness, so I'll get to that. So a lot to discuss. I will come down from the 30,000 foot level and talk a little bit about the Durham economy, which is, again, let the cat out of the bag, very, very strong. Some very impressive numbers with the Durham economy compared even to the state level, but I'll get to that later. So if we can move to the next slide. Just a little bit of a review. 3 years ago, is it 3? The 24? No, 4 years ago. Gosh, 4 years ago, we were beginning to worry about COVID. In fact, my wife and I were talking about this the other day, that we can recall about 4 years ago, we were celebrating my birthday, which is in January, and we had my wife is from New York, so we had made plans later in the month to actually in February to go to New York City and see some Broadway plays, which we enjoy, et cetera. And I remember having the discussion, and my wife asked me, "What do you think this COVID thing will take off? You still think we will be able to go?" And I said, "Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're going to go." Well, again, when you hear economists make a very firm forecast, you probably want to run the other way. Clearly, that was wrong. We had one of the worst drops in the economy that we've had really since the 1930s. You can see on the slide, we had 14% unemployment, both here in North Carolina as well as the nation. A broader measure, which economists call GDP, gross domestic product, just read that as aggregate production for everything in the economy. It dropped 33% on an annual basis. We hadn't seen that kind of drop again since the 1930s. The only good thing about the COVID recession is that it was short-lived. The economy began rebounding in May of 2020. You may recall, Governor Cooper began easing up on some of the short shutdown orders and stay-at-home orders. And so after May of 2020, we saw the economy getting back on its feet. It did take a long time to recover, but got back on its feet. Next slide. And if we look at some of the major metrics, we're in pretty good shape. Even compared, what I'm doing here is comparing where we are now to where we were before COVID, not at the depths of COVID, but where we were before COVID. Read that as early 2020 or even in the late 2019. We're now above the number of jobs we had before the pandemic, both nationally here in North Carolina in the Durham area. Unemployment rate is a very nice, under 4%, fluctuates, but certainly under 4%. I remember when I was in graduate school some 50 plus years ago, the idea was the best we could get in terms of unemployment was 5%. We've improved. Labor force participation, that's a metric we use that became very popular when we had the labor shortages. That has been increasing. We're not quite back to where we were pre-pandemic, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And the economy has been growing. As I said earlier, we did not have a recession in 2023. Recession means actually the economy stops growing and goes in reverse. So we have negative numbers on those growth rates. We haven't had that. So we should feel pretty good about the economy. Next slide. And I'll just show you some pictures here. This is quarterly growth in the aforementioned gross domestic product. Again, just read this is aggregate production. You can see in the middle of the slide there, the big drop during the COVID recession. You can see a very strong rebound, but look at the two ends of that graph and you see the growth rates are very similar pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Next slide. This shows you employment trends. You may have to squint at this. I'm sorry, it's small, but look at the red line. We are now above where we were pre-COVID in terms of total employment. Next slide. This is that labor force participation rate. I want to dwell, just take a moment to define this. This became a very, very popular statistic during COVID and the rebound because we had a lack of workers. And this is probably the best metric that measures that. What the federal government does here is it says, first of all, how do we define people who could work? And they take a very simplistic approach. In the government's mind, this is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and this is nonpartisan. These are bureaucrats who stay there, administration after administration. So there's no partisanship here at all, no political differences. What they define the workforce as everyone age 16 and over. So if you're over 16, age 16 or over, you are considered employable by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There are only two exceptions to that. They take out people who are in the military, and they take out people who are institutionalized in situations, incarcerated, other things like that. So it's a very broad measure. And then what they simply do, the Bureau of Labor Statistics does, is says, all right, of that big population that they define as the workforce, what percentage of those people are either working or looking for work? And if you look, take your eye to the right-hand side of the slide. I don't know if does my cursor show up here? This is, you can see that narrow gray part, that's the COVID recession. You see a big drop in labor force participation. Again, not unexpected. Most states said, don't go to work unless you're an essential worker. And there were a lot of furloughs, businesses shut down. So we knew that was going to drop, and it did, you can see. But it's been slowly rebounding. And if you look where we are now, we're not quite back to where we were pre-pandemic. And I think there are two things going on there. One, notice there has been a decline in labor force participation, a downward trend. That's primarily due to the fact that we have an aging population. We have my job. I'm 73, so I'm in that top where we define it as 55 and over, or 65 and over. That sector of our economy is the fastest growing in terms of people, and we have lower birth rates. So the people at the other end, new entrants in the labor force, is growing slowly. And that's been going on for a while. That's not necessarily tagged to COVID. So that's one factor. We've continued that downward trend. The other thing is, if you look right now at the labor force participation rates of people by age, all of them have recovered to pre-COVID levels, all of them meaning, let's say, 21 to 35, 35 to 55, et cetera, except the 55 and over. That group is still, I'm in that cohort, is still not working at the rate they were pre-COVID. And we don't know if that's going to come back. I mean, there are a lot of things going on there. But one thing that I tell groups, and I was actually in a conference a couple months ago that was focused only on how to get if you're business and you're trying to get people to work, you're having trouble finding people to work. One of the recommendations out of that conference was, this is a conference here in North Carolina, one of the recommendations was don't forget that older cohort. There are a lot of people over age 55 who may not be working now, who could be coaxed back to the job. You obviously have to make sure it's a job that physically, because quite frankly, a lot of folks in my cohort, their physical capabilities have declined, but you have to make sure they can physically work in the job. You also may need to restructure the hours. A lot of folks over age 55 who may want to work don't want to work 40 hours a week. So there's some, don't forget that cohort. If any of you have business connections, or some of your constituents have businesses and they say to you, gosh, what are we going to do to find people to work? That's something to think about. Next slide. Now, one of the questions I always get, and one of the things that you hear about is why do various polls show that people are still unhappy with the economy, even though if you look at the metrics, which I've just showed you, it looks like the economy has done extraordinarily well. 2023 was actually a very, very good year for the economy. Well, I think this has to do with this metric. What this metric looks at is takes the average weekly earnings of a worker, and these are national numbers. I'll actually allude to some local numbers later, and says, let's track those average weekly earnings, which do tend to go up over time. But before we put it down on a chart, let's take out the effect of inflation. And the term for that for economists is real weekly earnings. Anytime you in economics you see or read the word real, that means we've adjusted for inflation. So in other words, one way of looking at this is the purchasing power. This chart is showing you the purchasing power of on a weekly basis of what the average household, average person has. And if you look at this chart, and I hope my cursor is showing up here. Here we are, beginning of 2020, and actually from even during the COVID, the worst of COVID, this was going up, and then around 2021, this number came down. Actually, came down quite steeply, and why was that? Well, this was the period of time starting in 2021. Where we started to see average prices, i.e. the rate of inflation, go up. So what's happening here is this is going down, this metric is going down, not because people are seeing their pay cut, it's because their pay is not keeping up with higher prices. Now, the good news is since about the middle of last year, you can see we're now back on the upswing. But my theory of this is, in terms of why people are upset still, is that people still realize where they are now and maybe where they were 3 years ago, and that we're not back yet. So I think that's one reason that people are upset. The other reason is a matter of wording. How many times when you listen to the economic news, you will hear a reporter say, inflation is down. Now, when someone hears that, the average person hears that, thank goodness, most people are not economists. They're doing productive things, much more productive than I'm doing. But when the average person hears that phrase, inflation's down, what does the average person translate that to? Well, they translate it to meaning prices are down. Prices are down. And that's not the case. What is down is the inflation rate, the rate at which prices are going up. In fact, let's go to the next slide. I think I've got that coming up. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, here we go. In a normal economy, prices rise, average prices. Now, sure, individual prices can go up or down, but what the consumer price indexes, which is the go-to measure of inflation, it's an average across everything that consumers buy. And I might add that it's just not a simple average where you add up the prices and divide by the number of products and services. Each of those prices is weighted by the importance of that particular product or service in the average person's budget. So for example, housing gets a much bigger weight than say a can of peas. But if you look at this slide, and let me take my cursor, here's the 0 line, you see in most cases, in most years, in fact, the vast majority of years, we always have some inflation. Now, I'm not going to get in the weeds on this, but there is an economic argument that actually is helpful to the economy. If we have, usually when we have deflation, like here in 2008 and 2009, it's when we have a bad recession. And there's some other things that there are the problems created if we have prices on average going down. So my point here is that words matter. And when someone hears in the news inflation's down and they go out to the grocery store and they say, well, no, grocery prices are still going up, which they are on average. They're not going up nearly as much as they were, but they're still going up. They get mad. They say, well, what's going on here? It's still taking more money out of my budget to buy the things that I want to buy. So I think that's a communication issue. And if I was advising anyone who wants to counter this issue in terms of people not being happy where inflation is, I would use the correct terminology and say, well, look, prices tend to go up always. But it's a matter of how much, and we have made great strides in reducing that rate of increase. In fact, let's look at this slide. If you, again, I don't know if my cursor's picking this up, but if you look on the far right-hand side, you can see a peak there on this slide of, it actually looks like it's close to 10%, but it's actually 7.1%. So from early 2001 to mid 2002, we had the inflation rate rising every month. And usually this is measured by prices, comparing prices now to the same products and services, their prices a year ago. It's year over year. And we peaked in the middle of 2002 at an inflation rate, annual inflation rate, year over year of 7.1%. Now, the good news is that inflation rate has subsided. We got the January 2024 reading on inflation just last week, and it showed that year over year, so comparing the basket of products and services that the Bureau of Labor Statistics follows, the prices of those in January 2024 compared to the prices of the same products and services in January 2023, the increase was 3.1%, much obviously better than 7.1%. The Federal Reserve, and I'm going to talk much more about the Federal Reserve in a moment, its goal is to get that measure of inflation, that year-over-year measure, at around 2%. And that, if you can sort of eyeball this, that is very much in the wheelhouse of pretty much on average where we've been. So words matter. And my recommendation to you is if this ever comes up with your constituents and they say, I keep hearing that inflation's down and yet I see things still more expensive, this would be the answer, and say, well, what we're talking about, or what those, not you, but what the media should be talking about, and what the data is showing is it's the rate of increase that's increasing. And obviously, if you have a slower rate of increase in prices, it's easier for the average person to keep ahead of that in terms of their salary increases, which again, that previous slide showed is normal. And in fact, I'm going to show you some interesting metrics on that in a moment. So hopefully that's perhaps more than you wanted to hear, but I think that is a big deal right now. It's people's understanding of what exactly inflation, what's the difference between inflation and inflation rate, and which one is rising and which one is moderating. Right, move on to the next slide, please. Okay, let me do some let me come down from the 30,000 foot level and look at some metrics for the state, as well as for the Durham Chapel Hill Metro. Now you might say, why don't I have Durham County there or the city of Durham? Unfortunately, we don't have all these kind of metrics at that micro level. And when we do, it takes a while for them to be released. So I'm using the Durham Chapel Hill Metro, which if you think about it, even though that's more than Durham City and certainly more than Durham County, it likely encompasses the appropriate or close to the appropriate geographical area for jobs, where people who live in Durham City or Durham County would likely consider jobs not just in Durham City or Durham County, but they would consider them in the entire metro. And of course, Durham dominates that metro, a much more population than Chapel Hill. So let's look at each of these lines. I'm looking line 1 there at the job growth rate from the fourth quarter of 2020, which is when we had gotten through the worst of COVID. And so this is really comparing us to a situation where these numbers aren't inflated because we're comparing them to the worst numbers during the COVID recession. So we're past the COVID recession. We're looking at the end of 2020 compared to the end of 2023. In terms of job growth, 21% for the U.S., 20% for North Carolina, 19% for the Durham Chapel Hill Metro. So you're right in line there. The jobless rate, we had 14.8% in the COVID, right after the COVID period. In the U.S., it's now 3.7. North Carolina, we had 14.2%. Now it's 3.5. And here, of course, is where one of the metrics where you really stand out. Your worst unemployment rate, 10.4%, and you're now at 2.8. So you're doing better, even in the worst of times, in terms of the job market. And then this is the one that really struck me. I was actually not expecting this. If you look at the change in, again, inflation adjusted, or as we call it, real weekly earnings, and you start with January 2021, that's when the inflation rate really started to take off. And it looks like, if you go back to that slide, we bottomed at the end of 2023. The U.S. average worker in the U.S. is down, is negative in terms of their ability to keep up with inflation, in terms of their real weekly earnings being negative 4.3%. North Carolina, negative 3%. But look at you. Look at the Durham Chapel Hill Metro. Not only is that your metric there, your measure, not negative, it's actually a very robust positive. I went back and checked this 3 times because I wanted to make sure I didn't make an error. So I think this is a major signal that you have an extremely strong economy. You have an extremely strong economy, and despite the trials and tribulations of workers over the last couple of years in most cases, not their earnings keeping pace with inflation, in your metro, worker earnings have kept pace with inflation. Now, again, this is an average. It's not every occupation, but my goodness, that is something to crow about, I would argue. Okay, move on to the next slide, please. All right, let me sort of go back to the 30,000-foot level. And because I need to talk about where we are policy-wise, and that's going to affect where we go in terms of this economy. And the Federal Reserve here has been key. I've probably said that each year that I've been doing this for the 25 years. When we have a problem with inflation, also when we have a problem with a recession, Federal Reserve is really the point agency, I should say. In fact, I can recall the president, when inflation really started to take off, actually making this point. Well, there was an excellent point. He said, well, this is the problem in fighting inflation really is in the bailiwick of the Federal Reserve. And he was absolutely right. Just real quick background. Federal Reserve was formed about 100 years ago. I think it was 1913. The problem at that time was when we had bank failures, there was no backstop. Bank failed, people panicked. Even if they didn't have money in that bank, they worried that their bank was going to fail. So you had mass runs on banks, and that could in itself prompt a horrible recession. And in fact, we had a very horrible recession in the early 20th century. Teddy Roosevelt was president, I forget the exact year. The federal government had no powers to step in and sort of try to calm things down. And what Teddy Roosevelt did is he went to the richest man in the country, J.P. Morgan, and said, Mr. Morgan, this is the President of the United States going to a public citizen and saying, we need your help. Can you and some of your friends who are also rich see it as a heroic and patriotic effort to take some money and put in these banks that are losing money because people are drawing it out because they're concerned the bank is not solvent. Invest your money in those banks so that you can counter this pessimistic viewpoint and not plunge us into a depression that we can never get out of. And there have been lots of books written about this. And J.P. Morgan did it. He and his buddies got together. He and his colleagues got together. They each contributed. They put money in these banks that were failing, and stopped the panic. But what that did is really bring to the forefront that, you know what, we don't want to have to do this. This was a time when the economy was really getting big, and we were becoming a true national economy, and it was realized we need something like the Bank of England, the Bank of Germany, the Bank of France. All the other major countries, economic powers in the world, had a public bank that stood behind the private banks, so that when the private banks got in trouble, this public bank could go and help them out. We didn't have that. So we created that eventually. Federal Reserve, we call ours the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is the institution that stands behind banks. We saw it at work when we had the failure, was it last year? Silicon Bank, I think there was another bank that was teetering on failure. Federal Reserve swooped in, propped them up. We didn't have chaos in the financial system. So that showed the Federal Reserve at work. So that was the main task of the Federal Reserve initially when they created to serve as a backstop to banks. Now, after World War II, when we were getting back to normal from the war, the big concern then was, gosh, could we just go back to a depression that we had prior to World War II? You're probably aware that there's a lot of analysis that suggests that what really pulled the country out of the 1930s Great Depression was World War II, in the sense that a lot of money was spent, et cetera, to arm ourselves and equip ourselves to fight that war. And the concern after that war ended was we're just going to go back, when the federal government pulled back, we're just going to go back to where we were. So the Congress, which created the charter of the Federal Reserve, said to the Federal Reserve, you know what, Federal Reserve, we're going to give you some additional mandates. Not only do we want you to stand behind banks that are in trouble, but now we're going to add to that. We want you to use your powers to create what I'll call, this is Walden speaking, the Goldilocks economy. The Goldilocks economy is where you have low inflation and low unemployment. Usually up to then, you'd have one or the other, not both at the same time. And so the Congress said, Federal Reserve, this is now, we're giving you this mandate. Use your powers to achieve that. And the Federal Reserve, what is the Federal Reserve? What are the powers the Federal Reserve has? They have indirect, not direct, but indirect control over interest rates, because they directly control a couple of interest rates that when they move them up and down, other interest rates in the economy tend to move likewise. And the Federal Reserve has the unique ability to create money, print money, pump it into the economy. So we have seen in the last 4 years the Federal Reserve at work at both ends of the spectrum here. One spectrum being we had the COVID recession. We were worried that we didn't know where COVID was going to take us. We didn't know if the economy would survive. The Congress and two presidents, be very nonpartisan, were doing their part by passing relief bills. But the Federal Reserve actually jumped in, and the Federal Reserve pushed their key interest rate down. And the notion being that that's going to cause other interest rates to go down, and that's going to prompt people to spend. And in fact, one of the areas where we saw, even in the midst of COVID, one of the sectors we saw that really benefited was the housing market, because mortgage rates were pushed, 30-year fixed mortgage rates were pushed under 3%. During this time period. This would be 2020, 2021. And that motivated a lot of people to go out and, hey, I'm going to take advantage of this and buy a house. So that's exactly the kind of response the Federal Reserve wanted. So they pushed interest rates down. At the same time, 2/3 of that of the federal stimulus programs, starting with the first one passed, what was it, $2 trillion. First one passed in March of 2020, all the way going up to the last one passed a year later, March of 2021. $6.5 trillion in total pushed in the economy. How did that get pushed in the economy? The Federal Reserve served as a facilitator, because the Federal Reserve bought 2/3 of the debt, because we're debtor. We borrow money to fund a lot of federal spending, and so the federal government, to fund that 6.5 trillion, they issued Treasury securities. Now, some private sector people bought those Treasury securities, some foreign people bought them, but most of that was bought by the Federal Reserve. And how does the Federal Reserve pay for it? They just print money. So they facilitated this also, and helping push that 6.5 trillion in. Now, once we get to 2021, what do we see happening? Well, we see the economy improving. We're well past the worst numbers of the COVID recession, but now we're starting to see prices creep up, and the inflation rate going higher. And this was really the result of two things. One, all that money that we pumped in, once the economy opened, people were starting to spend. And at the same time that was happening, we had what? The supply chain problem. So there wasn't enough stuff, use that very technical economics term, there wasn't enough stuff for people to buy. And so in economics, anytime demand, buying intentions exceed supply, what's on the shelves, prices are going to go up. And so then the Federal Reserve, it actually took them about a year to figure this out. And the Federal Reserve has been roundly criticized for that, but it took about the Federal Reserve about a year, because this was unusual. This was unusual that we saw. We hadn't gone through an inflation cycle like we started to see in early 2021 in 40 years. So it took the Federal Reserve a while to catch on, okay, what was happening. But by early 2022, everything I just said of lowering interest rates and pumping up the money supply, they reversed. So they raised interest rates and they pulled money out, and they've been continuing to do that up until now. And the notion there was to try to moderate spending and give the economy a break until the supply chain got fixed, so that inflation rate would eventually, the rate now would come down. Next slide. And this just shows you the federal funds rate, which is the one of the key rates the Federal Reserve targets. You can see, if you look on the far right-hand side, you can see the big drop in this rate during COVID essentially went down to zero. Again, that's why mortgage rates were so very affordable in 2020 and 21. Then you can see the rate go up to where we are right now. It's 5.25% when they went into anti-inflation mode. Next slide. And you can see the same thing here with the money supply. You can see the big jump in the money supply in 2020 and 2021, and then the last couple of years, the Fed has been pulling money out of the economy. Again, this is all designed to slow things down, to allow the supply chain to catch up, so that we can moderate that inflation rate. Next slide. So what's the worry? Well, the worry always is that the Federal Reserve, when what's called tightening, when the Federal Reserve raises interest rates and pull money out of the economy, that's called tightening. Again, great economics term. The concern is, or let me back up. This is not, when the Federal Reserve looks at the economy and says, okay, we need to raise interest rates, we need to pull money out of the economy because we got an inflation problem. This is not physics. In physics, you know, if you do A, you're going to get B. Although I just saw the movie Oppenheimer, and I learned that even in physics, there could be some concern there, because they didn't know what was going to happen when they exploded that first nuclear bomb in where was it, New Mexico. But anyway, in economics, if you do A, so raise interest rates, you know you're going to get B, slower economy, but you don't necessarily know how much slower. Now, the Federal Reserve has a fantastic group of economic analysts who do modeling. So they tell the Federal Reserve Board, which is the decision-making body, which includes the chair, what they think will happen. But there's in economics, because you're dealing with human reaction and business reaction, you never know exactly what you're going to get. So the concern is always that if the Federal Reserve tightens in order to get the inflation rate moderated, that you could actually see a recession. Fortunately, we didn't have it in 2023, but this is why most economists a year ago were predicting a recession in 2023, because it normally happens. Next slide. Now, what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do is to cause consumers not to stop spending, but to moderate their spending. And one of the issues here has been that all that money, that 6.5 trillion that was pumped in the economy over 2 years, that has given the consumers a great backstop in which to spend. So that's been one of the concerns. Will they continue to spend even with interest rates being higher? Next slide. And indeed, this chart shows you what's happened to that 6.5 trillion. If you look at the slide, you can see again in the middle, you can see the recession, COVID recession. All this green area represents consumers saving their stimulus checks, saving their money they got in terms of helping raise children, saving all the other variety of stimulus programs, because there wasn't anything to spend it on. And however, once the economy began reopening, and you can see here beginning in 2021, they have been pulling out. They've been pulling that money down. This is one of the reasons, and I wrote I don't know if any of you see, I do a biweekly column. If you want to be on the list for that, just send me an email at walden@ncsu.edu. But I did a column last week, I did a column that addressed the question, why were economists wrong about 2023, with most of us predicting a recession? Well, it was because even though the Federal Reserve was pulling money out, even though the Federal Reserve was making it more expensive to people to borrow, many people, a large number of people, had built up their savings that they had developed with money coming into them during COVID, and they were drawing down on that. That was the real, I think, reason we didn't have a recession in 2023, because people still had access to funds. Next slide. Now, consumer spending is slowing, which is exactly what the Federal Reserve wanted to happen. They didn't want it to go negative, but they wanted to slow. Now, I will say I didn't have time to update this. This data just came out yesterday. Consumer spending actually went down a little bit in January of 2024. So, and that's not unusual to have some up and down. You want to look at the trend, but that'll be something obviously to continue to watch. But so far, the path of consumer spending has been exactly what the Federal Reserve wants: more moderate spending, but not negative spending. And then next slide. If consumers are spending, there's going to be job growth. And indeed, we have had job growth. The graph there shows you again in the middle, you can see the big plunge in jobs during COVID, but then the very strong rebound. We've had job growth, but it has continued. It has been moderating. You can see the averages there on the left year by year. But that's what the Federal Reserve wants. They want jobs to continue to grow, because we're always having people come into the labor force, but they don't want them to grow at an extraordinary rate. So next slide. So it looks like, and a lot of you have probably heard this term, soft landing. You hear analysts and others say, well, the Federal Reserve, maybe they'll achieve their goal of a soft landing. Well, first of all, what does that mean? You might look at that and say, gosh, that actually makes sense. And a lot of economics terms don't make sense. The analogy is here, think about the economy as a plane, and the plane is up there in the sky. The higher the altitude of the plane, the higher the inflation rate. So if you got the plane going at 30,000 feet, the inflation rate is higher than if it was going at 20,000 feet. What the Federal Reserve, and I have here representing the Federal Reserve a caricature of the chair, Jay Powell. What the Federal Reserve is trying to do in terms of their policies, higher interest rates, less money circulating. They're trying to bring that plane down, and as that plane reduces altitude, that means the inflation rate is moderating. And they want to land it, however, safely on the runway rather than have it crash. If it crashed, that would indicate that, yeah, they brought the inflation rate down, but we got a recession as a result. They don't want that. They want the inflation rate to be moderated and no recession. So that's what the term soft landing means. And it looks like we're going to, well, in 2023, we were achieving that. And again, I'll get to my forecast. Most economists think that's going to continue in 2024. That is a great achievement because, next slide, I think I've got, yeah, that is very unusual. Look at this data. What I've done here is I have looked at the 12 situations we've had in the economy 13 situations we've had in the economy since World War II, where the inflation rate was higher than desired, and the Federal Reserve stepped in, raised interest rates, pulled cash out of the economy. And I've looked at, in those 13 situations, in how many of them did we have a recession, and in how many of them did we have a soft landing. And these numbers are dramatic. 12 of the 13 times when the Federal Reserve was tightening the economy, raising interest rates, pulling cash out of the economy. 12 of the 13 times we had a recession. Only one time, did we have a soft landing. So if we have a soft landing, if we continue, where we actually have been having a soft landing, if we continue to have that soft landing, that'll be amazing. Now, some of you may be asking, Walden, when was that one time? It was 1995. It was the recession no one heard of because it didn't happen. Alan Greenspan was the chair of the Federal Reserve. Alan Greenspan, this is my personal opinion, has had one of the best economic minds that I'm aware of in the modern period. He was able to, he's still with us. I think he's 99. He was a person who could look at numbers and make sense of them and draw specific conclusions, which, as someone who tries to do that, is not is easier said than done. And so in early 1995, he was looking at the numbers and he thought, he came to the conclusion, if things continue the way they are, we're going to have a bout of higher inflation. So he goes to his, he's the chair, but he's not a dictator. He has to go to his board of governors and convince them to change policy, and he did. And the interest rates were increased in early 95, which caught pretty much everyone off by surprise. Why is the Fed raising interest rates? But he achieved that soft landing. We had a moderation in the inflation rate, and yet no recession. So if Jay Powell and his colleagues, if we continue to get this soft landing, that will truly be an achievement. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let me now look to the future, which is always a challenge. I think a good way to describe the economy this year will be as an economy in which there are two different pieces. The first half of the year, I think the Federal Reserve, even though they have hinted, Federal Reserve is not an agency that is very blunt speaking. They like to surprise people. In fact, the aforementioned Alan Greenspan had a reputation when he would go testify before Congress. The chair of the Federal Reserve is called up in Congress many, many times during the year. He developed something called Greenspan Speak. Greenspan Speak was where Chairman Greenspan, when he was chair, would be asked a question by a senator or representative. First thing he would always do would be compliment that senator or representative by saying something like, "Senator, representative, that is one of the best questions I've ever heard. You are to be commended. You are paying attention to this. I applaud you for that." He would praise the questioner. And then secondly, he would give a great answer. Sounded great wording, great sentence structure. But if you read, at the time, you thought, okay, he answered the question. If you read the transcript, he said nothing. He absolutely said nothing. And in his biography, I'm looking over here at my shelf. I forget what the title is, but or his autobiography, he talks about this. He said that was by design. He said, I didn't want to tip the hand of what the Federal Reserve was going to do. So he developed this uncanny ability to answer questions and not yet reveal anything. So I think the Federal Reserve in the first half of the year, I don't think they're ready to cut interest rates yet. As I said, their target for the year-over-year inflation rate is 2%. The latest reading we got just last week, year-over-year 3.1%. So they're not, and it's certainly better than 7.1. So that they marched very quickly toward their goal. But I don't think they're ready to cut yet. So, and this is where you get some of my colleagues that I've been on panels with don't agree. So this is Walden speaking. So I think they're going to keep their key interest rate high at 5.25%. I would say until the May meeting, so mid-year. Now, what that means is that's going to continue to create a challenge in the economy. It's going to mean that people are trying to buy homes. Mortgage rates are still going to be high. Other kinds of loans, credit card, they're still going to be high. And at the same time, as the inflation rate drops, that creates a bigger gap between the interest rate you have to pay and sort of how much that interest rate you get back in terms of higher salaries. So I think that's going to make the first half challenging. We may even see a little uptick in the unemployment rate. I can see it. I mean, right now we're at what, 3.7. I couldn't see it going higher than 5. But don't be surprised. Well, I guess what I'm saying here is I don't think the numbers in the first half of the year for the economy are going to be robust. None of this should imply we're going to have an official recession. But I do think the economy, I like to say it's going to be a little bumpy in the first half of the year. Second half, however, I think will be much better. I think this is a time when, I just said, I think May will be when at the May meeting. Federal Reserve meets roughly every month. I think maybe every 6 weeks. So I think their May meeting will be the first time we'll see a rate cut in 3 years. I think they'll start doing that. I think they'll cut rates several times. So their key rate, their benchmark rate right now is 5.25. I think by the end of the year, they could be clearly under 4%, maybe 3.5%. Once they start doing that, mortgage rates will come down, other rates will come down. That will sort of juice the economy because people will be able to borrow more. Don't forget business borrowing. That's very important. Business borrowing will be easier. And I think that if we had any bumpiness in the first half and the second half, I think that will revive. I think the growth rate, which may turn negative, not for 2 quarters, which is sort of the standard definition of a recession, but maybe we'll have a growth rate for 1 quarter. I think second half will return to positive growth, and jobless rate I think will subside to 3.5%. So bottom line here, I think first half bumpy, not an official recession, but maybe for some people it might feel like it's a recession. Second half much better. Next slide. Now, of course, we are when we talk about the broad economy, we have to remember that there are segments of the economy, and all these segments don't necessarily move in the same direction. So what are the sectors of the economy that will most be impacted by this slowdown, this bumpiness that I'm predicting in the first half of the year? Well, number one, I think, is commercial real estate. Commercial real estate is already dealing with issues related to how people are working now. The latest numbers on remote work, which actually went up from 5% of the workforce pre-COVID to 60% of the workforce during COVID. It's now around 35% of the workforce, which the experts, I don't consider myself an expert in this, but the experts that I read think that's probably where it's going to stay. So we still in some areas have some issues with vacancies, et cetera. So I think commercial real estate would maybe be a very bumpy sector in the first half. And likewise, financial services, manufacturing's actually been bumpy for a while. We've seen manufacturing production fall for about a year, and then residential real estate also. So these will be the 4 sectors that I think, again, I'm not predicting doom and gloom, but I'm predicting just more uncertainty, more bumpiness, less confidence. Next slide. Okay, now one question I always get, and this is a good question because it says something very good about our state and certainly our region, is I will get a question that says, "Well, Walden, North Carolina is one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing state in the nation. Some of our regions, like Chapel Hill, Durham, Chapel Hill, or the Broad Triangle. Gosh, I guess, do we have a rival? Maybe Austin. Uh, top nation. When my wife and I watch the morning news, and I'm increasingly seeing. I don't know if you've noticed this. I'm increasingly seeing when they put weather maps up, they have Raleigh there now. Maybe we should say you should write in and say, well, put Durham up there sometime. But we're certainly on the map. This region is certainly on the map. So anyway, the question I always get is, hey, it's so robust here economically in the triangle. Don't we just glide past recessions? We know other places are having a recession, but we just wave as we go by with our growth. Well, the numbers don't indicate that, and what I've showed you here is I'm just using you one metric, job loss, percentage job loss during a recession, and I've given you the last two recessions, the 2008, 2010 so-called subprime recession. That was the one that was based in problems in the housing market, and then of course the 2020 COVID recession. And if you look in both of those, you can see the U.S. Negative growth rate, North Carolina negative growth rate, but also negative growth rate in the Raleigh-Cary metro as well as the Durham-Chapel Hill metro. Now, again, if you look at your numbers on both of these, in both of these recessions, you had the smallest drop, even smaller than Raleigh-Cary, smallest drop in employment. So you are right there at the head of the pack. No NC State reference implied. So that's something very much to be proud of. My point here is you may have some of this bumpiness too in early 2024, but my expectation would be you'll be less bumpy than even the Raleigh-Cary metro. Next slide. I think a strong case, you don't need to know this, you know this, a strong case is continuing that the Durham-Chapel Hill metro is poised for further growth. I mean, what not to be proud of? Labor force growing, educational facilities, educational institutions that are training people for, including your important community colleges. I think I'm one forecast I'll give. I think community colleges are going to become more important in terms of training workforce in the future. When the young people I know are family members. We have some family members who have children who are just approaching college age, and they all talk about four-year colleges, and I get that. I certainly get that. But don't forget the community college. I know you don't forget. Don't forget the community colleges. And I think as our economy changes, and I might throw in this, AI is going to, I think, have profound impacts on jobs. The jobs that people do versus the jobs that now technology does. And in some sense, I think the kind of programs that community colleges offer, I think will become even more important. So anyway, you've got the educational institutions, you have transportation access. Yes, I know there are continuing debates about mass transit versus people driving themselves. And here in Raleigh, we're going through the development of the bus rapid transit, and there's some debates about that. But in terms of a big picture transportation access, we're close to interstates. RDU Airport is continuing to grow. Seems like they're announcing a connection every year, almost every week. And that's important because if you want to attract businesses, big businesses, you've got to have that access for the top managerial access. I was in a meeting couple months ago. Oh, it was the Bankers Commission, banking associations economic outlook in January, and one of the folks we had on a panel was the Toyota vice president, who is in charge of the big Toyota battery factory that's going up in the Triad. And he had just flown in from Japan, and he was going back the next day. You know, those big companies that we want to draw in, and they need to have that kind of access. One thing I'll point out, North Carolina has, and our cities have a lower cost of living compared to comparable metros. I mean, talk to people in DC, talk to people in New York, talk to people in Miami about cost of living, cost of housing, cost of rent. We're still in a much better case here. And then the last thing is excitement. I mean, we've got Major League Sports, you've got Durham Bulls, we've got ACC, et cetera. I just think this is, I'm not a native North Carolinian, but Mary and I have been here 50 years and we have no plans to ever leave. This is just a great state. Okay, I think next slide, then I do want to stop for, I do want to focus on a couple, again, back to 30,000 feet. Even though this doesn't directly affect you, sometime maybe you'll have constituents who ask you is national debt. I hear every time I give a talk, someone will raise their hand and say, Walden, isn't the national debt it's just a matter of time before it causes the economy to collapse? And I understand that. I mean, we had a big increase in national debt during COVID, and I think that was actually warranted because we didn't know where COVID was going to take us, and we needed to economically try to shore up our economy. But we're continuing to see borrowing. The question is, and of course, the borrowing is very high, but the question in terms of is it going to collapse us is, can we afford to pay the interest on the national debt? And what this chart is from the Congressional Budget Office. And what it's showing you is the percent of the total federal spending that is allocated to the national debt. The interesting thing here is if you look at from 2000 until 2010, this is the middle, I don't know, again, this is showing up. Look at the drop. Even though we were adding to the national debt, the carrying cost was actually going down. That was because of lower interest rates. And then from 2000 to about where we are now, it's sort of been a wash. We sort of moved sideways. Of course, we did have a big jump during COVID, but actually that's come down since then. Now, the red are the various projections by the Congressional Budget Office of where this will go. But even their most pessimistic investment, which goes out, or I'm sorry, pessimistic forecast, which goes out to 2030, is not as high as it was as the share of interest payments on the national debt was in the 1990s. So my point here is that we will be able to carry and pay interest on the national debt. Now, this doesn't mean there aren't costs because this is money. If we had a lower debt, we could have more money to spend on other things. But in terms of those sort of doomsday views that, hey, it's just a matter of time before this crashes us, no, the evidence doesn't indicate it. Next slide. Another issue that people my age increasingly hear about, but it's going to affect everyone, is Social Security. I've been receiving Social Security now for a couple of years. My wife also, and I might say they are an amazing agency. When I've had questions and I have contacted them, they get back to you, they explain things. They are a fabulous agency. And one of the things they do is they put out an annual report, and they're extremely upfront. One of the things they do in that annual report is they say, okay, you've been getting payments from Social Security, but as you look in the future, are there any problems? And they confront that. And one of the reasons that people are worried about Social Security now is the Social Security agency has said, you know what, unless there are going to be some changes, we're not going to be able to pay you what we've been paying you in the future. In the future, we're going to have to pay you less. In fact, the Social Security estimates, my first bullet point there shows that in 2023, if you're getting a check, let's say you're getting $100 now, they're only going to pay you $75 because they won't be able to afford it. What's happening is the same thing that happened 40 years ago. Demographics have kept up. Kept up. We have an aging society, yet we have a workforce that's shrinking relative to the number of people who retire. So you can't have that going on forever. And it's finally going to catch up with you. It did in 1980. It is going now. And so if nothing happens, we are going to see Social Security payments to people go down. Now, will that happen? Well, I can only speculate, but I don't think so. I think that we'll have the same thing happen this time around as we did in 1980. If you look at what happened in 1980, the president at the time, Ronald Reagan, said, realized, he was told by Social Security, you know what, Mr. President, if something is not done in a couple of years, people are going to get smaller Social Security checks. That's probably not good for you. So Ronald Reagan appointed a commission. It had all the groups, comprehensive on politics, comprehensive labor, business, Democrats, Republicans, et cetera, everyone there. They hammered out a solution in, I think, less than a year. The aforementioned Alan Greenspan was the chair of this commission, and we've been on that blueprint forever. And I think the same thing's going to happen. I think by 2030, whomever's president will appoint a commission. Same thing will happen. My prediction is two of the key solutions will be the same as they were in 1980. We'll have an increase in Social Security taxes, and we will have an increase in the retirement age. And that's why some people will say, when I give this answer, some people say, well, Alden, why doesn't the president set up a commission right now? This is long term, even though it's around the corner, it's long term. And I think people know the solution is not going to be something people necessarily grasp. No one wants to pay more taxes. No one wants to have their retirement age increase. So I think that's why it's left to the last minute. But I think it will be done. So I've got on my clock here about 7 till. Let me hush, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Dr. Walden, thank you so much. This is always my favorite presentation.
Oh my. My wife here, no, she's gone. I can't open the door to let her hear that too. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll open it up to my colleagues. Councilmember for Rist.
Yes.
It's on now. Dr. Walden, thanks for the presentation. I've been a big fan for a long time, so it's great to see you.
Thank you.
My question, I appreciate the sort of the big macro look, right, at the 20,000 foot level or 30,000 or whatever, however high that is. I guess I have a couple questions. One is, like, if you were sitting in our seats, like, what are the real implications for us at the local level in a local government like Durham, for example? I mean, you know, would you predict, for example, that, like, with sales going down potentially the first half, does that mean potentially reduce sales tax revenues? Is that one possibility?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about generally job growth in Durham? I mean, you mentioned some of the sectors that may struggle, manufacturing, which is not a big one in Durham, right? We've got some pretty strong sectors that, as you noted, have been fairly recession-proof historically. So what does it mean for job growth in Durham? So I'm just kind of curious, what do we take from all this as we think about spending and about taxes in Durham? What are the implications for us?
Well, the implication would be that you may see some data like sales tax receipts that the growth rate is cut, maybe even goes down for a month or two. You may see some announcements by some businesses that, hey, we're going to maybe lay off some people. So you may the big implication is you may hear some bad economic news in the first half of the year. Is it catastrophic news? No. Does it mean recession? No. But there may be some bad economic news, or because we've got used to good news. I mean, most of the economic news, except for inflation, has been, well, actually, even with inflation over the last 2 years, it's abated, has been good news. So you may get a little pushback from constituents. You may have maybe a business that was looking to locate in Durham say, you know what, we're gonna rethink this, and then you may wonder, gosh, is it something we did? No. So that's my caution for the first half. Don't be blindsided. Don't be surprised that there may be some negative numbers. But the upside is, this is my forecast, the second half will be much better. If any gloominess that was created in the first 6 months, those clouds will be brushed away in the second half.
Thank you. I appreciate the overview, and especially for the general public who might not get a chance to hear this information, it's important that the economic overview or the economy overview is shared in this way, because people don't always understand inflation and the drivers in it. And I wanted to ask specifically, around the bond that we discussed last year and decided not to move forward, if you thought that it would be a good time this year or next year, considering, I think you mentioned that the rates would be decreased probably in next year to move forward with that.
Yes, yes. If you're looking to offer the bond when the interest rates will be lower, I wouldn't do it now. I would revisit this at the end of the year, probably with the notion of going forward with the bond in 2025. I think your instincts are exactly right.
And then just one last question is, what's the best way to be ready for the recession that will come?
Well, again, I'm not predicting a recession. I'm predicting some bumpiness, which I'm maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but to me, a recession is, everything's going down, everyone is pessimistic. No, I think we may have a month or two where things in aggregate, like maybe a slight uptick in the unemployment rate, et cetera. So I'm just warning people that some of the economic news, not all, but some of the economic news may be more negative in the first half for some months, but it's not going to be so negative. The size of the size of the bumps isn't going to mean we're going to go into the ditch of a recession. We're just going on a road that is, rather than smooth in terms of economic growth, we're going to have a few potholes here and there. This is great for, I guess, analogy for folks who sometimes you get constituents say, fill in that pothole. So a few potholes in the first half of the year, not a ditch where the economy falls off the edge. So just be ready for that. And if you get constituents or whomever say, hey, this is horrible. Are we having that recession or that depression? A lot of there are always people out there who fan the flames of negative news. My response would be no. It looks like no. This is just, we're in a transition, and the key for you to be watching would be the Federal Reserve, their first cut of interest rates. That will be a significant turning point, because once they make that first cut, I think they're going to make several cuts, and that will signal to you that tightening that they've been doing over the last 2 years, that they're at the end of that.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of just particular, I guess, more definitional questions. You talked about unemployment, and then you also talked about jobless rate. Are you using those as the same, or are those distinct?
No, those are the same. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the I do some fiction writing on the side as a fun, and I'm always trying to mix up words that mean the same thing. So I apologize. No, jobless rate and unemployment rate are the same. Yes.
And just for my clarity, if I understand correctly, this is calculating the number of people who are actively searching for jobs. So we do miss statistically some people in there who are unemployed but are not actively seeking.
Yes. The unemployment rate is based on people who don't have a job and actively searching for a job. There's actually, the Bureau of Labor Statistics gives several unemployment rates, one of which is to include as unemployed people who simply don't have a job, whether they are actively looking or not. And that's always going to be a little bit higher. But the official rate that everyone refers to is based on categorizing someone unemployed as you have to not have a job and you have to want a job.
Great. Okay. And my other question is, we talked a lot about job growth and how we are interested in job growth due to a growing population. We also, though, talked about participation in labor, and I understand that that's a percentage point versus a number of population growth, and those aren't the same. But I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that, but specifically as to when we're looking at job growth, is there any qualification of what types of jobs and the quality of those jobs that come into that market outside of our real weekly earnings statistic that we were looking at? So I know that's a complicated question, but
well, no. Again, the go-to agency on this in terms of the breadth and depth of statistics is the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you can go there, and particularly for the metro area, that's why I use Durham/Chapel Hill. You can get a lot of depth in terms of the sectors where the jobs have been created. You can call up the average wage for the job. You can call up the average hourly, weekly hours for the job. So yeah, there's a lot of background data, a lot of technical data, a lot of in-depth data at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And if you, any of staff who want to contact me about exactly how to find this, I mean, just go to bls.gov. But in terms of maneuvering through that, certainly happy to help.
Bigger.
Leading into the break time here, I'm a millennial, and when I talk to fellow millennials, I think when I hear discussion about pessimism in the economy, I hear, we're at the greatest level of economic inequality, potentially in the history of our country. The needs, in terms of childcare, education, the costs are going up faster than real wages. And that's really the source that I hear in terms of pessimism in the economy, and that, we have just a few thousand people in the country who are increasingly gaining and hoarding wealth. I wonder if you see some validation to that, and as a part of pessimism that you see in the economy. And unrelated to that, I do think that the numbers that we saw in terms of very low unemployment and the growth in real weekly earnings in our metropolitan area being significantly higher than comparable metros and the state of North Carolina and the country as a whole is really, really positive, and something that we need to continue to work at.
On your very, very good points. On the question of inequality, I actually do an index. I created an index of income inequality specifically for North Carolina. It's not broken out by metro, but specifically for North Carolina. These data come out with a considerable lag, but you can go, the best way to access those is to go to my NC State website, which I still have, even though I'm retired. Just go to, just do a search on Walden, NC State University. And anyway, you'll get to my website, and I have an entry there that I forget what it's titled, but it's clear. It's North Carolina Income Inequality Index. And the interesting thing about that is that during the COVID years, it actually narrowed somewhat, not spectacularly, but actually narrowed. And if you look at real wages that I mentioned before by sector, and you look at sectors like leisure, hospitality, and construction, those are two that come to mind. Real wages over the last 3 or 4 years in those sectors have grown faster than real wages in higher paying jobs like in finance and professional jobs. And I think that has to do with the labor shortage that was experienced for a couple of years during COVID, where especially people in firms in construction, firms in leisure, hospitality, that'd be your restaurants, et cetera, couldn't find workers. So in economics, one of the things you do when you can't find supply is offer greater benefits for in this case, for people to take those jobs. So that's contributed a little bit to narrowing income inequality. Now, I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I mean, broadly speaking, certainly in our country, we've seen if you compare decade to decade, yes, a higher percentage of income or wealth, whichever that you wanted to define, going to the top layer, if you will, of workers has increased. My response to that, of course, it would be to recognize that, but to say, well, are you still getting, there are two ways to compare income and wealth. There is to compare it yourself against where you were last year. And if you have more wealth and you have more income adjusted for inflation, you're moving ahead. That's one way to compare it, just compare it to yourself. Another way is compare you to other jobs. And that's where you see the gap getting bigger. And I'll let some people look at it one way, other people look at it another way. Yeah. Well, thank you all very much.
Dr. Walden,
Um,
thank you so much for joining us.
And I will throw in a personal request, even though I'm not one of your constituents. But if you saw my office in back of me, you see a lot of baseball caps, Cincinnati,
Consider it done. We'll get you one.
which is where I'm from. Please get us a major league team here.
We have a major league, just defined as minor league.
There you go. That's one
We'll
way
get
to
you a
do it.
Bulls cap.
Yes. Oh, I have a Bulls cap. Yes. My
all
wife
right, good
limits what I
deal.
can display. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, we will go ahead and take a break and we'll resume back at 11:20. Thank you all so much. Yeah, it's time to sit down. Thank you all so much. We're going to go ahead and get back started. Because we do have a very long day, and presentations have been great so far. Director, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to you so that we can get this next section started.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I know I am between you and lunch, so, but I will be talking today about some of our budget information for the city. Kind of moving on to the next slide. My presentation for today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our current year budget, our FY 23-24 budget, and do some reminders about what that budget was last year and kind of where we're at this point in the year. Talk a little bit about the FY 25 budget that's upcoming, and look at some financial projections and the outlook. I will say that giving the caveat that it is still very early in the budget cycle. A lot of our directors are here frantically preparing for the budget that is due on Monday. So we still don't have all those numbers in, but I'll be providing you with some of the information I have. And then also talk a little bit about the rest of the budget development process and what we'll be doing till we pass the budget in June. So starting with the FY 24 budget. As a reminder, on June 20th of 2023, City Council passed our budget, which was a total of $610 million. That was about a 6.5% increase over the year before. And of that budget, the biggest portion, which I'll be spending some time on, is our general fund. So as you know, our budget is divided among several different funds, but our general fund is by far the most of that 6.10, and it makes up about 46% of the total budget. One of the things that is important in when we talk about the general fund, as far as revenue sources, is our property tax. This is the largest revenue source in the general fund, and is the one that you as council have the most control over as far as setting the rate. So our property tax rate currently is at 55.77 cents. As a reminder, every time we raise our property tax a penny, we generate $4.1 million. And then we break up our tax rate over several different funds. The largest portion goes to our general fund and includes a half penny for parks and trail maintenance. We also have 11.5 cents to our debt service fund, 5.59 cents to our solid waste fund, 3.75 cents goes to transit, and then the final 3.38 cents is to our dedicated housing fund, with 2 cents of that 3.38 going to operating and 1.38 to pay for the debt service on our bond projects. Looking at our general fund revenue sources, again, as I have said already, property tax is the largest portion, and that combined with the other local taxes make up about 83% of the general fund revenues. So taxes are by far the largest way that we receive revenue at the city. And of other local taxes, the biggest portion is our sales tax. So looking at where we spend our money in the general fund, the biggest piece of the pie goes to our personnel services, which is paying for salaries and benefits for our employees. That's at about 75 or almost 76%, with operating at about 16%. And then when you look at where our revenues come from, again, this is another snapshot of that. Property tax is about $131 million, or about 47%. Our local sales tax is about $99 million of that is our local taxes, $99 million is sales tax, and about another, in the budget, 2.1 million is our occupancy tax. And I'm going to go over a little bit more information about the individual taxes as well. And then state funding at about 4.5%, and all other sources is about 12%. So where the money goes when we're talking about, and this is really looking at the general fund. So the largest portion in the general fund is our public safety departments, which includes our police, fire, emergency management, and our community safety department, which is about half of the general fund expenses, with community building being 20%, which is, and then our public services, which is our fleet, general services, public works, is about 11%, and administrative and support, which is our finance, budget, HR, at about 10%, and governance at about a little under 9%. And this does not include things that are not inside the general fund, so things like our water, sewer, and inspections would be separate funds and are not included in these numbers. So I will be doing a presentation at the next council work session on our Q2 report. So this is kind of where we are at the end of December, but I did want to kind of give you a little bit of information. So this is a comparison of where we ended the year, or where we ended the first half of the year in 2023, and where we have ended it in 2024. And what you can see is that we are, our major revenue sources are down slightly by about $10 million, or about 7.6%. But I do want to caution that a big portion of that is our property tax, which is down, I think mostly because our Durham County Tax Office had some delays in sending out the bill. And so initially at the end of December, we were slightly down from where we were last December. But I'll show you some numbers at the end of January, and we feel confident that that revenue source will be on target by the end of the year. Okay, so going through the individual revenue sources, here you see our property tax revenue, and as you can see, we're at 83 million at the end of December, which is about 64% of budget. Property tax is one that, you know, we came in slightly over budget. So the blue lines are the actuals for the fiscal years, and then the yellow being the budget. So when the blue goes above budget, you can see that we were in 22. We were our difference between budget and actual was higher, and we've been trying to correct for that. So I think that we were closer in FY23. Sales tax, we are down slightly over FY23. We are at 23%, in FY24, we are at 23%, 23 million, which is about 15%. It's 23% of budget. I do want to caution that sales tax is only 3 months, is 3 months behind. So this is just the first 3 months of sales tax. So we are down where we were last year at this time. We did have several big refunds come in August and September, which would affect that number. So we are seeing kind of, as Dr. Walden said, a slowing of sales tax growth, but I still believe that we'll be on track for meeting budget by the end of the year. I just don't believe that we will see the kind of extreme growth that we've seen in sales tax over the last several years, which you can see evidenced by some of these charts here. Occupancy tax is a revenue source that is doing very well, which is good. We were at 1.8 million at the end of December, and we were actually at budget by the end of January. So this is a sales tax this is a type of tax that has really rebounded. As you can see in FY21, we didn't even make our budget, but we have been exceeding budget. And so this is something where I think we'll see some growth in over the next year. Powell bill revenues is also doing very well. Powell bill is a state formula. So it is based on population and then also street miles that a city maintains. So it's not something we have a lot of control over. And it also, we receive it in 2 payments. So we are kind of at where I think that we're going to be for the end of the year, but over budget by almost $1 million. And then our charges for services is about 45% of budget, which is slightly lower than where, than where we were last year, but this is also kind of a seasonal revenue source, and we do believe we'll be at budget by the end of the year. So kind of looking, what I just showed you were the numbers where we were at the end of December, and so then we did take a look at where we were at the end of January. And for total tax collection, we're at about 67% of budget. Property taxes, we were at about 123 million, which is almost 94% of budget, and that you'll remember that property taxes are due on January 5th, so we have received almost all of the property tax, and we will receive a little bit more, so we expect that to be at budget. And then sales tax collection was at 30%, and I can say that we have also received another sales tax payment, and that was good, and we are a little bit slightly above budget from where we were at this point last year. So that's good news for sales tax. Occupancy tax, like I talked about before, is at 100% of budget. And then licenses and permits is about 62%, intergovernmental revenues at 56%, and charges for services at 50% of budget. These are some charts that we usually show you during the budget retreat, just to give you a sense of where our planning development fees are. And the good news is that they look strong. And I think that they are conservatively thinking that we will be at budget. So they've slowed slightly over where they were, or they think they'll slow slightly over where we were at the end of last fiscal year, but still very strong. Inspection fees are also, this is, as you can see, that the number of permits from July through December comparison over the last several years have increased, and also revenues, which is also very good news. This is a chart that we do not create. The city of Raleigh creates this chart, but it's one that we have shown you for many years, which gives you a kind of sense of where we are in terms of our property tax rate, and then also some of the fees that we charge compared to other municipalities in the area. So the one thing I will point out when you're looking at this chart, as you may have looked at it in years past, the methodology for calculating the annual city property tax has changed. So in the past, I think they used to show you this chart with the average median home value for each of these cities. Here they're using an average median home value for all of North Carolina. So I think that's going to, it just may make our placement, but I still think it's a good chart to look at because you do get a sense of where we compare from some of the other cities. And here again, I've highlighted where Durham is as well too. So looking at our FY25 budget outlook, I'm going to go through a little bit of our information about where we are at this point in the budget process, and then also go through our multi-year projection. I do want to again include the caveat that it is early in the budget cycle and we still have a lot of work to do, but after looking at our initial forecast, we estimate a deficit of $9.6 million. I feel like that's a very conservative estimate. Revenue is very conservative in this model, and also we've been conservative on the expense side as well too. I also want to let you know that we are in the process of reviewing budget requests. We have 105 requests that we have received from departments, which is about 26.7 million. 19.4 of that is in our general fund requests. So, and then we received 23 budget requests from council. We will be talking about the budget requests in the second half of the day. And so we have a session for you all to talk about that. But at the moment, those requests are totaling over 116 million with some very large requests in there as well too, for big things. So general fund, and I just want to remind you as we go through this presentation is that general fund balance, our best practice is to use it for one-time expenses. So this gives you a sense of our budget development schedule. So we are at our February 16th City Council budget retreat. We will have another budget retreat on March 1st, where we will be talking about the budget guidelines. And so at the end of that retreat on the 1st, you will be giving the city manager guidance on what you would like to see in our upcoming FY25 budget. So part of the information you're getting over these 2 days is to help you prepare for that. We will have a public hearing on the budget on March 18th. On May 20th, the city manager will propose her budget, and then we will have some work sessions on the 29th and 30th to discuss that. And then June 3rd, we have another final public hearing, and then we adopt the budget on June 17th. This is just, I won't go over this, but this is just some of the specific dates that are involved with it as we move forward to the budget development schedule. So the next steps for the budget development is that departmental budgets are due on Monday. And so then we will have more information about where we are, especially with revenue sources that departments may have additional information about, and also expenses. And then we also have new funding requests that I've talked about, that we will be prioritizing. We like to look at our strategic plan and performance data when we are looking at those to make decisions. The budget analyst will be making recommendations to the city manager, who will be then implementing them in her proposed budget. And then I did want to make sure that you knew that we do work very closely with our Department of Equity and Inclusion, and they help us provide a budget equity analysis on the budget requests that we receive. And then also, we do have another process for capital improvement plan, which is our capital projects, and we are underway with that process as well too, which is separate from our annual operating budget. Again, we are reviewing the new budget requests and preparing analysis, and we will prepare recommendations for the city manager at the beginning of April. She will have meetings with budget staff and departments. So we are on target to meet our current revenue in most areas and exceed it in specific areas. We project that all departments will end the fiscal year within budget. And I'll be talking a little bit more when I come before you for Q2, but we also expect some of them to be under budget, mostly due to our vacancy rate. So we will have some savings in personnel. And then I'm going to provide you with, to show you our multi-year financial plan. But we will be updating this plan as we move forward, and especially as we get more information about budget submissions. And also, I have talked about the $9.6 million gap. So looking at our multi-year plan, I'm going to go through some of the assumptions that are in that plan. But we do have, you'll see our property taxes has a 3% increase over one fiscal year to the next. And I'm going to circle back to that. But these are some of the assumptions. So we have a 3% increase over FY24, with 3% increase in 26 through 29. So that's what's in the model right now. And we're working very closely with the Durham County Tax Assessor to kind of see where we are with really actual numbers and predict where we're going to be in FY25. We will have a reval next year for next budget, but at the moment that reval is scheduled for January 1st, 2025. So sales tax is, we have a 5% increase over FY24 budget and a 5% increase in fiscal years 26 through 29. I feel like this is a conservative estimate. It's not as large as you have seen some of our sales tax increases over the past year. You may remember that last fiscal year, we increased sales tax by 15%, and I do not believe that that is going to happen. I think we were trying to catch up for some real aggressive sales tax growth, but I believe if we are to meet our budget, we can probably see a 5% growth for next year. Occupancy tax is at 3%, with 3% in FY26 through 29, which we'll be taking a look at that, considering that occupancy tax was so good. That may be an area of growth. And then charges for services, it's flat for FY24, but we'll be getting more information from our departments. Out years, we have it 2%, and so that is something that may change as we come forward further in the budget process. Some other assumptions are that our general services maintenance budget is at 1.2 million, and that's the same as it has been in FY24. Our streets is at 15 million, and we have that in the model. 11 million is in the operating budget, and then we also have another 4 million that we use from fund balance, and so that's in our FY25 budget and moving forward. Some of the other things that affect our model are benefits. Our health insurance right now is at a 10% increase for FY25 and 10% for out years. You'll be receiving more information about benefits in the afternoon from our HR department, but 10% is a very conservative estimate at this point. So we may refine that model as well too. And then dental insurance is at 0%. 401k contributions, that's the contribution that the city makes towards employees' pay, is 5%, which is flat, which is what we have been contributing in the past. And then our local government retirement, which is something that we do not have any control over, so this is set by our retirement system, has gone up 0.75% to 13.6% for general employees. And then our LEO, which is our law enforcement, is at 15.1%, which is a 1% increase. Also for the FY25, my other major assumption is that our tax rate will remain the same, and that we will have the same allocation to the funds that I talked about earlier that we had in FY24. And that I talked about property tax growth will still be 3%. And that the current model has what we have been using for our current pay for performance with employees. So that is 4% for non-sworn and 5% for sworn, and then open range at 4 to 6%, which we in the model average to about 4.8%. So I know you're going to be hearing later on this afternoon about a pay study that the city has done. This model does not assume, this kind of assumes status quo. So, if you were to make different decisions, that obviously will impact the model differently. So I just want you to know that I have not taken into account any changes in pay at this point. I did want to talk about our fund balance policy. So fund balance, as you may remember, the city's fund balance policy is to keep a target level of 16.7%. So we predict, and this is based on Q2, so it's kind of where we are of our projections for where we think we'll end the year at Q2, which may change as we move forward in the year and get, usually our projections get better. We're conservative at this point in the year, but we believe that we'll be at $59 million at the end of available fund balance. So the 12% minimum level would be $33.7 million, and our 16.7% target level would be $47 million, which leaves a surplus above the 16.7 of $12.3 million, which is about 4.4%. This is a bit lower than what you have seen in the past, but I do want to remind folks of the kind of discussion. This came up a lot when we were talking about bonuses. And so this is kind of where we said we would be after we did the bonuses, or pretty close. We're at about 20, when you take the 16.7 and the 4.4, about 21% above. And so that is, after taking out the $4.6 million bonuses and some one-time costs and things like that, that's where we're at. So things not included in the FY25 budget or the multi-year is new budget requests, new CIP requests, the pay study recommendations, and of course, any council budget requests. And I'll kind of move back to the multi-year, which has these assumptions that I've kind of talked to you about. The one caveat I'll talk about is additional revenues. That has reduced drastically from you'll notice it's 13.8 million in 24 and then 4 million in 25. That's because that is the appropriation from fund balance. So that's those one-time things, which we also did a transfer to our CIP for some CIP projects. Those are things that we did. And so that revenue is reduced. So that 4 million that you see in FY25 is only taking into account that appropriation from fund balance for streets. Okay. Sorry. The 13.8 million under additional revenues is the final. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Is the one-time fund balance things that we were doing. So we have 4 million in FY25. That's that 4 million I talked about. We make an assumption that we're going to use 4 million, which is actually 15 million for streets because we have 11 million, but it's in.
Thank you. So I just have a question about that. The slide where you talk about the fund balance being at a lower amount than historically, is that 12 million with that 4 million in streets or without?
It's without the 4 million in streets at this point.
Okay. But it's actually lower is what you're saying?
Well, we have not, I mean, it includes the 13.8 million that we will be using this year, but not any, we are not making a projection. It would be where we would end the end of the fiscal year in FY24.
Okay. I think I get that.
Does that?
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
This is where my colleagues are like, oh, she does actually talk. Yeah, because I care about the money. So can we go back? Okay, so because I want to do some, for newer council members, some historical things. First of all, historically, until last year, we did 6 million from general and 4 million from fund balance on streets. And last year, we made the kind of historic change to 11 and still 4 from fund balance. And so that's being maintained this year in the assumption that you have provided. So that's one. And then I'm still not clear. Can you just go to the slide where it actually lists our fund balance policy, please? So the surplus above target level, does that include that 12 million? Is it 8 or is it 16? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I think I did. May I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's working. So I think I understand what you're asking. So whenever we are showing fund balance for the current fiscal year that we're in, we're projecting it to June 30.
Right.
So what you see in the first column where the $13 million is, it does include the 4 million we're using this year, plus all of the other expenditures that we funded
from fund balance for one-time things that were
Including the
part.
employee bonuses that were given in
Employee
November, et cetera.
bonuses and
Okay.
everything else. So that is where that 13, and there was, at some point, a list that you saw to remind you of everything in the current budget year that was one time that we funded out of fund balance. But in our projections, we are only showing the 4 million for streets because we have not gotten to a point to evaluate the budget proposals to see which of those may be funded,
So this is-
may be funded
Right,
from
so
fund
this is
balance.
16, actually, right? Because the assumption is including, that is, you made an assumption on streets already, which is fine. I just want to understand.
No, it would be,
No,
it would
no,
be
okay.
where,
We're
that wasn't-
spending, we're spending, we're spending, it'll be spent by the end of the year.
we haven't made any projection for FY 25's fund balance. This is where we would be at the end of
Okay,
FY
thank you.
24.
That was where I was getting confused.
That's
So
what
you
we're
all,
saying.
this is the projection for where we're ending on June 30th in our current year.
And to what we would have,
Current year, yeah.
what we would have for next year's budget to spend on one-time things.
Could you ask the mic?
Essentially, to your point, there's 16.
No, that's what I'm trying to, there's actually 8. That's what I'm trying to get at. Sorry, okay.
It is not, it is not. What it is 12.2. That is the surplus.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to
But the
understand.
4 million is budgeted to be spent
Well,
this year.
Yeah,
before
this
June
year's
30th.
4 million is in this calculation,
So
but
this-
but the multi-year is just a projection for
No,
next year.
not in the multi-year, just in 24, 25, well, in 23, 24.
Mhm.
The 4 million is in the 4 million is.
It takes into
included.
consideration that we've already spent, that we would be spending it.
And so when you calculate this 12 as the projection for 24, that is completely separate from the 4 million that's budgeted. Are you saying that 4 million is in there?
So we traditionally budget 4 million every year for streets. And so the 4 million has been, it assumes that we would spend the 4 million, that we would spend the 13.8, that we would spend our carryover, we'd spend.
So taking that point, the 13.8 is not in that 12.2.5.
It's assuming that that we will have spent it by the end of FY
And
24.
the 4 million is assumed to have been spent.
Yes.
So that means that it's 16 to her point. That's what I'm getting.
No, it is not.
No, I got it.
16.
Basically,
The-
on July
the-
1,
it's
if everything
16.
stayed the same,
Yeah.
what we have for fund balance is 12 million.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
The
Thank you. Okay.
reason is that we have executed contracts for all of the.
It's budgeted, is what I'm saying. So the 13 for additional is budgeted and the 4 million is budgeted. They're
No.
already in the budget.
It is in the current year's budget, and we're projecting that it is expended during the current year that we're in.
Before June 30th.
Before June 30th, and the available fund balance is taking all of that into consideration because that's the 2024 end of year projection.
Okay.
Thank you. And then a couple other questions. Well, this is more the part around pensions for municipal employees where you were saying we don't have a choice. I just want to let folks know that's because it's dictated by state policy and we are in the state system. So, because sometimes when people don't know, what do you mean we don't have a choice? And then, can you go back to the multi-year slide, please? What was the number last, because we always show a quote, a deficit at this time based on, or often have. And so, I just was curious what the number was last year.
So it was a little over 6 million.
That's what I thought, so it's
this is
smaller.
slightly higher,
Okay.
but we always have a deficit at this time. And so because we have such very conservative revenue numbers in here, conservative, I'm being conservative. And this would be the worst case scenario. And we will go back and do work to try, we need to come back to you with a balanced budget. So.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted I've seen that number go higher. Some years it's been lower. And so I'm just naming that because I remember the very first budget that I ever participated in. I saw the red and red is bad.
Right.
And so it's like, what does this mean? And so again, they do their magic and they do things for us. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I will say that we don't have as much magic as we did in the, you know.
yeah. The money
But,
tree is not as good as what you're.
but we do have to come with a balanced budget, but, yeah, but we will be challenged.
Thank you. I
to
appreciate the
manage that.
presentation and I do appreciate that higher amount for streets is in the, at least what we're saying is status quo. I know we have a lot of conversations to have, but I did appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, and I just wanted to emphasize the point that every year, as we're evaluating the proposals that we intend to try to fund, some of those proposals will be one time. And if they can be funded without our fund balance dropping too low, that is when we actually start to prepare the budget. You will see that additional revenue go up in more than the 4 million you see there, because it is helping to balance current year appropriations with one-time costs, but only when that is appropriate.
Ms. Reardon, thank you so much for the presentation. So a couple questions. So first of all, is you gave us projections for revenue for this current fiscal year, right? But not expenses. And I'm just wondering, have you done a projection at this point of where you think we'll land at the end of the fiscal year in terms of the sort of final balance? What will we be at?
Expenses, yes, you mean, for this fiscal year?
Yeah, and where we'll end the fiscal year in terms of what kind of surplus do you project for fiscal year 24?
Yeah, you're stealing my thunder for next week, but we do think that we'll probably be $7 million under budget for in expenses for this fiscal year. Is that the question you're asking me?
So that we'll end the year. So
$7 million better than we thought we were going to.
On expenses.
On expenses.
So what does that mean bottom line then for the year? Where we'll land?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you saying over?
Yes, if you project revenues number and then expenses number, so in the end, you know, we to the good by whatever, 7 million, or what's our end projection for the year going to look like?
Yeah, it's the second quarter. Yeah, I know. And I don't have that. I believe I'm going to ask
That's okay. It's okay.
staff because I will be coming on Thursday to talk about it.
Okay.
But yeah. And so I'm going to ask them I don't like to give the number off the top of my head. So I want to have them check it for me.
Yeah. Second question, just generally in terms of property tax revenues. So what share of that is from residential property? What share from commercial property, just roughly?
Well, it's the largest portion. Our sales tax is broken out by.
I'm sorry, property tax.
Property tax, sorry. Our property tax is broken out by, there's a couple different categories. There's a public service, personal property, and, you know, so I could get you that, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm trying to get a sense of what share the residential property tax revenues make of the whole. So I'd love to see those numbers.
Okay.
The next question is in terms of these like general fund or general property tax revenue increases. So I think what you're saying, but just to confirm here. So this is you're assuming like a 3% increase. That's not based on any kind of like detailed model of sort of increasing housing starts or whatever. It's just essentially a conservative number, right?
Yeah, it's a conservative number. We've been working with the Durham County tax collector, and so trying to get from him some information about what he's actually seeing in the system and what he thinks will happen. So
and
it's a little
what
early.
Historically about increases in property tax revenues in the last 10 years, for example, is 3% kind of the number, or has it been higher than that?
It's not been much above 3%. Last year, I think we were at 4.2%. So there may be some room for growth there.
It'd be good to see what that's been the last. Have we been way above those projections the last 10 years? I'd love to see that if you could.
Yeah, and we could go back to the slide where it may give you some. So there were, and this might be helpful for you to see. So that was showing that. So we were kind of above, especially in 21 and 22. You'll see that we were kind of greatly above where we had budgeted, but we did, increase that percentage for FY. We started increasing it in FY 22 and 23, and so we were closer last year.
Yeah, to reflect
that, to try and catch up, because our goal is to be as close to budget as possible.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, so we are, for looking at the Q2, we're at, the overall budget variance would be, $7.4 million. And then, with 5.9 of that coming from expenditures and about 1.4 coming from revenues.
So that means the total variance is through the second quarter.
We would be 7.4 better than we thought we were going
To
to
the
do.
good, okay.
To the good,
Gotcha.
yeah. Is that,
Thanks.
yeah.
Just, I'm just pausing a little bit to back up. I just wanted to back up to a couple of your slides around the permits.
Sorry, on the wrong way.
I think it's plain, yeah, right here. So specifically, where can I find that information for the 21-25?
The 21, so those are not,
FY 24
for FY 24.
for residential permits.
Those are numbers we received from our inspections department. And so I could,
Get a breakdown of what kind of permits specifically, like if they're tear downs.
we can find out. We can find out if they have that information.
And then, back to your chart for the cities, I just wanted to make sure that there's a, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that there are some of these cities that don't handle their water. And so the note for number 4 specifically, where Wilmington is receiving water and sewer services from Cape Fear, lets me know that, so even though the numbers might be off, I understand that this is the chart that Raleigh's providing.
Mm-hmm.
We have to keep in context, that we do our own water.
Yeah.
And that we're covering all of our fee, like all of it is internal.
Mm-hmm.
And so our rates might be higher. Like, for instance, I want to say Charlotte's at 0.26. That seems way lower. And I'm not sure exactly what the difference is, but there has to be something. Because I don't think that they get their water from Cape Fear Public Authority. Something's off.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
Just noted.
Okay.
Something's off.
All right. Yeah.
And then, I just wanted to just compare, because I do appreciate, to Councilmember Caballera's point, to Javier's point, that we've been doing this a while. I think in 2018, when I first started, our tax rate was like 57, hold on, I wrote it down, 57.86%. And so now, if we're currently at, hold on. I have too many notes up. At 55.77, what actually is contributing to bringing the tax rate down?
Do you mean the different funds that it goes to, or?
What's changing our tax rate
Oh, so
specifically?
why is it,
'Cause
why is it down from 57.86?
Yeah,
So, there was a reval in FY 20, which, often resets the tax rate. So the tax rate went from 57.86 to 53.17. So when we'll discuss reval next year, but, we do have to look at the revenue neutral rate. And then you would raise taxes above that. So that often brings the tax rate down. But it still might be
and I appreciate that. I just want to just highlight that I think folks get stuck on whether we raise taxes, like how much that'll harm folks. And we want to be clear that there is a reval coming up.
right.
And that can actually bring the tax rate down. But for this year, we need to be specific about what we need to cover. And so I just want to highlight that, that's all.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. I had to smile at what I will probably affectionately call the John Allure moment. And that is that $4 million, that one-time expenditure of $4 million for streets, one time every year, which is a de facto line. And I know John and I would go back and forth, and he'd give me this really kind look. It's good that the tradition continues. I do want to ask about the academic deficit, and I always kind of get a little nervous because folk watching these proceedings outdoor hear deficit, and without context, and think we're operating in a deficit. It's a book deficit. We have to pass a balanced budget. But your last slide, the very last slide, which said what is not included, looking forward to 24-25. My assumption was that the way we arrived at that deficit was the difference between everything that was being asked for and projected revenue. So we've already heard that we're going to come in at $7 million in the budget. If these are excluded, does that 9 point whatever million dollar projected deficit, is that based upon just step plan increases in compensation? What is comprising that 9.6 million if these things are bracketed out?
There would be some, just, we did have, we had a step, not step, we had a structure adjustment. Sorry, can you hear me? Is that better? We had a structure adjustment, and then also, we do pay for performance, so that will increase. And then we also are predicting a 10%. There's other things like benefits, health insurance and the retirement system. Those increases are happening. And then also too, we do have kind of a 2% increase for departmental budgets, which is just some of the things that happen in the model. Even though we're not including new budget requests, there are things that like rent or, other things that might go up that departments don't have any control over. And so we do factor that into this model at this point.
Right. And I wanted you to say that out loud because, it's we as fiduciaries of the city and the ones who are going to be making policy, I think need to understand that even without this stuff, just the organic, already built-in stuff to just running the city from day to day already starts us off. The math of governance is what I'm trying to stress and put out there. That so to my colleagues, and there's some decisions we have to make that only we'll be making, but as we go into these discussions, just keep in mind that although that deficit is academic, it will be gone by force of law. That's even without the stuff we're talking about. So I just want to put that out there as we approach our discussions, and I know they'll be sober, and I know they'll be done in light of the big picture. But I just wanted to emphasize that. And thank you much. I'm looking forward to getting to work. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I did quite a bit of homework on this, and I think pretty much a lot of the questions and clarifications have been made. But at this time, colleagues, if there are no more questions on this section, we're going to break for lunch, and we will come back at 1 o'clock. Let's see, I need my glasses. At 1 o'clock, and we will get down to business.
Okay.
Director Ritter, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are recessed until 1 p.m. Thank you all. Lunch is in the in the back area.
Yeah, and just for folks here, I think that we are asking people to go out into the hallway and come around for lunch.
All right, let us reconvene. We are ready to get started and begin the process of why we all just run for office. The budget process. All right, Director, we are back on you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. And we have two final presentations for this afternoon. The first is our City Council budget request, which we do have a short presentation, and then Lindsay Gavin on our I team is going to be facilitating a discussion with you all. And then after the break, we will be having hearing from our HR department on our a compensation and benefits update. So I'm going to turn it over to JJ Scott.
All right, good afternoon again. And again, I'm JJ Scott with the Budget and Management Services Department. And as these slides come up, we're just going to spend a few minutes here setting the scene for the council budget request consideration before Lindsay comes up to actually run you through the process. So first, we just wanted to give a little history of how this process has changed a little bit over the past years. And so you can see since FY21, both the number and the amount of funding that we've considered through this process has changed. You've seen this earlier. But this is a reminder of the current tax rate. And as you remember from Director Reardon's presentation earlier, we are starting the budget process with a deficit. And so one of the levers that we have to close that deficit is the property tax rate. Right now, a penny on the tax rate is approximately $4.1 million in additional revenues. So as we look at requests as a staff and previous councils have used a couple of criteria to evaluate those requests. So we just wanted to share some of these with you. And again, these have been developed by councils of the past. And so the overall impact, we want to be aware of the population that is served. We want to be aware of how, if and how the request advances equity, its alignment with our strategic plan, funding frequency. And so what we're getting at there, is this a one-time or is this a recurring cost? And that does change our options for how we can fund it. And then the administrative impact. So what impact would that have on city staff or others who need to carry out the request? And a little bit more detail there. And so what are our next steps? What are we hoping to accomplish through this process? We're hoping to go through this facilitated process with Lindsay here and come to an agreement on which of these requests should move forward for further consideration. And then when we meet again in 2 weeks, we will have the budget development guidelines. And so any of these, among a number of other things, which we'll get more information on later, could be included in the budget development guidelines, and that'll allow us to go back and then finally come back for a balanced budget in the city manager's proposed budget in May. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Lindsay Gavin with our I team, and she'll run you through the remainder of the process. And in the meantime, just so you all know, I will have a live spreadsheet version of what you're holding in front of you of all the requests. And we'll have that up on the screen and be taking notes and keeping track of the decisions as we go.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Now? Any better? Okay, I will speak loudly. Okay, thank you, JJ, for the intro. As JJ mentioned, my name is Lindsay Gavin, and I am the I team manager in the budget department. I will be helping walk us through this facilitation today. I'm essentially the MC and timekeeper here. If you were around last year, it'll be a pretty similar process to how we went through council budget requests last year. But if you were not, I will present the title of the request and ask the submitter or submitters if they would like to give just a brief description or a brief introduction to the request. We will then have 2.5 minutes or so for questions and discussion before we move to a vote of red, yellow, or green. Red vote means that we do not want to put that forward on the budget. Yellow means we still have questions, more discussion is needed, and green is something that we do want to put forward on the budget. Majority vote, my colleague Abby will be helping me count votes as we go. If we have a tie, it will most likely move to the yellow. I have 53 minutes and there are 23 requests. So I'm going to do my best to keep us on time. I will have my phone as a timer. It'll give a little ding during the discussion when we're at 2 minutes. And so if you could try to wrap up questions and things, we will just move right into the vote from there. Any questions? And I know that these were submitted a little while ago, so I will just say if anybody has since decided that they would like to withdraw a request, feel free to let me know when we get to that request, and we can go ahead and withdraw that. Yes.
Jim, and I think we have probably all been getting some things from advocates, additional requests. And I don't want to not have an opportunity. I think legal aid reached out for more money around eviction diversion. We got a request of a little bit over $2 million from homeless services. What? Oh, sorry, from HSAC. I know Don't Waste Durham has a request, and these all came in kind of after we were, so I guess what's the process around that?
To clarify your question, you're asking what do we do about requests that came in from advocacy groups or?
Yeah, that are still early in the budget process, but weren't submitted to council in the time frame for us to submit, if that makes sense.
So I'll let anyone share comments. I remember last year, that was the main issue with the pay raise situation. It didn't get there in time, so and we kind of held to it. But I'm unsure how you all would, as staff, be able to address that. Any other colleagues' opinions?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Caballero. I think certain of these items may or may not already be organic to what the city manager will ask for. For example, our work in eviction diversion, I think it's been pretty well codified. And I don't remember it ever having to be an ad hoc ask on the part of council. There may be more money in that line, but I think that something like eviction diversion, our work with HSAC is already pretty well established in our kind of our organic, I'm using organic, you know what I mean, budget. So I think that some of these advocates and some of these groups are going to be on our radar anyway, just by virtue of the city manager's ask and some of the things that we've already got going on at the departmental level. You know, with that said, when the budget comes before us, we reserve the right as a council when we see the final ask from the manager to tweak as we see fit, notwithstanding whether or not, you know, we made by this deadline or not, so.
Thank you. Just real quick, like I know, I just want to name this, like last year there was a request for increased funds for legal aid that came, and it came very late. It came in May. That wasn't the case this time. So I just am naming that. What I don't want to happen is that, well, we discussed it in February, it's done. Like, I don't think that that's a fair thing. The budget doesn't get passed until June, whatever the date is. So I just want to ensure that there's opportunity. To your point, Mayor Williams, yes, I'm not asking for folks to wait till May, but I think that was strongly communicated with folks who were asking for major changes in May, hey, you got to come earlier, and now they have. And so, again, I'm raising it. And I know there's going to be other opportunity. So thanks.
But I think it would be appropriate for me to just say a few words about that. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time, but any request that comes from external to the city, we do, if it comes to the manager's office at all, we do forward it to a related department if one exists. What I want to be clear about though is those, you saw the number of departmental requests that have already been submitted, and even if the department is in that, general range of service, just because it came from an external party and came to that department to be evaluated with other requests that they intend to bring, does not mean that it's going to come through that process or at the level that the external party is asking that it be.
So I would just say that I think specifically around pay and HSAC, those were both brought up in our meeting, in our budget retreat last year, and they were not moved forward. And then later came up again in conversations. So I will say that I included them last year, HSAC, in my budget request, but I didn't have the details. And so I think there's some timeline issues that we need to kind of spell out for the general public so that if they want to be involved in the process on the council side, that they know that they need to do that in November or December rather than in January or February. So that way we're ahead and we can actually include it in the conversation from the start. And then that'll make it a little bit easier going forward. I will say for these specific ones, so for HSAC, and there was two more you mentioned. Legal aid and what's the last one?
Don't waste Durham.
Don't waste Durham. If there's more information that could be shared, that'd probably be helpful. And then we can go from there in the next budget retreat meeting, which is next Friday. So.
Okay. I'm just going to forward the things that we've gotten to staff for now as the next step.
Yeah, so and I think some of this is gonna fix itself with these colorful cards. I just putting this out in the radar, I dare not tell any council member, including myself, like what we are not gonna do. I just do wanna make sure that as I'm looking at this, when we're going into this discussion, this is usually the hardest meeting that we have in our entire elected tenure. This meeting right here, this section of the budget retreat right here. And I'm so grateful that we've been able to have tough conversations cordially. It's about to get real, and I respect each of you all, and we're going to get it down and dirty and have these tough conversations on what's to come. I look forward to it being held respectfully, and also consciously of what's coming after this, which is the pay study, as well as, realistically being responsible fiduciaries of the city. So with that being said, let's get started.
Wonderful. All right. The first request that we have is create a name change fund that contributes to the LGBTQ Center of Durham's Name Change Scholarship Fund. This came from Councilmember Baker. If you would like to add anything to the description, and then a couple minutes for discussion.
Sure, I'll just say this came directly from the community, and I submitted it. It's $5,000, and it's a community that is frequently targeted by state legislation and state elected officials and federal elected officials. And so that's why I felt that it was worthy to put on the list. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Freeman.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, one second. Just for the sake of time, when we're in this section, if you have a question, just go ahead and ask rather than me moderating it.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask the city manager if you had received this request previously. Have you had a chance to review it? Is it something you've had a chance to look at? Because that's mainly the process we would like to have in place.
So I am not familiar that we have actually received this specific request in the past. I do know that we have received in some of our requests for proposals, requests from the LGBTQ Center and probably in PB as well, but I'm not certain about this particular, detail of a request.
Do you have a sense of how far this $5,000 is going to go? Were those details shared with you, or was this ask just made for an amount of money?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you have a sense of what that $5,000 would mean? Is it like a certain number of name changes that they'll be able to facilitate? Was there any information given behind the amount, or was just the amount asked for?
This is the amount that was asked for. I can't remember how many it would facilitate.
But that was my question, how many people you could serve with 5,000? So it's unclear.
It's several. They would know better than I would. I can go back and ask that though.
I appreciate Councilmember Baker bringing this forward. We certainly resonate with the concerns and struggles faced by this community. I would have to vote yellow now because I have some questions about the legality. One, and two, we've had similar requests from groups like Durham Committee and other groups that we can specifically cite a vicissitude or challenge that they're facing by virtue of fill in the blank. And I'm just wondering if, and I don't have a problem doing it for all groups, but I'm wondering that if we cross this threshold here, I can easily think of 4 other things I've heard over the years being here from different groups to fund different challenges. So I'm not saying no, but I'd have questions about legality. Other colleagues have raised questions about number of folk we would be able to help and exactly how it would be administered. So it would be yellow for me today.
Okay, that is 2 minutes. Sorry, it does go pretty quick. So let's go ahead and vote on that one first. Hold up your votes. We have 4 greens, 3 yellows. Okay, second request is supplemental funds for,
Is that
yep,
annually or one time?
it's recurring.
Oh,
Thank you. All right, supplemental funds for 360 Heart of a Champion Summer Camp. This is a $41,000 request. Councilmember Freeman, anything you'd like to add?
Yes, just for clarity's sake, this is the same funding we offered last year. We just had a late run up to it, just acknowledging that Cornwallis has experienced a lot of gun violence, and there was a camp offering option for the children of Cornwallis specifically. And that same option is being made available this summer if we can fund it. And I want to make sure that those same students that were in it last year get a chance to do it this year. Just noting it's specific to grades 2 through 6. It's specific to grades 2 through 6. Just acknowledging those are the age of children who are usually home and not in school. And it's very targeted because this neighborhood sees a lot of gun violence over the summer. And that's all. Thank you.
Questions and discussion?
I'll jump in there. I definitely support the cause. One thing that gives me a little pause is I would better like to support a fund that our camps could apply to. I think we're sort of poking the hornet's nest when we do one camp over another. There are a lot of neighborhoods that experience gun violence. There are a lot of folks that do camps and youth programs. I think this is something we desperately need. I just feel a little uncomfortable doing just one. So I'd like to really focus on that. And this is something I'm actually working on, building external relationships to actually support a fund like this.
I appreciate that. And I would say that I think that the issue becomes there is a camp option that becomes available over the summer, and many of the kids get missed in it. Just noting there's a application, a sliding fee scale, all of the things, all of the process that get in the way, and it becomes more of a barrier for those specific students. And this has been an identified community resource that's come alongside of folks in the neighborhood. The parents themselves are involved. And I mean, it's an option. I don't think it's the only option. I do think that there could be a fund, and it would be nice if there would be. I don't know if that's going to happen for this summer, but I don't want to leave those children from last summer hanging. That's all.
I would quickly say I resonate with the mayor. We don't want to leave any children out. And I really struggle with this process in general. 2 minutes to discuss this. For me, everything's yellow, including what I've asked for as well, because there's just, I'm not familiar with this camp. I'm not familiar with their filing status at all. I don't know. So for me to make a snap judgment, I would have to get more information before committing city funds to, and this goes for anything I bring forward as well. So, I resonate with what the mayor said. I think we can reach more people in a more generalized fund as opposed to a particular camp, which I literally know nothing about. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and I would just add that this is the same camp and service we used last summer, and it's the same resources, same organization, same parents, same children. That's all.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one. We have 3 greens, 3 greens, 4 yellows. All right, moving on to the next request. This is expanding the city council internship program. This is a little over $98,000 from Councilmember Baker. Would you like to add?
That's it.
Okay, wonderful. Any questions or discussion?
Pausing the time for a second. Do we have access to the actual request forms? Because that request form asks for a lot of information. Well, council members, when you sent in your request, did you send it in on the budget request form? Okay. Electronically? Okay, so, all right. So with the time still paused, we're making really big decisions here with very little information that has been submitted. And so when you all are explaining it, if you will, just give as much information as possible. That will help. And I will probably.
I'll add real quick to this one. We have an internship program. It's 16 weeks per semester. This would still be 16 weeks per semester. It would also add summer, and it would go from 10 hours per week up to 15 hours per week.
Councilmember Baker, could you also just describe, so this program is now, what do we currently fund? Like, what's the total amount of funding currently for this?
I'm not sure.
So
we all, as council members, can have interns. We would still be able to have interns. It's just the hours would go up from the current maximum of 10 hours per week to 15 hours per week.
And this would fund how many interns?
1.
Just 1?
Yeah.
Is that right? 98,000?
That might be if every council member decided to max out.
That's what I'm wondering. Okay.
Yeah, and
Nice.
I don't think that would happen.
So that's the cost for like 7 council members having an intern that would be for.
That's a very high ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah, but staff did help out with the calculation of this just because, so currently you're funded for 10 hours at 16 weeks. And then this you can see the cost for an additional 5 hours for every single council member would be a little over $24,000. And 40 hours over the summer for 12 weeks for each council member would be $73,000 or $74,000 in addition to what you currently have funded.
I would say I don't think this requires a budget increase because it's underutilized. And staff, you all correct me if I'm wrong. You can pull from other, like if I don't use my intern, can you pull from that budget to use for someone else? And do we have data to show that we've been using them over the summer? Like, can we extend the hours rather than this increasing budget?
May I speak? Often when when the council agrees to have, whether it's travel funding or internship funding, it is not, a line item budget, but it really, among previous councils, you have decided that you would split it up evenly, unless someone is not intending to use it. We look at it more from a dollar figure and making sure that if all council members did want to use it, that the funding will be in the budget. But it is part of the budget that the clerk manages, and so the actual expenditures, are what they are. But in terms of how you would increase it, it will be putting the ceiling based upon these numbers here.
Do we know where we're using it right now? Madam Clerk, do you know that? So it's really low. So
All right. Are we ready to vote on this one? All right, let's go ahead and vote. We have 2 greens, 1 red, 4 yellow. Okay. The next request is the fare-free bus system to keep the bus fare free. This is from Councilmember Freeman. Did you want to add anything?
I just want to make sure that we continue to keep the buses fare-free.
Any questions? Yes. Yep.
I just want to hear from staff if it's already in the budget, that assumption.
All of the current, budget projections that we currently have in both our in current year and multi-year do not anticipate the fares coming in in the next budget year.
So, yeah, we just do green that.
Mask, I have a question though. When we say keep it free, does that keep it free? Does that mean in perpetuity?
It means,
Says for this budget year? Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right.
So it's a, yeah, thank you.
All right, I think we've got
So
all
the
green.
reference to the CIP wasn't really, was that not really necessary? Because it's not when I think CIP, I mean, if the buses might be in there, but the CIP isn't about drivers. It's not about personnel or benefits for the route expansion. So I'm just wondering, what triggered me was CIP, but this isn't CIP relevant, correct?
No, it would be, it would be a revenue item in the operating budget that would come from fees from residents or visitors that are riding the bus. And that revenue line item just shows at 0 instead of an estimate of how much that would be. On the expenditure side, if it were to ever come back, then the cost of processing, $1.25 or whatever the fee was at the time we last served it would be an offset against any fee that was charged. But in our multi-year, we have not actually, we don't have it in those projections.
Gotcha.
All right. The next 2 requests are pretty similar, but I'll present them together and let both requesters have a moment if they would like to add anything. A guaranteed income request and additional funds to provide basic income for selected residents. This is a $1 million request. There is one from Councilmember Middleton and Councilmember Rist. If either of you would like to add anything.
I think they're the same. I appreciate Councilmember Riss echoing it. Very simple root cause intervention on Durham's part. Durham has received national attention for our guaranteed income pilot. Of all of the justice involved individuals that participated in our guaranteed income pilot, 0 recidivism of those that participated. We put $1 million in last year to continue it. I'm asking for another $1 million this year to continue to build upon the successes of it. Straightforward.
Yeah, nothing to add. Exactly. Thank you, colleague.
Question?
Okay, thank you. I remembered it from last year and I was just confused. I would like to just build it into the budget. I appreciate what you're doing, but it's been a hugely successful, originally a pilot, hugely successful to what you said, Mayor Pro Tem. And I remembered it from last year and I was like, wait, didn't we already fund this? And I had said yes, thinking it was just gonna keep going. So glad it's here, would be interested in just incorporating it into what we do. But that's one person, that's just me. Thank you.
So I had a little bit of a question and also like a statement. So the guaranteed income pilot when does it end? And then, and then also, okay, so with it being over, is it limited? Is there any reason it's limited? Or can it be opened up and directed in other directions?
When you say limited, what do you mean?
So specifically, Councilmember Riss listed individuals and families, and I think the way that it's coined is specific to reentry, so to speak.
The initial iteration was justice involved individuals. We are not locked into that. As a matter of fact, full disclosure, Durham Public Schools has reached out to me and is interested in perhaps doing a partnership with them to perhaps focus on families in our DPS system, children who are shelterless in our DPS system, perhaps single family led households in DPS. So the justice involved individuals was the first iteration. We're going to be crafting a pilot that may focus on different ones each year, so it's not locked into that.
And so where would that decision get made on what the, I guess, the fund is exactly, like where?
Yeah, the first.
But wherever, whoever is deciding what the target population is.
Right. Well, my short answer would be this council, in conjunction with the working group that was established when we first joined Marriage with Guaranteed Income. And out of that working group, because of our pre-existent architecture and work with that particular population, we had already been doing so much that we focused on that population. But moving forward, the pilot will be will be headquartered in the city manager's office. So in consultation with us as a council and community stakeholders, we would determine what the future iterations will look like.
And so just a statement to follow that all up to say that the county is looking at Dr. Darity's request to cover folks who have children specifically. And I think that it would be great to kind of figure out how to support that and expand who has the availability to it, not just limiting it to DPS unsheltered. But I do think that a wider population of folks should be included in this, because I don't know what why we're limiting. I don't
It's all
understand.
on
Yeah.
the table. Yeah.
I know we got to vote really quick. Can we just, because the county is also working on it, my ask would be to, and I'm sure you're already doing that, figuring out how do we work with them too. That's all. Thank you.
And lastly, this is something that the federal government, that there are funds available, and I'm working to sort of help support this activity. Senator Tillis' office, we met on Wednesday, and this is one of their priorities. So
Existing funds, are they're gonna try to appropriate funds for basic income?
Well, reentry initially was a part of this. They're just focused on reentry, but when you can make all these puzzle pieces work, the better.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. We have 6 greens, 1 yellow. Okay. Our next request is home buyer assistance, additional funds for first-time home buyer assistance. This is $1 million request from Councilmember Rist. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, thank you very much. As you all know, there's, I think, $5 million or more in the Forever Home program to provide first-time down payment assistance for low-income homeowners in Durham. That program just relaunched, I think, within the last year. What we've had to do is increase the amount that folks can get in that assistance to $80,000. It means we're going to serve less people than we had planned initially when the bond was passed. This is an attempt this is a request to provide more money for first-time down payment assistance so we can serve more families in Durham. Clearly, housing was one of the big issues that came up in this survey. We just saw the results there. And allowing more folks to become homeowners and build wealth, as well as having a quality, affordable home, is a big objective of city government. So I hope you'll support this.
Questions and comments?
Where are we now? Where we are in the program, does the data that we have collected so far support needing more right now, or what I'm asking is supporting it, yes, but is it necessary now?
I mean, I'll let the manager speak to that. I know we just recently, it took some time to relaunch that, and so it's now underway. People can apply. I don't know the numbers of who's applied, who's received the funds, but certainly, like, anything we can do to support affordable homeownership to me is really important. And again, we can't serve as many folks as we'd hope to with the bond issue that we passed.
Right, and just for clarification, I want to make sure we do need to do all we can to support affordable homeownership. Are we at the point where we need more funding, or do we have enough so far? Like, it's the demand needing more funding. That's what the clarification I'm trying to get.
So I can speak very briefly to that. The Forever Home Durham program did have $5.7 million in that particular bucket of funding. It is, I know that 2 loans have actually closed, and that's been really recent. When we relaunched the program, we anticipated being able to serve about 70 homeowners. What I can say is this is not like an overnight grant. There's a lot of pieces that have to come into play for a resident to actually be able to qualify for a loan, a down payment assistance. Not that it's difficult, but it has to be an available home that they want. It has to be, go through a lender to get a first mortgage. And we are working on it every day. I think there are 14 lenders involved. and there are folks in the pipeline. I am uncertain that we would spend the whole 5.7 million in the next fiscal year. And, you know, we typically try to keep those types of initiatives in the dedicated housing fund, because that's kind of where they belong. But it's already $5.7 million that's there.
Right, and Forever Home is not just a one-year program, right? It's like a 5-6 year program. So we're gonna need to serve the families we wanted to serve initially, and we're gonna need more funds in that fund. So this is why I made the request.
Any other questions or comments?
I would just say in light of for every million we allocate, that's $1 million towards the tally of the balanced budget that we can't do somewhere else. And based upon the manager's assertion that if we've still got people in the pipeline that are still using that 5.7 as it exists now, first off, I associate myself with Councilmember Riss' concern. I think we are gonna ultimately have to do it, but I don't want lazy money sitting around that could go towards our account somewhere else if we're still using that current fund. So with that, I would just respectfully put that out there.
All right.
And if I could also just say one last comment too, these are funds that anyone in the community can use, including our own city workers, right? This is certainly a way to allow city workers to buy homes in Durham and live in Durham.
Let's go ahead.
I support it. I don't know if we need to do it just yet. That would be my stance. So.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. We have 1 green, 6 yellow. All right, the next request is around small area planning / neighborhood level planning. This is from Councilmember Baker. It is a $280,000 request. Councilmember Baker?
Yes, small area planning is on the planning department work program. This went to Joint City County Planning Committee. Everyone who was present, all the elected officials that were present at the JCCPC, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and Councilwoman Javier were absent at that meeting. Mayor Williams was there. Everyone spoke in favor of small area planning. It's something that I've heard from several communities that are interested in. So this would go toward a community planner and some consulting money for the planning department to use for small area planning.
Questions and comments?
Question. Just to staff first off, I support the spirit of this request, particularly in the neighborhoods that are named. But it reads almost as if small area planning is exotic or foreign to our planning department now. I'm just wondering, is it within our capacity of the planning department to do this, or do we need these funds? Is this something extraneous to the capacity and mission of the planning department as it currently exists?
Time out.
You get walk time, yeah?
Good afternoon. So the planning department is programming for small area work to begin in our next work program. So we do have some capacity to do that, and that is our intent. We're working, one of the first things, and I know that you were not at the JCCPC meeting, we're working on a project right now that we're going to start scoping small area planning. So what does a modern day small area plan look like? What resources are needed? And also developing a list of prioritization for areas to receive small area plans.
Thank you. Is your department going to be asking for additional funds to support that, or in your own departmental ask?
We have submitted a budget request for an additional FTE.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I don't know if that impacts Councilmember Baker's request, but if it's already coming forward at the departmental level.
Other questions, comments? All right, let's go ahead and.
So is that clarification we can get? Like, I don't want to request two different things. So do you know if that's going to be the same thing? Do you know that's going to be the same request? I think I'm running into a conflict of operations versus the one-time thing, because I don't know, manager, can you help me out with that?
Yes. What I will say briefly is, as Christina has said, all of our departments, I don't know the number, I got a lot of numbers. There are 105 requests that our departments have made through the process. that all have to be vetted along with these initiatives, you know, as well as what you're gonna see next. The director has said that one of their requests is one of their requests is a new FTE, but it will come in along with the other requests that we have.
Okay, so, all right, so I support this work. Me personally, I would prefer it come from the department.
Thank you. Similar to like the fare free buses, it's already in there. So I'm doing a green but not to add to our ledger. Like I'm saying
Just
yes,
right.
but not to add to our ledger as council request. But does that make sense, what I'm saying?
So she just clarified, it's the same, your request. It's the same thing. So yes, I think if we support, so will you all be able to clarify that? Just basically like, don't put it in twice if it's already coming.
Well,
for the same thing.
they just indicated that it is a planner that will be assigned to community planning, that is their request. You know, I'm taking up you all's time, but it is, as you all are doing here, you are, you know, prioritizing what you want to see in the budget, but we know that it is the same thing. It is the same thing, you know, to a certain degree, but if you make it green, then we're gonna continue to evaluate it. All of the requests that we have coming from departments will not continue to be evaluated at that level because we know we cannot fund all of their requests. We never do.
So to your point, it's already coming in the budget anyway, so we can.
But that's not
Yeah.
prioritizing it.
The same thing happened with the language access
Just don't fund
coordinator.
it
It came from comms. I put it forward.
Yeah. no-
It helped. All right.
But there's a price tag next to it. And what I want to be careful is that when they walk away from this meeting, they're going to have a tally of how much our asks are worth. And 280 grand in capacity here will impact somewhere else. So if it's already going to come forward organically,
But
I
we
mean, there's $280,000 here. It doesn't just say affirm it. There's a price tag next to it. So are we green lighting the staff to add to our tally today, although it's a working tally, $280,000 when we already know there's going to be an ask?
So generally, a new planner would not take that amount of money. You know, whenever we add a new FTE, there's, you know, a formula that tells how much that salary should be. You know, whenever the department, you know, needs consulting services, that's part of their operational budget. So I do understand the distinction. It's certainly 280,000 is not, you know, hasn't been analyzed by our staff in terms of what it would take to do that level of planning, you know, neighborhood planning at this point.
And I apologize because I know we're way over time, but when we're talking about a community planner, that is not specific to what we're talking about in this ask. And correct me if I'm wrong, council member, but we're talking about small area planning specifically and building a program specifically targeted to small area planning, which like having a community planner doesn't necessarily do that. It might be part of their function, but if we want to prioritize small area planning, which I believe is what Councilmember Baker is asking for and has been a request that's been made by the community, then I do think that we need to greenlight this.
So what you just stated is the program that she described that they're actually bringing forth.
It's in planning's work plan. Sorry. So
Yeah.
it came from joint city county planning. And if you're not sitting in that space, then you wouldn't have seen the work plan yet. So it's the same thing.
At least spell out exactly what Councilmember Baker is saying, which is why if we're gonna do this way, then we need to allow the council's request to go through. And then if the department can come alongside of it, then that does, but we should not prevent the council member's item from being voted on. Like that's not, either it's one way or the other.
No, that's not what's being prevented. We're going through the process and we'll honor that. We're just having dialogue around it. So let's move on.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one. We have a red, a yellow, and 4 green. 5 greens? 5 greens. Got a backup counter for that. Okay, next request is Public Works Transportation Staff Support to support infrastructure for sidewalks, walkability, historic designation, and public safety. This is a $5 million request from Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. And I would just say that 4 million is already included in the budget. And I don't necessarily need the additional million. I would love to hear from staff about it though. Because I want to make sure that Fayetteville Street and Cheek Road are going to be done in this year.
Can I get I think it's Sean, MPO, like, do we know where we are with these projects?
CIP. So the capital.
Right,
improvement.
so there's some alignment where these projects are coming anyway. Just want to make sure we're not trying to put funding on top of something that's actually coming up. And Javier, you may know this better than me from where MPO's work plan is.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like what we funded last year, right? And so I'm just confused. If you're asking for an update on where we are in the work, I absolutely support that. I don't want to, so I'm going to vote no on this, not because I don't support the idea of like, getting a progress report essentially, but I don't know if we need to
We didn't fund
allocate.
it last year though. We didn't fund it. It was one that was moved to CIP.
No, but it was $10 million of ARPA funds. Part of it went to the kind of, if I'm not mistaken, the kind of entrepreneurial business piece. Part of it went to CIP for streetscaping. And then there was a third bucket, right? Or am I just not remembering this correctly?
We absolutely funded this last year to the tune of, I mean, the language is almost verbatim, $10 million, specifically for the Fayetteville Street corridor. The term Marshall Plan was bandied about, and there were different terms applied to it, but we absolutely put $10 million.
This was not the Marshall Plan. This was specific to Fayetteville Street and then Cheek Road. And they were specifically asking for repairs to the sidewalk, adding historical street lights, inlaid brick crosswalks, wrought iron fencing, landscape buffers. All of that was what I requested last year, and it was not approved to move forward.
If I might reclaim my time, Councilman, we had this exact same discussion last year regarding this matter, and it was funded, 10 million. We did. We had the exact same discussion when we did this. I'll yield.
Was this based on the ULI?
A little bit of ULI, but mostly from the Fayetteville Street Plan.
Okay, so we did have two separate conversations that merged into pretty much the same. That's how we.
Well, there were like 4 and 1 moved forward. And this one was supposed to be in the CIP, or I think Ms. Winbush spoke to saying that it was gonna be included in the CIP, and I didn't see it. I haven't seen it. So Fayetteville Street specifically and Cheek Road specifically, like those were the areas that I highlighted.
Well, just in terms of Cheek Road and Fayetteville Streets, two different areas. When I actually read it, a lot of it does read like the Fayetteville Street corridor. I don't see Cheek Road in this particular thing, but as you all are, asking us to continue to, either if you turn something green, we would be coming back with you with more analysis around what the real cost would be, in order to do it. But when you actually add to that it be done this year, there's a lot of analysis that has to be, that has to go to that, because that goes beyond setting aside funding for it.
Yeah. Scott, a question.
Let's go ahead. Oh, sorry.
I'm just not sure how to vote on this. I mean, is the money in the budget to do this work here? I guess that's the question. Yeah.
Yes, we used $10 million of ARPA money for a very similar, if Councilmember Freeman wants an update on work to date, I would love to get an update on that. But my understanding from last year was that we used $10 million of ARPA funding for work similar to this. And maybe I'm wrong.
We will have an ARPA update on March the 1st. We will have an ARPA update on March the 1st. I'm not attempting to represent, exactly what this is, but we will have an ARPA update.
So I can say that I will withdraw this item until you do the update, but I'm gonna tell you that it's not the same. But we can lay it out because it's street by street and it's specific items.
Okay, item withdrawn.
Okay.
Next.
All right, the next request is for Safe Streets, funding for conversion of select one-way streets to two-way. This is an $84 million request. Councilmember Rist.
This is a big one, huh? Yeah, actually, I think this is much like the last request. I wanted to make sure in my request that that it was clear that we prioritize as a city the conversion of these key one-way streets into two-way. I'm looking at Sean over there. I think this is part of the CIP or budget this year. So with Sean nodding his head, I'll withdraw this as well. I just wanted to make sure this is a priority for us in the coming year.
Thank you so much, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Item withdrawn.
That reduces our number a little bit, doesn't it? Down from 116 million to like,
Yes, I would like to note that the number goes down a lot.
84 million. It's like gray hairs went back in. Thank you. All right. Next item.
All right, our next item is around the Haiti Reborn Justice Movement. This is a $3 million request. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. And this request was also from last year. I think that because it was so convoluted, it's similar to Councilmember Risk, 84 million. It was just a total number. And all I was asking for was the 3 million to get through the year. And so if that request could be met for this year, that would be great. I can tell you that the Haiti Reborn Justice Movement is still running the 9 programs, which include the criminal justice, economic development, education, health and wellness, housing, inspiration, arts and entertainment, mentoring, and recreation. And they have continued to develop as a nonprofit. They now are standing up on their own. The county has submitted the 2 million. Representative David Price gave them 750 million, and we missed the opportunity last year to get 750,000. Wishful thinking, but 750,000, and I would like for us to support with the 3 million that the previous mayor requested from last year. That's all.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I would just say that, one, I'm putting yellow here, not that I need more information to make a decision. I know what they've been doing and it has been very successful, but I do want to dig into it because I've actually come across some private support that may be able to support this rather than having to tax it in the budget.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one. We have 3 green, 4 yellow. Okay. The next request is for city council procedures. This is a $200,000 request. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. And I do want to just specify that this was an item, again, just recognizing that there's some work that needs to be done with our city attorney or with a consultant to the city attorney to make sure that our council procedures actually reflect and are more up to date with what's going on around the Me Too movement and also with conflict of interest and a couple of other documents that we should be filling out to make sure that we're clearly stating what our, I guess, conflicts might be. And so I know that Councilmember Caballero shared that she would be working with the city attorney to do that. I do want to make sure that it's on the work plan for this year. If there's not funding, that there's also consulting funding made available. And so I'll leave it at that if you have questions.
Thank you. I can answer that if helpful. As Chair of Procedures Committee, I'm meeting with City Attorney next week, actually, on Tuesday to start kicking us off. They have intern capacity within the department to work on this. They have already started doing preliminary work, looking across other cities' procedure manuals, I guess. We have a running list of items. The next step would then kind of go to the Procedures Committee, eventually routing to council. My hope and goal is it will update our procedures before the close of this fiscal year.
And I just want to make sure that the capacity is not reduced to interns again, that we actually are working with attorneys who actually do this actual work.
I mean, no, I said intern, sorry. So there's intern, I think, to do the preliminary work of just compiling, but then actual our
Like
city
experts around.
I mean, I think we would go to school of government for support. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just, I think there's so much data, so much information, so much practice that I do support us, getting our procedures up to date. I don't think it costs $200,000. I'm not sure if it costs anything beyond what we're already paying the salaries in the office. I have a great deal of confidence in our city attorney's office, as well as us as a council determining what these procedures will look like. And I mean, there are so many municipalities around that have had their fair share of events. So I'm going to not support this at this amount, but I'm sure we're going to get to it. Thank you.
I want to just affirm my colleague's request here. I think this is a really important priority for the council. I'm not sure about the number there, the dollar number. So is there a way to support this as a priority without necessarily committing to the number?
I think I can withdraw the dollar amount and we can just kind of vote on making sure that this stays the priority for our city attorney's office.
I think the chair of our procedures would have just indicated that.
Okay,
Just making sure we all.
Yep. Yeah.
okay. Changing the dollar amount and All great.
Dollar amount withdrawn. We're putting the priority in the budget at 0, but it's a priority.
I'd like to note our number decreased again.
The pay study is next, it's after, because we wanted, to make sure we make room for employees coming, who wanted to be here today, but just keep that in mind as we're moving forward. The pay study is coming.
all right. Okay, the next request is around the Racial Equity Task Force report and underutilized business districts. This is a $5 million request from Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. So there were a number of requests around race equity and the Racial Equity Task Force's recommendations that I think have gotten lost in the shuffle. I noticed that the recommendations are no longer listed on the website. The task force report is no longer on the website. And I think that with a new council, there needs to be some affirmation that this is still a priority. I can remove the dollar amount because I'm not trying to say that it should be 5 million, but I did want to catch everyone's attention to make sure that they understand that racial equity is not going away. I know that there's an attack on racial equity. I understand that there's an attack on DEI as a country and as a city. I want to make sure that that priority stays the same for us. Thank you.
I will say that, first of all, I associate myself with everything that Councilmember Freeman said. I read the Racial Equity Task Force twice, the report twice. Much of what was in the $10 million recommendation, particularly for Fayetteville Street Corridor, was actually informed by the Racial Equity Task Force. So I appreciate her, Councilmember Freeman, saying that she would withdraw the dollar amount, but I think the spirit of it is captured in the 10 million. And that 10 million, by the way, is not a final stopping point. It's the beginning of our city, I think, historic investment in that corridor and addressing these issues that were brought forth, I think, rightly in that task force report.
All right.
I just want, for my clarity, so, I mean, are there things that this money would be helpful to do? Like, are there limitations in implementing things that we will face because we've taken a dollar amount out of this ask?
The short answer is yes, but I do want to say that the Diversity and Equity Director has informed me that they're doing a presentation and they'll be sharing an update with us, and we can revisit it at that time, and that's fine.
So I'll support the initiative without the dollar figure and letting the information that, informs us determine what that dollar figure is. Also, I just want to say I want to be conscious of what the wheelhouse of the city is and the capacity of supporting organizations that can do this work more direct than us as a municipal service.
To be specific, it's not going to be outside organizations. It's really how we operate as a city as well. And so just noting that the assessments we make, all of the ways in which we're actually operating as a city are included. No one's going to be able to tell us that from the outside.
So that's why we have a whole DEI office, right?
And if they need the dollars in order to expand so that they can actually cover every budget, every project, everything, I want to make sure that that does come forward.
All right, I'm grateful for departmental ask.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. We have Greens. Okay. The next two I'm going to present together. I believe those are linked or similar. Staff capacity to pursue federal funds for climate justice. This came from Council Members Baker and Rist.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this has been an ongoing conversation within the council and with management about the critical importance of dollars made available through the two stimulus acts to provide support for climate resilience, greenhouse gas reduction, environmental justice, and so forth. So this is just a request recognizing that for us to access those dollars, which may not last, which may be gone within a year. And this is billions of dollars, kind of once in a generation funding for, again, all these environmental greenhouse gas reduction kind of things. So that it's to provide more capacity to the staff to be able to access these dollars that would be so beneficial to the city of Durham. Councilmember Baker, if you want to say more.
Questions, comments?
I thank my colleagues, and I think this is an opportunity for us to brag on our staff, which has not only been award-winning nationally for keeping our city in the black for years, but part of the staff's job is to be vigilant about these funds at the federal level, state level, and they've actually done a magnificent job over the years. So I just want to I hear what you're saying, but I just want to take an opportunity to brag on them that there's no money floating out there that we don't know about. As a city, and we've scored and pulled down much of it. And if we are missing some and we need more capacity, I certainly would support bolstering that capability. But one of the things that this management team does is part of their job is to be vigilant for that money. They've done an excellent job over the years.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments. I think one thing we learned at the work session, for example, is that without a climate resilience plan, which we don't have, some of these grants we can't qualify for. So part of it is to kind of boost the capacity, but also to make sure we have all the things in place we need to access the grants that we would hope to qualify for.
Which would be the plan first.
Yeah, so this capacity could be used for that planning as well. It doesn't have to be, I'm not sure this is just limited to grant writing. I think this is to sort of give more capacity to our ability to actually plan for and receive these dollars.
So the question, are you asking for funds to add staff, or are you all asking for funds to specifically focus on a plan? Like, does it require funds to create a plan?
I mean, I don't think I want to be too specific about exactly what the job description is. I think it's more capacity to address these related set of issues, whether it's planning to make sure we're in place for grants or writing the grants. It's kind of all of the above. Okay. So I'm sorry if my request was maybe a little bit too specific, but I think it's designed essentially to provide more capacity to really respond to this incredible opportunity.
Can we assess where we are as far as staff capacity in response to available grants right now?
So in the short time that you all have left, I think the most recent update that we provided has been in the last, 5 to 6 weeks. Questions were asked there and responded to, and that we don't have a number here. So, I am not in a position right now to say what this would cost and how it would be, deployed through the city.
Is this one of those where we're making sure it remains a high priority of the staff?
No, I think this is for like a full-time capacity. It's like, I think I put in my request 1 FTE. This would be a staff person.
I support it. I'll say yellow because I just want to know where we are at staff capacity for. We may not need more. We may need more. I don't know yet.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. 5 green to yellow. And I got the wrap up signal. So we got through 15 of the 23. Thank you all very much. We will revisit again.
This is, so colleagues, if you don't mind, this is really important. Can we add a few minutes here? Would you all be okay with that?
Okay.
With the clarification, I don't want to cut the next, what we're doing is adding time to the end of our day. That's what we're doing.
Correct.
Let's just be clear about it.
I mean, there's literally just a couple. I think that the last one is 4 of us supported staff salaries as a priority. I think
and we're about to talk about it.
So I think we support that anyway. We can vote on that. Then there's really only 2 more.
Can we make a friendly amendment and just say green to the staff pay? We all know it's important. We're about to have that conversation. It's really just to affirm the work that's happening. Thank you. That just reduced our number quite a bit.
And this is related to the data coming back from the pay study, right? Correct.
Yes.
So
we are turning all of those green right now. All of them are not exact. And as you can see, 2021 is different than the other ones that are shown there.
Yeah, so I guess we'll get clarity in those. So if you don't mind, let's just take those other two and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Say that one more time.
So staff, the city staff, sort of lump together the pay and classification requests, but one of them has a specific request in it. Councilmember Baker's is more specific than the implementation of the compensation and classification study, and make all of them green would, in my opinion, green light the $25 per hour.
Okay. And so I just wanted to make sure that the specificity of my request, the 16 million is based on last year. And I want to make sure I increase that number to 23 million based on this year. That's all.
Okay, so we can discuss that one, and what was the other one? Back, where are we up at?
So we're at expansion of community response team. We have
Okay,
that and funding for Office of Survivor Care.
All right, let's do it.
Go through those two. Okay. First is expansion of the community response team, Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, thank you. This is just for that team. It's not, last year when we did expansion for community safety, it was for all the teams in HART. And this is just to get us that one team so that we could get 24-hour coverage instead of 12-hour coverage. So at least when somebody calls 911, there is that availability to them, which is not something we have right now. That's it. Nope. Because like last year when it was the full expansion, I think it was 50 employees. And so I don't know, right, like how many that would take. Thank you.
I wouldn't be able to move forward with it without a number, but I do think it's a great way to move forward. So I don't know if it has to happen this year, just acknowledging, there you go.
I mean, for me, this is kind of like a solution in search of a problem. I think the staff has more than demonstrated that we have a commitment to, in a natural, organic, data-driven way, expand the 24/7 coverage in the city. I mean, having, even if we added capacity and we don't hire those folks, just having empty spaces on the org chart, to me, isn't really a victory. I think we're going to have 24/7 coverage of the HART. That's it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And I think the staff is doing an excellent job in doing it in a responsible, data-driven way. So if we got to vote green, okay, it's happening.
All right, we'll go ahead and vote. Looks like 7 yellow. Okay, the next 3 requests, again, I think these are all related, but please clarify if any are different. This is funding for the Office of Survivor Care from Council Members Baker, Caballero, and Rist.
This is a request that follows from the work of the great work of the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force for Office that would provide support to families of homicide victims and gunshot survivors. This is a way to interrupt cycles of violence. And based on the work of the task force, that's the figure. The 220,000 for the year is based on their estimate of what it would cost in the first year.
Questions, comments?
Yes, I've been talking about this for a little bit. I reached out to, first, I think this is something that would, I'm going to say this out loud, that the county could be a really good partner with, as well as Duke Health. I do think this can be funded by Duke Health. And I think that it could be, kids and their families in the school system are also suffering from this. I think that this could be that trifecta that could be a public-private partnership rather than only coming from the city.
Thank you. I thought the Office of Survivor Care was a great pilot. We pushed, I was very happy to vote for it. I don't think, and I appreciate Councilmember Rist's observation, this does not interrupt the cycle of violence. This is about folk that were fortunate enough to survive it. This is very much at the tail end of the things. I think we do need to do more work to interrupt the cycle of violence. As a matter of fact, we call that violence interruption in Bull City United. I think, however, in reading this, and, I've been doing budgets, voting on a number of these things over the years, as many of you, I think this is squarely within the wheelhouse of the county, this type of office. And perhaps a partnership with them. I know when we did the task force, it was a joint kind of thing, but the actual mission of this office seems to me to be squarely in the services that the county provides. So I'd have some questions about city funding, particularly leading city funding in it.
Yes, I'd be happy for the city to partner with us with the county in this, or with private folks like Duke. That's all possible. I think it's a big priority, and I will address my colleagues' comments. You know, the data that the task force presented shows that folks who've been victims of violence are also more likely to be involved in violence. That's why it is a violence interrupter. And so I think it's critical for the community. A number of community partners are urging us to do this, and so I support this measure.
Any other questions, comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one. 3 yellow, 4 green. And just to clarify, do we want to go into the last 4 that are around
The one
pay,
on,
employee
on
pay?
pay study,
Mhm.
I mean, on the,
We've got the $25 an hour minimum wage, and then honor class and comp. I think a couple of
so
these are.
the ones around class and comp, we'll just refer that to the next presentation.
Okay.
We can adjust the, $25 minimum wage.
Okay. The $25 minimum wage, this request came from Councilmember Baker.
The numbers that we're going to see coming out of this pay study are going to be very large. $25 an hour would make them significantly larger. However, I would be interested in seeing what that number is and exploring the idea of moving it as high as we possibly can, realistically.
Questions, comments?
So I'm not sure what we're voting on now. So you're just saying you want to see the numbers as high as possible, right?
I'd love to see what we can get to. Obviously, the number is going to be very large, as is. I think we're talking about 30 plus million. And so, you know, what does it look like if it is 25? And is there any wiggle room to make it higher than what we will end up seeing?
So I think the information is going to give us that, so. Yellow into the next presentation.
All right. Couple yellows. Okay. I think the rest are around pay and class. Did you want to vote on the final one or
The final one.
move on to pay and class?
I would just note that that is the number that is going to be at the end of the presentation, and so I'm just going to leave it at that. We can make it yellow for now, but it will be 23 million. I believe.
And that's for this upcoming one, right? Just
Yeah.
make sure. Okay, it's all there. It's all in the next presentation.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Yellow into the next presentation.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, so next we have coming up, we are going to take a break.
Before we take a break, I do want to just make sure I highlight that not doing that camp in the community of Cornwallis would the camp would actually be a violence prevention measure that we're foregoing in this cycle. So I just want to make sure I put that on your radar again.
I mean, I get,
Because
totally,
if your project does not move forward and that camp could be in place, that's an offshoot of this conversation to those children in that community.
so we're gonna follow the process. If it goes through, it goes through. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Well, I think that's the point I'm making, is that we just told the staff we don't want it to go through. So I just want to make sure you understand that the onus is on you.
Councilmember Freeman. Thank you. We're on break. 15 minutes. Do we need to, do we, 10 minutes?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, hold on. Let me find the, no. Can you hear me now? Can I have that, please? Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. So I'm starting all over. Good afternoon, everyone. Certainly good afternoon to Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and City Manager Page, as well as the viewers. I am Robin Patrick Wynn, Director of Human Resources. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for us to present to you today. And certainly I appreciate the fact that you're allowing me to be seated as I am recovering from an injury. So thank you so much for that. Before starting, I'd like to thank the HR staff for their tireless work on today's presentation as well. Next slide, please. The objective of today's presentation is to provide council members, employees, and viewers with information on the City of Durham's benefits RFP process, the FY25 Durham minimum livable wage, class and comp project, and that presentation will be followed by HR's preliminary budget estimates. We do have 3 presenters today. I will give the benefits and Durham minimum livable wage portion of the presentation, followed by Annette Hoofer of Logic Consultants, who is our consultant selected for the class and comp project. And in that presentation, she will present the market findings for the class and comp project. And then that presentation will be followed by Jim Reingruber, Assistant HR Director, who will provide the preliminary budget estimates. Also today with me, I have Jim Alethea Hardy, who is the HR Manager of Class and Comp, who's behind me. And then I have Sophie Klinka. They are in the audience to assist in answering questions and providing any necessary support. So we're going to start with the benefits update. Every 3 years, the city goes out for bid for its current employee benefit offerings. In the fall of 2023, we went through an RFP process or request for proposal process for 18 different benefit offerings. And we will be presenting more information as I go through this presentation. The process opened on October the 18th and closed on November the 20th after evaluation. On the next slide, you will find, next slide. Oh, there it is. On the next slide, you will see the offerings that we actually sent out for RFP. This is our entire list. Next slide. Before we prepare for going out for RFP, we certainly want to get employee feedback, and it's our methodology to do so through employee focus groups. The focus groups were structured to provide employees with an opportunity to discuss their opinions, concerns, and preferences regarding the existing benefits package. And we looked at very specific parts of that package, specifically medical, dental, vision, life and disability, and wellness plans. That information was used to help us build out our RFP, and it also helps us to look at plan design revisions if necessary or when appropriate. Employees gave us a ton of good feedback on many of those programs. The recommendations will be presented in an agenda memo prepared for the March 7th, 2024 work session. So information will be coming on that. It's a pretty long agenda memo. Next slide. Before I move away from that, I know I went through that quickly. Are there any questions? Seeing that there are none? None? Okay.
Quick
I got
question.
yes.
When it comes to, actually, no, I'm going to ask you later.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to move on to the Durham minimum livable wage. That's a tongue twister, so I'm going to say DMLW just to make it a little bit easier. The DMLW is actually an ordinance, and here on the screen is the excerpt from the actual ordinance. And this actually provides the governance for the HR team on the application and how it will be actually calculated. If we could go to the next slide. If you will, I like to draw your attention to C, if I can. C provides the actual calculation or the formula that we use to develop that. That calculation is based on HUD fair market rent for a one-bedroom apartment with the amount averaged over the past 4 years for our metropolitan area. And as you see, it's listed there. The intent of the intent of this is to establish a minimum annual salary for employees to ensure that that they would not have to spend more than 30% of their income on housing. So that's the intent. If you will flip to the next slide, I want to share with you our calculation for this year going into FY24. The DMLW will require a 6.1% increase over last year. Last year, our DMLW came in at $18.46. This year, after the calculation, it's coming in at $19.58 or $40,726 annualized. If you are interested in knowing our history with the DMLW, that information is available on our website. Next slide. Before I move away from that, I'm sorry, I failed to mention one important piece. Could we go back one slide, please? Okay, so here on the FY25 would be $19.58. Any jobs that fall below the DMLW would be adjusted up to that number. So I just want to make sure everybody knows how we actually use it. And that's effective as of July 1. Next slide. Thank you. Any questions thus far? Yes, I see a question. I'm sorry.
Briefly, and I know that these calculations are listed, but for the numbers that you just put on that slide, is that for a single person? Is it for a family? What is that? What are the calculations for those exact numbers that we're looking at?
It's actually based on can we go back? You mean these numbers? Can you go back? Here? Yeah, it's based on a one-bedroom apartment. Did I answer your question? It's not based on marital status or status. Okay. Next slide. All right. I think I'm getting to the part where you all have been waiting for. Next slide. I'm sorry, are there questions?
Before you move on, let's just get a little clarification.
I want to make sure.
The council members and I were just discussing. So for our clarity, this is individuals, and it does not have to do with the number of people in the household. It is not household general. It is just an individual.
It's based on the rent of the particular residence. It's not based on the number of residents.
So one of the things I speak briefly, and I know that we're trying to get to a lot of information today, but it really was important for us. We often come and talk about the minimum livable wage, but we don't always bring to your attention, and particularly since we have new council members, what the city's ordinance shows, the methodology that we use to actually calculate, what would be a minimum livable wage. While we do not reference household size here, because we are using, a one-bedroom apartment, you can estimate, the household size, would probably be from 1 to 3 people potentially in a one-bedroom apartment. But it really, those words that you see on the slide are words that we actually operate by because it is the city's ordinance for us to calculate it that way. So that is why you see the results reflected here.
And if I could just add, it's 1 bedroom as opposed to like studio,
Right.
specifically for 1 to 3.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Thank you. One more? Okay. We are now in the class and comp section of this, and I'm actually going to kick this off, and I will be turning it over to the Logic Group shortly, who actually will be joining us virtually. I wanted to share this information with you because before we actually built the survey tool that we use to collect our class and comp information, the class and comp department or division actually used 2 different research techniques to gather information and insights from our employee groups. They conducted a survey. The first was a survey for directors and assistant directors. And the intent of that was to understand department leadership's concerns in attracting and retaining staff. The collected data was used to help us inform or to develop questions on the class and comp survey. And then we had a second focus group. The focus groups were done in partnership with Logic. Excuse me, and those focus groups were actually done with different employees around the city. And again, employees were given the opportunity to discuss their opinions, their concerns, and their preferences regarding our current comp policies and structure. Here you will see some of the highlights from those sessions. City pay is too low. With respect to public and private sector, the class and comp piece, Annette will be speaking to that. Merit increases for step employees are not equitable. We will be, during our budget presentation, we will be bringing some information. We will be bringing forth a recommendation on that. The classification part of the class and comp study is going to be discussed by Annette as well. And then in bullet 4, here we talk about our policies. And certainly as we go through the class and comp policies, we will be updating our existing class and comp process. We will be actually updating our policies to make them relevant and recent and certainly help us to continue to align to best practices. So we are going to address these as well as a few of the other bullets that employees have brought forth to us. Next slide. Sure. Go back. Previous slide, please.
Just one clarification.
Sure.
1 step does not equate 1 year of service.
It does not.
All right. And I know in education, 1 step equals 1 year. So same terminology, different definitions, and I'm just saying that for public consumption.
Okay.
I've already talked about potentially changing step to another term, maybe
Understand.
phase or range or something.
Understand. Okay, next slide.
Actually, one other question too, just to be clear about the scope of the study, right? So when you say compensation, you're referring primarily to like pay, right? It's not broader benefits and another, it's mostly pay.
So the class and comp project covers compensation, pay, and then the classification piece is jobs and how those jobs they fit within our current structure. So phase 1 of the project was really the compensation piece. And that's when we go out to the market to understand where we place in the market based on our jobs. And that's what Annette is going to share with you a little bit today, kind of a high-level overview on that today. The classification piece is where we look at actual jobs and determine based on the complexity of that job, how it fits within our pay structure and if we're paying that job appropriately.
Right. I guess my question is that when an employee takes a job or makes a decision about a job, they're thinking about like compensation as a package, right? So it's not only your pay, but like the quality, the level and quality of your benefits, right? So I'm not, I mean, maybe the consultants will talk about this, how they kind of compare, like we always talk about Durham having great benefits for our employees, right? So I'm just wondering how you evaluate that in relation to sort of pay as part of a larger package of remuneration.
So great question. What we did this year, because we were going out to market, at the beginning of my presentation, I talked a little bit about us going out for RFP, which we do every 3 years. We actually meet with our employees to understand what works for them, what we need to change. And then we also look at market trends to see, what are some of the best practices out there in terms of benefits. The family dynamic continues to change. And so we continue to look at that as it relates to our benefit programs. So our recommendations are based on the feedback that we get from the employees, as well as, other factors when we're looking at our benefit program. When you look at the total compensation, we do look at employees and, we look at benefits and compensation.
Can you speak to the classification side of this as well? I think there's been some conversations about, I think specifically like how they're saying that some classifications are too broad. I think some folks are in classifications they don't think they belong in, and how they can address that.
Yes, another great point. When we look at our classifications, when we actually had our focus groups, that was one of the feedback pieces that they felt like we made classification groups that were really too large. So we had too many jobs in one classification. What we're doing now is we're actually going back and having our employees complete a position questionnaire that basically provides information to us on what they're doing, and then we will evaluate all of that information to determine if it still fits or if we should be looking at something different.
That evaluation is happening internally.
Yes. It's a part of this process. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. We're doing it in partnership with our consultant as well. Okay, next slide, please. I just want to give you an overview very quickly of Logic before I turn it over to Annette. The Logic group is the group that we've been working with on our project. They were selected as our consultant because of their vast experience in the world of classification and compensation. They have, as you see from the slide, they've done some great work in terms of compensation, like creating customized salary surveys and developing classification systems and new job descriptions. So we're working with their more senior consultants, and those consultants have knowledge of our city's pay plans, and they've been very, very responsive to our questions and making sure that we're staying on track with our project. So with that, I now turn it over virtually to Annette Hofer, and she's supported today by Nicole Arco, who is also a member of the Logic team. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I'm Annette Hafer, a principal consultant at the Logic Compensation Group, the consulting firm that is supporting the city of Durham with the classification and compensation study. Allow me to provide a little bit more background on Logic Comp for you. Our firm has a wealth of experience with a collective 125 years in the public sector and classification and compensation practice among our consultants. We've partnered with over 250 public sector organizations, ranging from small entities with about 3 employees, all the way up to large-scale organizations employing over 10,000 individuals. I personally have been engaged with the city in several studies and have played a supportive role in helping the city to maintain its classification and compensation systems. Could we please move to the next slide? In today's session, we will present an overview of the market data collection process, which includes a discussion of the survey participants. Additionally, we will delve into the city's existing compensation philosophy and strategies that underpin the comparison with the market. Further, we will present a summary of the study findings and outline the subsequent steps that will be undertaken during the remainder of the study. Next slide, please. Thank you. To begin, let's talk about the methodology of market data collection, first focusing on the compensation survey. The survey included 109 benchmark jobs, all of which were city approved. Benchmark jobs are positions market priced and surveyed, aligning with current city classifications. Several criteria define what makes a job a suitable benchmark, including commonality across the market organization, such as engineer or equipment operator, positions facing recruitment or retention challenges, jobs spanning the entire pay plan, and representation of each job family to the extent possible within the city's current classification structure. In the survey document, we requested information from surveyed organizations for each matched benchmark job, encompassing actual incumbent salaries, pay ranges, the number of incumbents, tenure in the position for those incumbents to the matched jobs, and the exempt, non-exempt status of the matching jobs. Additionally, the survey included questions about compensation administration, pay practices, and health plan details. The survey was distributed by email to 18 government agencies, specifically chosen as a compensation comparison market by the city. Logic Comp consultants and the Durham staff followed up with these organizations to ensure their participation, and the survey was initiated on November 2nd and concluded on November 30th, 2023. Could we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Upon receiving the surveys from each organization, Logic Comp consultants diligently reviewed each submission. When necessary, we initiated follow-ups by email and phone calls to seek clarification on the submitted data. And this practice is consistent with our standard procedure, ensuring that our clients receive accurate, valid, and vetted data to inform these critical decisions. To encourage survey participation, organizations that completed the survey will receive a summary of survey responses later this year. This year, as well as in 2018, the city aimed to capture private sector market data for jobs common to both the public and the private sector. In the data collection process, private sector data was obtained through approved, valid, and credible published survey sources, and this information was then integrated with the public sector data collected through the survey process, resulting in the market data used to compare with the city's current pay structures and inform necessary updates. Moving on to slide 18. Thank you. Thanks to the collaboration of Logic Comp consultants and Durham staff, the city achieved an impressive 94% participation rate, with 17 out of 18 surveyed organizations contributing data to the survey. And this level is remarkable, considering the fact that many organizations today face challenges in survey completion due to staff constraints and just the sheer volume of surveys that they receive. Any questions to this point? Okay, I will move on to the next slide.
The city that did not.
Okay.
Which municipality did not?
Oh, that was the city of Charlotte.
Do they ever share?
They did not.
No, I mean, do they share historically?
I will refer that question to the HR staff who's
No,
conducted.
don't worry, it's not a big deal. We can
Okay.
move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next slide. So as we assess an organization's competitiveness relative to the market, it's customary to employ specific strategies for conducting this comparison and establishing updated pay ranges. In 2018, Durham outlined distinct compensation strategies to establish pay ranges. As part of the study initiation with the survey this year, we engaged in discussions with your executive management team regarding the established strategies from the previous 2018 study. Based on that discussion, the updated strategies presented on this slide were approved for this study. Let's define a few terms here. Pay target is the point within the pay range representing the market rate. For the city, the following pay targets were established. For step ranges, the pay target is step 4. For the open range structure, the pay target is the range midpoint. And for the police and fire pay structures, those are two separate structures, the pay range minimum is the pay target. Now, the market comparison is the calculated market figure used to compare and update the city's pay ranges and structures. It is important to note here that the city has a stronger strategy than the typical market, targeting the 60th percentile relative to most organizations that compare with the average or the median of the market. Putting this all together, and as an example, the city of Durham's open pay range structure has midpoints that are compared to the 60th percentile of the market's actual salaries. So keep this in mind as we move forward through the remaining of our talk today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this marks the initial slide presenting the survey results. So the question at hand here is, how does the city measure up to the market based on that market data that's been collected? In summary, employing the strategies outlined earlier in our discussion, the city is currently behind the market across all 4 pay structures, however, by different amounts, as we'll see on this next slide. This slide provides a detailed breakdown of the results for each pay structure. Let's go through this. Across all step ranges, the city is trailing the market by 9.6%. And for the open ranges overall, the city is behind the market by 6.1%. Notably, the police structure exhibits the most significant market difference among the 4 structures, standing at 17.6% behind the market overall, and the fire structure overall is behind the market by 7.8%. So here, it is crucial to clarify that these figures represent an overall market difference across all the benchmarks surveyed within that respective pay structure. Variations in market differences for individual benchmarks will vary upward or downward from these aggregate numbers, and we'll show some examples in our next slides. Slide 22, please. Thank you. So in the following 4 slides, we will delve into specific examples of individual benchmarks. And starting with this slide, we illustrate that based on the market comparison strategy for the step system, the step ranges are trailing the market by 9.6%. The table on the right highlights 3 individual benchmark jobs within the step system: the senior administrative technician, the maintenance assistant, which includes jobs such as custodians, park maintenance, and solid waste collectors, and the maintenance specialist, which includes jobs such as heavy equipment operators, solid waste automated drivers, and traffic signal repair staff. So referring back to our earlier discussion on the city's pay strategies, the city's pay strategy for the step pay structure compares step 4 of the city's range to the 60th percentile of market actual salaries. Let's take the senior administrative technician as an example. So the city's step 4 rate is $23.09, whereas the market comparison figure representing the 60th percentile of actual salaries is $24.45. Consequently, the market difference for the senior admin tech stands at 5.9% behind the market. Similar information is presented for the maintenance assistant and maintenance specialist on this slide, highlighting the variations from the 9.6% overall market difference for the step structure and shows where one job is slightly above the market and the other are below the market.
Can I ask? Sorry. Can I just ask on, are there 8 steps and you're saying that step 4 is the midpoint?
Step 4 is not the midpoint in the step structure. So let me emphasize here that the 9.6% does not mean that all employees within the step structure will receive a 9.6% adjustment to salary. Adjustments to actual employee salary depend on the updated classification and compensation structures and city strategies for implementation, both of which have not been yet determined, as well as the employee's current rate of pay. Okay. Next slide, please. And I apologize if there are any questions I can't see, so please feel free to let me know. We'll also have some time at the end of our discussion to talk.
I would just say that I think it's a little confusing if you're saying that this is the city. I think on the dollar amount is the midpoint of the city salary. I'm a little lost on where the range. So the admin tech senior at step 1 is how much versus whatever the top step is.
The spread?
Exactly.
The spread.
And even in a more short or more succinct question, how did you get to using city range step 4 versus any other step?
That goes back to the philosophy that was established during the 2018 study, where the step 4 was determined to be the kind of the market rate for the development of the remaining part of the structures for the step systems.
And how does 2018 relate to 2024? I guess the ranges today. Like I just need to see a chart that shows it's not going to happen today, but it would be nice to know how far apart these steps, like the city range step 4 and the numbers you're giving us and showing us pay difference makes sense, but it doesn't tell me if we're covering step 1. So I feel like if we were really looking at this with a lens of equity, you'd work from the very bottom, knowing that step 1 is going to be the lowest paid employee, and then show me what that is to the 60th salary.
Those are also some numbers that we also do look at. So these are not the only numbers in which we look at. We're also looking at the range numbers, the minimum numbers, as well as the maximum numbers when we make recommendations for update. The step structure represents, the step 4 represents the market rate, And we use that again as another way to help us gauge the market relative to establishing your ranges. So step 4 is one of the key considerations, but not the only consideration.
So I want to tell you what I heard so you can help me understand a little bit better. What I heard you say is that you used the number that was closest to the market, 60 of salary.
That is part of the equation in which we build the ranges, yes.
We'll continue and we'll continue for now and get clarification later.
Thank you. On this slide, and this information showcased here illustrates the variance from the overall open range structure and the individual benchmark results for jobs found within the open range structure. So overall, the open range structure is behind the market by 6.1%. And our examples here of the principal engineer, senior planner, and procurement analyst exhibit both negative and positive market differences when compared to this overall figure, emphasizing the importance of understanding how individual benchmark differences can vary from the overall open range structure results of 6.1% behind the market. Moving on to the next slide. We present a comparable illustration to the sworn police pay structure. The police pay structure trails significantly behind the market at 17.6%. And the benchmark for police officers is behind the market by a smaller margin than the overall structure, and that is at 14.4%. We're also showing both the senior police officer and the corporal benchmarks that are behind the market by greater amounts than the police officer at 16.8 and 22.5%. The next slide shows an example in the fire sworn structure. The sworn fire pay structure deviates from the market by 17.8% overall, while the benchmark for firefighters shows a more substantial gap of 17.6%.
Ma'am?
Yes.
She gave the wrong number for the market. It's 7.8.
7.8?
I'm sorry, did I say the wrong number?
Yes.
My apologies. So as you see that the overall market for the fire is 7.8%, and the firefighter shows a more substantial gap of 17.6%. As you can see here, both the fire driver and the assistant chief benchmarks are closer to the market, and with the assistant chief being more closely aligned with the market at 1.5% above the market. So please keep in mind that the police and fire pay structures include other sworn ranks that may be either closer to or further from the overall market difference for the respective pay structure. Okay. Next slide, please. So at this juncture of the study, the first 2 phases have been completed, the study initiation phase and the data collection phase. In January, the classification phase was initiated, focusing on specific job classifications for in-depth analysis of their respective roles and work. And please note that not all city classifications are included in this classification study. And the selection of classifications for review in this phase was determined through feedback from department directors, city leadership, the employee focus groups that were conducted at the start of the study, and input from both us and your HR staff. So in the classification phase, affected employees were notified through their departments and were asked to complete a position description questionnaire outlining their current job responsibilities Robin alluded to that earlier today. And this information will serve as a foundation for comprehensive job analysis, assessing whether changes to the city's classifications are needed. And upon completion of this classification phase and subsequent approval of the recommendations and results for this phase by the city, we align the outcomes of both the classification and the market data collection processes to update the city's classification and pay structures. And as one of the concluding steps in the overall study, the cost for implementation for each approved pay structure will be analyzed and determined. And thank you for your time today. Are there any additional questions?
Thank you so much for the presentations. So is the classification study part still underway?
Yes, it is.
When do we anticipate that being concluded? If I missed that, I apologize.
No worries at all. And I didn't address that. We're probably looking at April, May timeframe.
Okay, thank you. I did have one other question. The median, when we're comparing our step 4 to the market median, that may be, that's the median, the data to arrive at that could be employees across the working world from their first year to the 10th year, 15th year. That number is there's a lot in that number, is there not?
Yes, because we are looking at actual salaries paid to those incumbents.
Right.
There are a number of different incumbents that could span from people that have started to people that have been in their careers a long time. There can be performances also goes into people's salaries, those type of things. But across the amount of data that we've collected, and it was 94% participation rate, we can draw conclusions and say that in general, that is the kind of market rate for that job. But we also do look at things like, as we talked about, time and position, to see if there's any kind of skewing that could go on with those numbers. And just to make one other point is that the city of Durham uses the 60th percentile, not the median. So it is a higher strategy than the median.
Right. Our if I can characterize it this way, our dire sort of showing is directly related to how high we're setting our personal goal for ourselves, so to speak. And I put dire in quotes, but the percentage which we're behind the market is directly tied to our target being 60. In other words, if we had said directly in the middle, 50% or even 40%, obviously that gap would be lower.
The gap would be lower, but let me also emphasize that the difference between a median number and the 60th percentile number may not be 10%. Right. It may be a generally smaller percentage, because median and 60th percentiles are kind of calculated on the array of data, not averages, which can be skewed by high or low numbers.
Right. Very helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Briefly.
Any other questions?
Yes, sorry, just really quickly, and forgive me, I'm going to follow up on what Councilmember Rist had asked the other presentation or presenter earlier. But when we're looking at these numbers, and I know in the methodology section you talked about the fact that there were questions about things outside of actual wages, that there were questions about health benefits and other benefits that were included. Did you assign a number to those in order to evaluation in order to calculate them in, or are we just not seeing them in the numbers that you presented? Are we only seeing wages is my question.
Yeah, this number is specific to dollars paid wages, and it's base compensation. It does not include incentives, overtime, anything other than base wages paid.
Okay, but those questions were asked, and then are we gonna see some summary of those things as well, or are we're just looking at the wages?
That information will be in the report. I believe Robin, please correct me if I'm wrong. There were just a few benefits questions about health plan premiums. I believe they'll be using that for your discussion around health plan premiums. The other questions were very general, such as, what did you increase your pay structures by last year? What are you going to be increasing your structures by going forward? It just gives us an idea overall about also what the market's doing in terms of general wages. So it wasn't an in-depth benefits or pay practices survey. There were just a few questions on topics like that.
So just to round out the conversation, is there a specific industry practice around mid-range, midpoint, and actual salaries versus minimums that I'm missing? Because I feel like the methodology should spell it out, but I'm not following how you're making the distinctions or why you're selecting one versus the other for a specific, or how you're just selecting the one over the other.
May I add something here, if I may? So certainly when we recruit different positions here at the city, all of our pay plans, we're not recruiting people in the exact same way. For example, when we recruit primarily in public safety, we are recruiting recruits. We're recruiting mostly individuals who have never done the position before. So the range minimum for those positions is extremely important. When we're recruiting general employees, of whether they are in the general plan or the open range plan, those employees come to us with experience, or they may come to us, bringing different things into the organization. So we have to have a range of beginning throughout a reasonable amount of time in order to hire employees. We do not hire the rest of our employees for, in the majority of the time at the minimum. Some are hired at the minimum. It depends upon the requirement for the job, but not always.
I get that. I
Okay.
understand that. What I'm saying is when you're selecting what to measure against based on other cities, are there other cities that have a step 4? Like when you say the market is looking at everybody's step 4 and comparing it to, that's what I'm getting. So we're making a distinction to say that our step 4 is what's going to match what's in Greensboro or Asheboro. And I don't know that that's real.
I'm gonna, allow it.
Like, just give me an
consultant.
explanation of why
Yeah.
you're picking step 4 or why you're using open range, because.
It's actual salaries, because people have all kinds of
And I
pay
get that,
structures.
that's on the hiring side of it, but in a compensation study, people you have already hired, they are at a specific wage, whether they're in step 4 of that wage range, or step 6, or step 12. But there's a reason or the organization selected, the consultant selected step 4. That's all.
And you may want to refer to that again.
Sure. So the step 4 is a strategy that was developed back in 2018. And that was to say that in general, the organization wants to set its market rate. And that market rate is defined by using the 60th percentile of the actual salaries paid by the market to help establish that step 4. Then from that point, we build out our minimums, which is step 1, and then our maximum, I believe it's step 12, kind of based on those numbers. between 1 and step 12, we're also looking at what happens in the market in terms of the pay ranges, what happens at minimum and what happens at the maximum of pay ranges. So all this information goes into informing how do we build and evaluate and update your structures. Again, the step 4 is what the city had determined is going to be the market rate for that particular, for those step ranges. And that coincides with the 60th percentile of market actual salaries.
I apologize. I'm following and what I think the frustration is for me, I'll speak for myself plainly, is that I understand that we have to have numbers in order to make these comparisons, right? Like we got statistics from 17 other assumedly comparable municipalities, and we like have to be able to compare them with our payment plans, which are on a step system that is not going to be universally shared. But it's confusing to hear that a decision was made on how we were going to do that comparison, and we don't really have any background on why that decision was made, and it was made in 2018, and things are different now, and like the building out down and building out up is just, it's hard to like understand that listening to this presentation. Does that make sense? I think I'm just like, it's hard for me.
Yeah,
I'll speak for myself.
I think that we do have staff that worked on that in 2018 that worked on that plan. So, Alethea.
Thank you. Yes. As Annette was describing, in 2018, there were no ranges. It was a brand new plan. So what we call step 4, we could have called in 2018 the market rate that we found. So step 4, I do this. Step 4, became our control point for our ranges. We built the range around this control point, this market rate, and we knew we wanted to have a step plan. So we built down to find the entry level step of step 1, 4% for each step down. Actually, we had 4 steps above it. So it really was a midpoint. And then we made a decision during the implementation, the range span, as Annette alluded to, you can make decisions on the range span. We haven't made any of those decisions on our assessment for, the plan adjustments that we're doing now. But does that provide any clarity that
if I could jump in,
I
I have the same questions. A lot of these terms like the step and ranges and a lot of the, in 19, whatever, or 2019 or whatever, it's all a lot of, sounds like a lot of words. I guess, I wonder if I can give an example and tell me if this makes sense. So on the one slide where you give the step plan examples, right? And you list the senior administrative technician, right? And the city step range, step 4 is at 2309, right? So are you saying that you're looking at that job, particular job, for example, the senior administrative technician, right? And so you're saying that you're looking at step 4 for that position, you're looking at step 4 as that's where you're sort of basing the market on. And then adjustments down to step 1 or up to step 12 are based, but it's the same for that position, right? So you're looking at the market at step 4 for that position, as opposed to looking at the market for every of the 12 steps, which would be like a big job, right? So you're taking step 4 as the market point to benchmark for that particular position, and you're doing this for all kinds of positions across the city. Is that correct? Or did I not get that right?
Yes, that step 4 is the control point for that
position,
range
right?
And that position, every job assigned.
And you're doing this for every position across the city, right?
Yeah.
At least in the step plan.
Yes.
We surveyed 109 classifications out of what I believe are 220 classifications within the city. So we surveyed half of those classifications to develop a framework and this information to inform us as we update into a new pay structure. So Keep in mind that we're going to be taking the totality of this data, coordinating that with the internal equity that's built by your class system and your job evaluation system, and updating the pay ranges based on the coordination of all this data.
Right, and for that senior administrative technician, you could have taken step 6, for example, and again, built out sort of pay down to 1 and up to 12 you could have chosen 6 as the market. You just chose one step as the place you're setting the market and then adjusting up or down based on that one, correct?
Yeah, and this, again, the step 4 was going back to the philosophy that was set by the city and reconfirmed during our study initiation process this time.
Oh. So, I see a lot of confused faces. Is it not confusion? Is it what? Does everyone understand?
Thanks, colleagues, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions. I was actually here in 2018. I think it might be helpful to think of this as step 4 is just a piece of tissue that we're biopsying. But when we do our fix, we're not going to fix just step 4. We're going to fix the entire range. And remember, this is compared to the 60th percentile. There's a 50 under that. So step 4 gives us an entree to look at it. But when we go back to step 1, we've still got between 50 and 60 to say that our starting salary at step 1 could be higher than the 50%. So I just don't, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions, but think of this as just a small piece of tissue to biopsy that we're going to fix the whole cancer, though. So our fix is not going to be tethered to step 4. It's going to be tethered to the entire compensation plan. But this is the on-ramp for us to do that.
I mean, you are looking at one small subset of the data. And there are 100 other jobs, or slightly less than 100 other jobs that we surveyed that go also into informing how we update both the open range, the police, and the fire structures, as well as what happens on the classification side. If we add additional classifications, where are they in terms of the internal structure? If we have classifications where maybe their internal job evaluation has changed, those things also inform how we update and move forward with new structures. So you're just seeing one small piece today. But it's critical. This piece is particularly critical for the things that Jim will be talking about, which is the implications for the budget going forward.
Thank you. Real quick, could staff just send folks the 2018 to, if folks want to dig in? Because so Councilmember Freeman, myself, and Mayor Pro Tem were all here, and we didn't have a step plan. So that was implemented in that moment. And that was the last time we did a classification, and different bands were created. And so I think that maybe for folks who, I remember being confused then. So I guess my ask is, can staff just send that again to everyone? Thank you.
And I would add to that, if staff could just make sure that it's plainly stated, because I feel like I'm not here forever. And this classification process, this is going to happen on a continual basis. And if folks don't understand why 2018 was set, they're not gonna, like, it doesn't make sense, honestly. And you just confuse folks even more. So I just want to make sure we remove any uncertainty and making sure that we're very clear about, if step 4 is the midpoint and it's the actual market point that we're using, then we should probably say that rather than just saying step 4. Or at least make an asterisk that says that this is the market rate for the city of Durham, because it doesn't necessarily say that, like, and this is me questioning more of how we gathered the data so that we can actually get to a real number that will be beneficial for the price that we're paying for a consultant. And that if their team is looking at Asheboro and Greenville and all these other cities, and they're they're not even close. Or now that you've explained it, it makes sense. But prior to that, I could see 3 people here who are new, like, what are you talking about? And I was trying to get her to say what it was specifically because I couldn't remember. And I'm sitting there like, I know that there's something, but this is not making any sense. I couldn't explain it to anyone. So I just want to make sure that anytime that everyone should be able to explain it to other folks when we leave this room. And I don't feel like that was what was happening. That's all. And it doesn't help to be condescending about it. It's really helpful to be more informative about it. That's all. Thank you.
All right, we will move on.
Great. Can everybody hear me? Is that, I have that in a good place? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I am Jim Reingruber, Assistant Director for Human Resources.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Okay, let me
You
try
might
and,
need to hold the mini mic.
yeah, I'm trying to juggle. Let's see. Okay, how's that?
Do you want to just use one of these?
That'll work too, yep. Okay, how's that?
Much
Great.
better.
So again, good afternoon. I'm Jim Reingruber, Assistant Director with Human Resources. Robin wasn't here this morning, so I think she missed that I'm actually going to be presenting with Smart Bull as well. So if we could bring Smart Bull back, that's okay, Smart Bull. Nope, okay. Oh, well. I don't know what happened to Smart Bull, Wanda, but I don't think you got your money's worth there. So first of all, thank you, Annette. Our objective here was to come up with preliminary budget estimates, and basically we did this by starting with our actual budgeted salaries that we have in the city for all of our authorized full-time positions. And essentially what we did was we applied the market comparison percentages that Logic Group found through their market study against those salaries. So that's basically how it was done. We then estimated the salary-related taxes and benefits as well, so that we could get a full picture of the estimated costs. And so these estimates, to summarize, include all budgeted, filled, and vacant full-time positions, and the salary-related taxes and benefits as well. We do emphasize preliminary here because, as was discussed, there are additional phases of the project that still need to be completed. So decisions about classification adjustments, adjusted pay structures, and other implementation decisions will affect the final cost. So this is truly preliminary using the best data available that we've gotten so far. I will say that we did run the numbers at a couple different levels of granularity. And the bottom line estimates using both of the methodologies came out very close. So, you know, we feel pretty good about that and these estimates. So jumping right in, actually, I'm gonna take you through a few different components of the budget estimates. And there are essentially 2 broad categories that we'll be showing you here over the next few slides. And yeah, this first one is the market adjustments estimate, and it was informed directly by the market study. So this is the big one. The later slides I'm going to show are both policy-related decisions, and one of those came out of employee focus groups, and the other one was basically designed to improve some existing issues. So this particular slide, again, shows the estimated budgetary effects of the market study findings. This is the big impact one. It's got a nearly $19 million general fund impact, as you see, and another $5 million in other funds. So totals about $24 million just for the market effects of what Logic found. Next, we're going to talk about a possible policy decision. So most of the city pay structures are on a July 1st merit increase date. This initiative would also put the sworn police and sworn fire plans on that same July 1st date. So this would create an impact of over $1.2 million. It's essentially kind of a one-time cost. Once they're on the new date, it'll just be regular merit increases from in future years. Finally, the other possible policy consideration is changing the spread of the general step plan steps from 4% to 5%. This is a recommendation that came out of the employee focus groups and has a nearly $3.4 million estimated budget impact. Talked a little bit about that earlier, but yeah, that's what it would cost to make that happen. So kind of putting it all together here. The estimated budget impact of the market adjustments and the other policy or possible policy decisions is, as you see, about $21.7 million to the general fund, another almost $7 million to the to other funds, and so a total estimated budget impact of $28.5 million if everything is implemented. This really concludes the presentation. We hope you found it useful and welcome any opportunity for questions.
Thanks so much. So the question about standardizing merit pay, because now it's done on, is it higher date now or is it based?
Correct. So for those two plans, it's based on their anniversary.
Anniversary of hire.
Correct.
Right. So standardizing it would, what happens if you got somebody that's 6 months in between their, I don't know, first, yeah, how would we do that?
Right. They would, so if somebody, well, are you asking if somebody just got hired, or are you asking if somebody has a December anniversary date?
Yeah, if they have a December anniversary date, but we're kicking it to July.
So let me speak, please.
Sure,
So anniversary date, once someone is onboarded, they get out of their academy, graduate from the academy, the anniversary date is reset. And when we budget for merit increases for those employees, we're not budgeting for the merit increase for the full year, because based on historical practice, they have received their increase on an anniversary date. All other city employees, their increases are applied in sometime in July, which is the first month of the fiscal year. So the reason you have funding there is because that is the amount of funding that we would have to add to the budget in order for those later fiscal year merit dates to be rolled up to July 1.
Got you.
Or not, excuse me, let me correct, maybe not July 1, but in the month of July, for administrative purposes, we make sure for, that we have, when we have different types of increases to base pay, that we clear one out before we add another one. But we have a history of doing them in the month of July, which is the first month of the fiscal year.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you. Sure.
I have lots of questions as always. I'm trying to be respectful of people's time. I know that we've already gone over. If we're talking about, I want to talk specifically about the change in the step plan, the 4 to 5% increase. And so the way that I'm understanding it is we sort of have this market rate, as we've just discussed, and we sort of build down and build up. So is this, but it has an overall increase, I would imagine, because there are more steps on the upside of number 4 than there are down, obviously, since we go up to 12. So does this end up, it sounds to me like it ends up sort of lengthening the span between steps 1 and 12. How does that affect the bottom 1, 2, and 3, I guess is my question. Okay, then help me understand it, because I mean, I'm not a statistician, but I know that there's people watching this budget meeting that want to understand this. And I do think that this is really important. And I'm going to go back to what I said before, because
what numbers we're comparing against what things actually do really make a huge difference, right? Like if we compare one number against something as opposed to a different number, like our percentage of change really changes. And I want to make sure that I understand and that folks at home understand. So if you could just go through that with me, that would be great.
So we probably need to tag team this a little bit. So when you see an amount here that is a budgetary consideration that goes along with a policy consideration, what you are really looking at is employees who will be receiving a pay for performance increase in our current structure and our current plan when it is time for that increase to be applied to their base salary. It doesn't change their time of service. That number would have been 4%. What we're proposing here, based upon feedback from our engagement with our employees and just really, more equity is part of our consideration. Instead of that performance increase or pay for performance increase being a 4% increase to their pay, it would be a 5% increase to the pay. One of the things that the mayor had mentioned when he first spoke is when we talk about steps means so many different things. It's probably a better word than steps, but it's what we have. But what we really are talking about is a beginning, and we're talking about an end that is going to be set as a structure, as a range, and there being individual, stop-offs between the beginning and the end, and they're represented by these percentages of increase to pay.
Yeah, I think I understand the step process. I want to be really clear because it must be that I'm not making my question understood. If we are looking at market adjustments and we're basing it off of the study that we just had summarized for us, and we were basing it off of this like median pay in the middle. But it sounds to me now like we're saying that we're increasing our bottom pay and then we're just going to add 5% up and up and up. And so then that to me sounds like the number 12 step is now way, way, way higher than before. So like, are we adjusting it based on the median or are we adjusting it based on the start? If we're doing it just based on the median, then we're looking at decreasing now by 4 times 5, 20%, as opposed to like adding up from the bottom and then we're increasing it by a great deal. Does that make my question clear?
Yeah, I think it really is two different things. Is the consultant still on? No, okay, the consultant is
I'm
not.
here. I'm here.
Okay, all right. So every employee right now has a salary, and they are sitting on a step within that range. Anything that we do going forward, we are doing it starting from a point. So maybe I'm not responding to the question, but if someone is on a step 5 right now, that step 5 is gonna, if that range gets adjusted, that step 5 is going to have a different value in the plan that they're already in. So that involves a change in their pay because it's going to have a different value. And then when they are receiving a pay for performance increase, if this policy consideration is they would have received 4%, but in the new structure, the next step, there's going to be a distance of 5% between the step that they're on and the step that they're going to. Also, when we implement, our intention is to implement these plans so that there's relationships between employees so that they stay on the same step. The step just has a different value.
Just building off of that, it's not the step, it is the range. Well, speaking specifically for me, if we're doing a flat increase, then that spreads the range 5%. And it's exponential when you get to 120,000 than what it is at 40,000. And so I'm not I'm trying to figure out if there's a law or a reason, like you can't go in reverse. So it could be 5% at the, or 6% at the bottom, or at the very, low end of the step, because I understand like you just hired someone, they have new experience. That's not what I'm trying to address. What I'm saying is if you're in a step and you're doing the percentage increases, is there a way to make the percentage increases? Because what you're trying to do is bring folks up essentially to the $25 an hour. And if we did it over time, that would look like doing greater increases at the bottom of our pay plan altogether, just the whole circle around all the steps in that pay plan. And then at the top, you're kind of not increasing as much because they're not at the minimum, so to speak. Is there a rule against that?
There's no rule against that. There's no rule against having, different, there's no rule against it. There are some organizations that, have different values on steps depending upon where someone is in their experience with the organization. That is not, we're not proposing that currently, for our step plan. We are currently proposing a 5% change in pay when a pay for performance is awarded, instead of 4%. That is, and the reason that cost is there is because we have, we would have to fund that. When we start budgeting for increases, average increases the next year, and we know that current employees' average increase for pay for performance would be, 4%. If we change that to 5%, then that raises the budget because the employees who are getting the increase in pay will get an amount that is 1% more than they would have received without this change. That is what the money, the budget is there for. The estimate.
And I think what I'm saying is what would happen, or what would numbers look like? Because I see 3.3 here. If we were to shift it and do a flat 4 above a certain number, above step 4, and then a 5% below step 4. That's just an example. I mean,
it's an example. We were responding to the feedback that we received from, from our employees, and that we do have 2 other step plans in our public safety, and those step plans do have 5%.
Or just specifically on 5% on anyone below the market, because I'm saying step 4 now because that's what you've been, but below the market rate currently.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's some discussion about the Durham minimum livable wage. What I hear you saying, council member, relates to a plan design change that we were not embarking on during this particular study. We were embarking on a market review and adjusting our salaries to the market. Some of those very detailed plan design changes would have taken a significantly longer period of time, in my opinion, and the consultant could vary, if we were looking at changing our structures this time. We did not embark to change the structure.
I've just got 2 questions. One, this maybe is pretty simple. So are steps usually awarded on an annual basis? Like, how often are steps awarded?
So upon approval of budget by the council, the annual pay for performance expectation is part of the budget adoption. So people do get evaluated every year, and the employees that work for us understand if a certain level of evaluation is achieved, then they would be expecting to get a performance increase that the plan generates. So as long as budget is provided, that will happen. So it's annual.
It is
an
annual, as long as the
increase.
budget's there, yeah.
As long as the budget is approved with that in it, yes.
Okay. My second question, maybe this is following up on my colleague, Councilwoman Freeman. So could you all or the consultant tell us if we approve the plan we just talked about here, like, so, and that means we're adjusting the market, right, for all staff. Some staff are still below the 25 that Councilmember Baker referred to, right? If we approve this plan, how soon will all staff with the city be at least at 25? Like, how soon will we get there? Is the question. With this plan in place?
Certainly, anytime we have to take a snapshot of how much our employees make, it's always a snapshot because people make different amounts of money depending upon how long they've been here, depending upon the job that they are doing. What you could estimate is once the structures are done, you can look at the structures to see at what penetration into the range, or at what step an employee would make it to an amount equal to $25. That's math. That could be done.
That's what I'm saying, right? Assuming the steps are funded each year, right? Right. It's knowable, right? How soon we would get to 25 for every employee? Yeah.
Estimated, but the budget is adopted every year. So it would not be guaranteed, but it can certainly be estimated.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Under that assumption that we pass the budget every year, exactly.
I just wanted to add some context to that. I would personally, I want to make sure we're using data to make these decisions and it's not arbitrary. I know that there are some studies out there that have calculated to come up with a $25 or more, some $35 minimum wage. I just want to be clear that, part of our job is to use this data to make the best decision possible. After having some conversations, and I'm colleagues, I promise you, I'm not just throwing this out there in an accusatory manner, but after having some more in-depth conversations with our city staff, I want to make sure that as we're deliberating and talking, that this number is not based on a public campaign around fair wages. I want to make sure that we're utilizing data to make the best decision. And after speaking with some of our city employees, it was just made really clear that not everyone's request was the actual public campaign that we saw. So the idea that we can get our employees paid as much as possible, I hope that we're using the data that will identify the market, and then we make a decision above that. And I think that, personally, I think that would be the best way forward. So again.
I'm gonna go to something from before. I'm sorry. Yes, let me.
Right. I'm not actually. So I think what we're talking about is the data, right? My question was, if we approve the plan we just talked about, given the market adjustments, like, and there are folks in this plan that are going to be below 25. If we approve it, once it's approved, right? How soon would all those staff members be at 25? Is it like 5
No, I think
years from now?
I think that's a valid
empirical
question.
That's all I'm asking.
If we approve a structure that still has numbers in it below 25, you can calculate it with a snapshot, but we are hiring people all the time. So it is more than just how long would it take people who are currently here to get to 25. It is the structures that we have to put in place so that we can have pay plans that we can implement and that our employees understand.
Also, I appreciate what my colleague is saying, but to me, it's also, there's a policy that's based on an actual data set, which is how we arrived. It's one person in a one-bedroom apartment. We may want to have a conversation about that, but in my mind, I'm not going to sit there and say the floor is X when I actually have the floor. The conversation can be, do we want to change the policy around that floor? That's not what this is. And so, it gets us there, but we have an ordinance that was shared with us as to how we get to the 1958 is not, $19.58 is not arbitrary. It is tied to an actual number. And so whatever we decide around what we want our floor to be as a minimum livable wage, it has to go back to that policy. That's my opinion anyway. So, yeah, thanks.
And I would add, I appreciate the conversation. The other data point is how we're going to pay for it. If we do that, I mean, the fund balance is, you know, one of the rules I kind of like to use in partially in making these decisions is, would I do it with my own money, or my own savings account? Would I run my household that way? Would it make sense to me? If I can't explain it to my household, then, you know, because it's not my money here, the city's money. So I think, you know, we're talking about a $25 goal and aspiration, but we're going to have to do some other things. And the bull made it clear. I think the manager made it clear that that money tree was a joke. With the AI bull was talking about at the beginning of the presentation. So I just want to keep that in mind. Secondly, with the 4% to 5%, I just want to make it clear that the 4% to 5% is life after we make the adjustment. So if somebody's making 50 grand and now we've adjusted them to 60 grand, 5% of 60 grand is more than 4% of 60 grand. And as far as tiering it, I mean, I don't know what the number is that, okay, you're making enough money now where you should get less than 5%. I mean, a fire driver making $90,000 a year, are we going to say to that driver, well, you're rich now, or you've topped out, so you're the level now where we want to tier it at 4% as opposed to 5%? I mean, is it 100 grand? Is you're rich now, so you've worked for the city all these years, and now your percentage should be. I mean, I just think we just need to have some more discussion on the methodology of that and the undergirding philosophy of it. But I think enriching, making the steps more valuable, even after we've made the adjustment, I think is a good thing. And I think that's something that we should applaud. And and again, just also reminding and kind of dovetailing what the manager just said, it's each year we have to approve this. And I think part of the problem we ran in this discussion is treating the step plan as a promise, that it was contractual, trying to retroactively go back and do something that was not contractual. It's a plan, it's aspirational. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that you know, we can't go back and do what we didn't do then, or even obligate future councils. You know, it's a plan. But I think a 4% to 5%, because 5% of whatever you're making is more than 4%. And whatever that's going to be after the adjustment, I think is important and something we need to keep our eye on. So thank you. I appreciate the discussion, y'all. Thank you.
Well, whether or not it's based on 25 or 19, I think the issue is that we don't have the numbers, so we can't see kind of the spread. We're working on like a lot of ideas of ranges and percentages, and we don't know what those lowest paid workers are going to be, and we don't have an idea of when we're going to have everybody over that 19. So I think that at least would be helpful for us to have in front of us to see, is this, then the minimum wage would be raised above 19 with this, the 20, I see you shaking your head. So let me clarify, is the 23 million, if we just did this and we did not do any of the other policy ideas, does this have every employee over the 19 number that we heard earlier?
By virtue of the calculations that were used, yes, because of the market study itself organically brought people over that point of 1958.
Okay, so that, I think that might answer my former question, which is that were we looking at, because we've been talking about making market adjustments based on a comparison at the midpoint. And if we raise at the midpoint, then assumedly like we raise a little bit less underneath and we raise a little bit more over, or whatever it is, to like sort of have all 12 steps be raised the right percentage amount. But it sounds like we actually did kind of start with the bottom to ensure that we had step one over the $19.
But again, this is the purpose of this was just for estimating budget impact. This is not implementing, you know, making implementation decisions and all that. That is all going to come later. This was just for the purpose of having a number to say this is roughly what we think things are going to shake out to once all the implementation decisions are made. So Just want to make sure that's.
Right, so I mean, but
clear.
we, obviously there was like a plan behind that number, right?
Well,
Like we
I
came
mean,
up with that number.
Yeah,
a
again,
plan.
the market study percentages that were applied, and again, they provide guidance for a budget estimate. They don't necessarily, it's not, you can't look at it and say, okay, well, the step plan was off by 9.6%, so everybody in the step plan is going to get a 9.6% increase. That's right, but that was useful for building the budget estimate, which that, because right now I'm going to say stuff that I think is correct, but the lowest paid employee, yeah. The lowest paid employee on the general step plan right now, because of the way that the steps were handled last year with the Durham minimum livable wage increase, makes 1881. So 1881 to 1958 is, I want to say 4 or 5%. It's somewhere in that range. So yeah, so that's the increases that the variances that the market study found were all larger than that amount. So for budget purposes, budget assumes that yes, everybody is making over 1958.
Thank you.
I think I can add a little bit about, we're talking about the midpoint, or we're talking about the market for these positions, and you all know that there's salaries on the other side of the market, and there's salaries above the market. And so until our consultant with our staff actually proposes the actual ranges and structures, you will see it before before it's approved. I mean, you will have to approve it, but you will not know how many of those ranges at the very bottom are between we won't have anything below 1958, because that's what the ordinance says. But how many of those ranges or positions are less than the number of 25 that you're referencing? Is that the response you're looking for?
We will know that. We will know that, right?
You will know the ranges. You will know the ranges, but if it is employees that we currently have, we ensure that those employees are making at least the minimum livable wage. That is what we ensure every year when we implement. There's even if the range is, because we weren't adjusting ranges according to market, even if the range was lower at the bottom, we brought that to you before, which is why we had to cut steps off at times at the bottom to make sure that the very bottom equals or is greater than the minimum livable wage.
So just two key takeaways is to have a conversation about the plan design change so it's more equitable. And then for the next pay study, I heard that. And then the second thing is that we may need to revisit the ordinance that's tying the amount so that we can actually get it up a little bit further if that's what we want to do as a council. Those are two things I heard.
Real quick, I want to be careful about our wording. What do you mean by equitable? Because we're following a formula, right?
The formula for the plan or for?
You said you wanted to look at a design change to make sure it's more equitable?
When we were talking about the design of the pay study, it's flat. It's just a flat, percentage based on everybody.
Okay.
And that's not equitable, as if everyone who's been through race equity understands. When you do everything the same, it's not.
I understand the definition of equity. I'm asking for your clarification.
So
Gotcha.
that part is not factored into the plan, so to speak. And so this current study is not factoring in that. And I want to make sure that the future plans do. So we need to have that discussion. And then the second thing about the livable wage, if that's something we want to address in the ordinance. But if something we want to address in the ordinance, I don't know that it'll happen this year, but I do want to make sure that I put it, that it's kind of pinged as two things in our parking lot, because they're two things that are really critical right now. So specifically with the information, so that we can see what it would look like, I think it would be beneficial. And so I would like to see what those numbers would be for the bottom person or people who are paid in this organization at 1881 to be at $25. I just want to make sure we can see the number so we understand what that impact might be.
So I need a little clarity. So are you asking for us to consider the individual versus the actual position or the scale of the job?
What,
When you're talking about equity,
you're confusing me. What do you mean?
you said you wanted to make sure that the design was equitable.
For the staff
For
has put together a RFP that went out to a consultant that was not equitable, and it didn't incorporate that piece of making sure that it wasn't just a flat number. There was no conversation about whether or not we could have it dynamic and do more at the top or less at the top, or more at the bottom or less at the bottom. None of that came forward today in this presentation, because that's not what was requested. And so I want to,
Right.
I want to dial it all the way back to when we had the whole RFP, rollout, and that there's no space where race equity is not going to be a factor. And so when you say in a presentation or in a memo that there's no need to incorporate that in this specific project, it's going to come through.
Race
And this
equity?
is the way it comes through in this project, is that there's no, the plan that was used was the same as 2018, which used step 4 as the market rate, and which used all of the things that were in place prior to this current council. Just leave it at that. And if we want this to be a more intentional process, I would strongly suggest that we have that discussion about what the plan design looks like to make it equitable, because it's not.
Okay. And my other question is, we keep saying 25, and
So I'm just echoing what my colleague Risk and Cook have said, in that if we don't see the numbers, we don't know what it will be. So it's a request in the community. It's not like we're deaf. We can hear it. I would like to know what those numbers are. That's it.
got you. And I agree with that. I think you made it very clear, Councilmember Riss.
I was just adding an echo to it because I want to see the numbers too.
Got you. One moment, manager. So I'm with you. I'd love to see what that looks like. I just want to be careful about the wording we're using, as if that is the determined expectation. So that's the clarity I wanted to make.
I'll be very clear that we're already in the budget cycle, and if we're at 23, almost 28 million, it's not going to likely happen this year. But if the intention is to at least acknowledge that it's a thought, then showing us what that number would be the next step.
Yeah, no,
for another
there's no
year.
argument with that. I don't think there's an argument with that. And I think Councilmember Riss, you clearly articulated that. I'm in favor of seeing what that looks like. We can eventually get there. I just want to be careful that we're not just forgetting the context, because there are implications when we do go there.
And I want to be very clear that last year when we did 2% as opposed to 4%, that was where the breakdown occurred, because there was a decision that was made by the previous council to do 2 rather than 4.
Last year was interesting.
Yeah.
It was
And
very
so
interesting.
that same line of thinking, in that you just go with what happened previously, can't be what we do to go forward, because we're not going to get out of this tug of war.
Right.
And that's
Gotcha.
all.
I understand what you're saying. And last year was interesting, and I want to make sure that, we're now moving forward, at least as long as I'm sitting in this seat, we're going to make sure we're using all the information at hand. So
But the
that's what
problem
I'm
is,
getting at.
if we're not requesting the information, we don't have those numbers. We haven't requested any of that data. And hear me when I say this, I'm glad that this is based on step 4 and not step 6. But if we're doing this based on the way that you're saying, it's on step 6, and that's the market rate, because that's the midpoint in our actual pay scale. Step 4 is not the midpoint. We're making it the midpoint. But these are things that we're doing. When we don't explain what we're doing, it's confusing, and people don't follow when we start to move around, because it's based on something that happened previously. That's
Okay, and I haven't determined anything. I'm just asking you for clarification because I don't want folks to be understanding here.
we're not having an argument. You ask
No,
questions.
I know,
no
I don't
answers.
argue.
That's it. No.
Let's move on to the manager.
Dialogue.
So I would like to, bring the consultant back if, is the consultant still here? So you still here, Annette?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay, so part of being able to, provide some type of estimate of what structures would look like that incorporated, instead of our current minimum livable wage, well, the one that we will be moving to on July 1 of 1958, and replacing that with $25, is that something that can be done? And if it is, when would that information be available? Because part of it is determining how the new structures are based upon the market data that we have.
I think there are a couple of questions that would need to be answered. First of all, do we develop the pay ranges based on internal equity and the market data that we have, which would most likely result in some pay grades with pay steps that are lower than that $25 an hour? Or would the city like to see your first step in your lowest pay range starting at $25 an hour? That would be a different way of developing those pay structures and would probably take more time because it can cause compression all the way up each subsequent pay grade in like the step and the open ranges, as well as it impacts what happens over in the police and fire schedules.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager, if I might, I think that, now I'm confused because, in 2018, when we adopted the STEP plan, I was on the council and we've passed a budget every year since 2018. I have never been involved in a debate where the percentage of the STEP was a matter of equity, ever. And partly, I think part of the reason is because the council and that previous council, I think all of us took race equity training. If a black firefighter is starting and a white firefighter is starting, and the starting salary is $60,000, do we pay the black firefighter 70 instead of 60, or the white firefighter less? And then as we move to the next band, equity is about the racial history of our country. If you get into a higher band, does the equity come if the black fire driver making 90 grand, if there's a black firefighter making 90 grand and a white firefighter making 90 grand, at the higher levels of pay, do we now start making a distinction between what we're going to pay the black firefighter based upon racial equity, based upon the history of race in this country? And you can see how that can get problematic. The percentage of the STEP plan and enriching the STEP is a mathematical function. Equity comes to play in our interviewing process. Who we're hiring, what are our recruiting efforts for access to these good salaries? But to say that at higher levels of pay, we're going to give you a smaller percentage in your STEP just based upon number, we don't know what race you are, but just based upon a determination that at this level of compensation, your increase should not be as high because we just think the number's high enough, or we've just determined that that's the level of pay at which you don't need a higher percentage. To me, it's just counterintuitive to governance for me. So I'm in agreement with race equity, but moving a STEP plan from 4% to 5%, or trying to determine at what level in our step plan that it goes from 5% to 2% or 2% to 8%. To me, number one is I think just burdening ourselves with things we don't need to be burdened with, one. And two, we have to pass the budget each year anyway. So all of the intellectual energy we put into it is subject to the whims of subsequent councils. We can't pass a binding resolution on subsequent councils. So the step plan, this is not where to exercise that type of intervention. And anything argument otherwise to me is just intellectually untenable. I don't even know what we're talking about at this point now in terms of the bans in equity. I see where the other entrees and on-ramps are for equity, but anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to be really clear that I don't think anyone is proposing that. It's actually extremely illegal. And as your Fred will back me up on this one. I think what we're talking about here and what we need to like really think about, and this is why I think it would be helpful to have numbers, because like what you're saying, these are literal just numbers. And so we should be able to sit down and look at projected incomes over time, depending on what plan we implement, and see what those are. Those are numbers that we should be able to see, and I'm sure that can be provided based on the proposals. But what we're talking about here in terms of inequity is that if you're making $40,000 a year and you get a 5% increase, right? As opposed to if you're making $200,000 a year and you get a 5% increase, the amount that you get increased if you are making $200,000 a year is exponentially larger than the amount, right? And so what we also have to think about is like, who is filling these different level positions, and like, what are the barriers in order to access those positions? And so of course, those issues are going to arise. And if we're going to talk about things as though those issues don't exist, race and gender and all of the things that might keep you from being able to access these higher level steps, then like we're ignoring the real act of the world, which is like we know that those barriers exist. So this is what I think we're talking about when we see something that's get rolled out over and over again that has this like flat increase. For sure, I want people to get raises, and I would like them to be like percentage-wise, like substantial raises, because if you work for the city and you do good work, we should reward you for that work that you do, right? But like, maybe there is a way that we can do it in a more equitable fashion where we like have increases that take into account that like 5% of $19 is not 5% of $150 an hour, right? And so that I think is what we're talking about there. And I do think that that's important to think about those numbers in that regard, because the plan that's laid out in front of us, we do have these massive increases that we're looking at. Just the percentage increase from 4 to 5% is going to be a $3 million increase to our budget. Not saying that we don't need to do it, but there might be ways that we can strategically have those increases where they're most impactful and not have a budget ask that's $3 million, right? And so that I think is what I'm kind of grappling with when I have these plans laid out that don't have any room for flexibility and we don't get to see any alternatives in those structures.
I mean, is it 100? Is it 90,000? Is it 100? What is the number that triggers where we say, well, this is a lot of money, we need to talk about it?
Williams. Right. Well, I mean, there is supposedly there's a market. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was next, and I'm gonna thank you, because we're starting to get down the rabbit hole, and it's late, and staff's been here. I want to go home. A couple of things. First, and I've made this request, I think it would be very important for folks to go back and read the 2018, because the equity question was actually handled in that, because I remember we gave pay increases. The largest percentage of pay increases came to the lowest bands, and so the current structure that we already have has taken that. Not that it can't get improved, but that was reflected. The numbers and information you are asking for, these are broad. This is like when we get the pay ranges, which isn't coming until April or May, you're going to see the numbers that some of y'all are asking for. So I think in some cases we're trying to put the cart before the horse. They don't have the stuff we're asking for. We will get it when we get it. And then finally, I think what staff wants to hear from us is, of these things that you've presented, these large, expensive things that I think we're all committed to doing, what are our next steps? And what is it that you need to hear from us? are we interested in moving forward with 4 to 5%? And I don't know, this is my question to staff. I'm assuming you all need to what you need from this council is at least 4 people indicating which way is the boat going.
Thank you. I just want to do a point of clarification, because what I don't want you to do is to discount what we're going through right now is what's going to happen in the next pay study. And that if we don't make it very explicit and stating the equitable aspect of it that I explained before, then you get this, what we have today. So yes, it could come in April or May, but that wasn't what was stated. When I asked the question, she didn't have any understanding of what I was saying, and which meant if that conversation didn't happen. And that was what I was trying to point out to staff. So I appreciate you pointing that out, because in 2018, yes, it was clear. It was stated. It was very intentional. This process has not been that. This has just been kind of rushing through. And I get it. We're trying to make up for what happened last year and not have that big debate. I get that. That's fine. But as we move forward, I do want to make sure that in policy, it is written that we are not just going to do what we've done for 180 years. That does not make sense to me. And so when we're thinking about a number, the number is based on a study. The study that the consultant has presented us gives us market rate. That market rate sits in our ranges. And that is where we would make those distinctions. That is where you would make the equitable changes to adjust and make sure that the staff that is not receiving above 1981, whatever the number is right now, is increased at 5% as opposed to 4%. And then you'd have some leeway to drop that number to 2.1 million as opposed to 3.3. And those are the equitable shifts that allow us to do it all in 1 year. So I'm just frustrated because it's not about black or white, and racial equity holds the ends of it, holds it all in context, because it allows you to see very plainly through data where those deficits are.
Can I ask a clarifying thing to staff really quick, and then I'm done? And I've spoken the least, so, except for maybe Councilmember Baker. In 2018, because it was the band piece, right? And that was new. And there was a lot of employee worker emails around certain things. And that information, because we had to implement into the budget the same thing that we're doing now, there were conversations once we saw the ranges around how we could move people based exactly on what you're saying, Councilmember Freeman. I remember those conversations. I remember there was like engineer 1 and 2 positions that people were worried about, and we had to move it. I think there was other spaces. So I distinctly remember having that same in-depth conversation of how we were going to really bring people and think about equity. And I think we're going to do it in this process too. Even if it hasn't been named, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't expect us not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring us back, because I think I understand the importance of equity, but I feel like we're going away from numbers and more toward other things. And I think we're also getting to a point of legal restriction as well. So I think this is a conversation that probably needs to be had, but I don't know if this is the right capacity right now where we're headed. So I want to get us back to what staff needs from us so we can get going.
I just don't want us to lose those parking lot items, those 2 parking lot items.
So I think that I would summarize what I've heard, and we are trying to get direction here. We're talking about a lot of big numbers. That when we did our previous major plan design for the city pay structures, that did happen in 2018, and there was a lot of discussion about how we designed the new pay plan. We did not embark on that type of total redesign of pay plans. I'm certain that the consultant that is on can talk about all kinds of different pay plan designs that organizations use. This was primarily a compensation and classification study that we are hoping to implement with the current structures we have, with just a couple of policy changes that we would like to see happen based on feedback from our employees. So you see two of them here, and certainly we were going to receive your guidance on whether or not the market adjustments with this budget estimate is something you want us to consider as we continue to get moving with the budget process. That's number one. And if the policy changes that are planned, they're planned design changes, but they're very minor planned design changes that we could consider, and they have a price tag on them. And, you know, we need to get that, we would like to get that feedback from you today, if we can.
All right, colleagues?
And I think to that point, that's exactly why we're saying, or that's why I'm saying it would be helpful to have more numbers to see whether or not that's the direction we should go in. That's the thing.
I have no issues with the way we've been prosecuting our budget process for the last years I've been on the council. Everything we've raised concern about, this system has allowed for those type of discussions. We've already demonstrated in the past. We've built it in. I think what the staff has proposed today has given us what we need today. We know more information is coming when the study is done. I have no major amendment or recommendations from the process that has served us well over these last however many years.
Rest.
So are you looking for a thumbs up on these two, and particularly these two policy considerations, right? You're looking for a thumbs up or thumbs down on that?
To continue, yeah. And we'll be getting more information based on the request of the council, but right now, thumbs up to move forward. All right. Got it. Thank you. One moment.
Just so I can understand, what we are agreeing to today, what we are just moving forward on, the road, is that we understand to implement the market adjustment that has been presented and the two policy changes that have been presented. The total of that is 28 million, and that is what, from here on forward, that number is what's going to be included in the budget models that then will come back to council. I'm stating that. I'm seeing some head yeses from city manager, so that also folks who are hearing can hear what we have agreed to currently. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I know some council members are maybe not on board, but okay.
I think if I can, I mean to speak for you, Councilwoman Freeman, but I think what my colleague is asking for is also in this modeling some kind of scenario by which increases are different given different salary levels. Can we model this, some version of that, right? Isn't that what you're asking for? Yeah, I don't know what it would, but some graduated sense there that raises are lower at the bottom, somewhat higher at the top, some graduated set of raises, right?
So thank you for that. That is a fairly significant plan design because it has a great impact on implementation when you have the plans that we have in place and how employees who are currently here relate to other employees and other plans and within the same plans. So, you know, giving a policy direction to have employees who are, you know, making a certain amount of money, getting a different raise, or who have been with the organization a certain amount of time, but doing the same job, getting a different raise. That is a plan design, but that is not the one that we hired this consultant to actually do. That is not what we hired them to do. And asking them to model a different plan design, I don't think is in the scope of the work that we we actually asked them to do. They can speak for themselves, but I do want your question responded to, because I am, not certain how difficult it is, but I know it is not what we asked them to do. So, yeah.
Can design different ways, potentially people moving through ranges. Again, those are kind of policies and strategy decisions that we would need some guidance from the city on what they would like to do. We will talk about pros and cons to each, and those things can certainly be done. They are out of scope with the current study, but we can certainly do that.
What are we looking at time-wise? Timeline, if that is to be considered. This is to the consultant.
It's hard to know, because I think we would have to go back to your leadership team and talk through some of the aspects of some of the questions that are being raised today, and then applying those and modeling some of those. So that is going to take some time.
Okay, and I'm asking because I don't want us to go through this budget process without being able to respond to the needs of our employees. So I don't want it to take so long that we can't do anything. I feel like we're having two separate conversations here, but they're both important. But I am okay with moving forward as we've done, but I'm also in support of a separate conversation looking at, which would maybe be considered next year, what type of design we want to look at, if we are to even look at a different design. But I know we can't eat an elephant at one bite, so.
Just really quickly, and I think this actually goes to the heart of why my questions have been so confusing about like percentages down or percentages up. And it's because we did not have that information from the study for the next two policy considerations that we were given. So I feel like we're sort of looking at these, the market adjustment one, I understand we've got stats for that, and we're using the statistics that we got this consultant to do. And then we have these other two policy considerations that like might be awesome, but like, I don't know, because we didn't get any stats for them. And so that is the only thing, and I did not give a thumbs up, and that's the only reason I'm just like feeling a little leery about these other two policy considerations, which might be awesome, but I don't feel like I have any information to increase, and that's, it's not huge compared to the 23,000 we're looking at, but it's an additional, $4.6 million. So it is a substantial amount, and I just want to make sure that if we're going to consider those, that we do have the information that we need. And so maybe this budget cycle isn't the right time to consider those two policy changes, and we just focus on the market adjustments, but that's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just so I'm clear, I'm not clear what information, what stats we're talking about to increase from 4%, just to enrich the range, to say that from the moment after we pass the market adjustment, moving forward, that your range will now be enriched by 1%. In other words, your step for I'm not sure what stats we need to determine.
Well,
I guess what information do we need about that, the 4% to 5%?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see any comparable statistics for any other municipalities. We don't know how, and I know that we just talked about that in 2018, there was a conversation about equity, but we also heard that it is an expectation that the evaluations are done on a yearly basis, and there's an expectation that you do graduate if you have a certain good evaluation. And so it does seem to me that they are more or less yearly, right? And so they are more or less flat in the way that they've at least been implemented. And so we don't have any comparable statistics for other municipalities as to how they do their increases and what percentage they increase. I don't think we know that. And if they're done yearly or if they're done on merits, we don't have that comparative information. And I just think that some of that would be helpful. That's what we based our, market adjustment on. And we're hearing kind of that maybe there might be other things that we might want to take into account. That's all.
Right,
We
so
just don't have the data from that study.
right? So just so I'm clear, because I don't think we're disagreeing. So in addition to the comparative market information we have from other municipalities to inform the first part of the comp study, because they listed the municipalities we looked at, you want to further know how other municipalities tier their steps, if they even have them, within their.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do our raises look like other municipalities' raises? I mean, we have a market and we have a middle point, which there is some confusion maybe about how that got set, but I think I'm on it. But yeah, so like we have ranges and we have a midpoint, but we don't know how often people are evaluated. And I assume it's also yearly, but we don't know that and what those increases look like. I just think more information would be helpful. We're talking about using data to make decisions, and we don't have the data for those two policy suggestions. Again, not saying that they're bad ones. They might be awesome ones. I just don't know how they compare to other places. And I just don't feel like I can make a good decision today on those two things.
Gotcha. And I think, you know, the scope, I think it's based on the scope of work, what we asked them to do. But also, you know, just the deeper we go into other municipalities, those things we do have to consider. For example, the tax base in Cary is a lot different than Durham and Raleigh. And I don't know if we're going to be able to even get through that with the consultant this year. So my fear is all the information we're asking for on the additional things, how long are we even able to make that happen by the time staff needs to be able to make a decision on, I mean, not make a decision, but bring back the information for us to make a decision. So that's my.
So if I could, I think you're absolutely right. I think both of these viewpoints are valid, and I think we can incorporate them going forward. I think what's clear is that trying to do a lot of new additional analysis, as the consultant says, out of scope of what they're doing. So we need to let the consultant continue their work. They needed to let us get to like at least establish a market baseline for all salaries. So we're getting there. As we get more information, I think what Hope Management is hearing is there is some concern on the council about how do we think going forward about raises, and is there a way to do it that's not just simply a flat increase for every staff person across the board? Are there different ways to think about doing that? I'd love to look at that as we continue and maybe consider some tweaks in the process as we go along. So I think we can do both those things.
One last thing, and I just want to support what Councilman Member Rist said is just a general support for those at the bottom of the range in whatever forms and in whatever ways that's possible. I mean, I'm sort of using this $25 an hour, but I think what I'm trying to get at is what Councilmember Rist is getting at, which is what are all the different tools that we have in order to bolster those at the bottom. And you know, I would be interested in seeing, for example, you know, what would the calculation be for a $25 minimum? And I don't think $25 is an arbitrary number. I think, you know, we have the calculation, we have the formula for that, the minimum livable wage. In some ways, you know, there are things that are arbitrary about that as well. You know, it is a formula that we use, but I would be interested in that. Again, I think we want to balance all of this, as Mayor Williams said. You know, at the end of the day, we can't overburden the consultant. We need to move forward with something, and we need to do it in a timely manner. But I just want to join with council members who are trying to move the ball on how can we be equitable for those at the bottom. Thanks.
So, and I use the word arbitrary. Let me just clarify. The reason why I say arbitrary is it's coming from other formulas. We have an ordinance in place, and how we address that ordinance is a whole different conversation. So if we're using other formulas in our space of required, you know, usage, then that's what I mean by it's arbitrary. Also, when I talk about implications of our decisions, the bottom versus the top, and we're using the word equity in many cases, again, that goes in the other conversation because, you know, I always say a loaf of bread costs one amount. How much you make determines who can afford that loaf of bread. But at the same time, you know, it's like, hey, I went to school, I got this doctorate degree, I got these years of experience, you know, don't do me wrong. So it becomes a matter of principle. So that is just a really big conversation to have in this initial budget discussion. What we need right now, can we move forward with, you know, what's been presented, and we also will request more information so that we can have that other conversation. Thumbs up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Full steam ahead. Thank you. All right, I will get ready to bring us to a close, Madam Manager.
Well, I won't even, we're over time, but I really want to appreciate all of the robust conversation and discussions that we've had today. Our staff they've been sitting out here taking it all in. We need the guidance. We have an awful lot of work to do. We are going to continue to be transparent. We know that you have, as well as our employees, an extreme amount of interest in how we proceed in this process every step of the way. And you will be a part of seeing that from this day forward. We will be ready to come back again on March the 1st with additional presentations and decisions that we need. We have folks who've been taking notes who are going to provide follow-up information on the questions that you had, and you will receive those as soon as they're ready. So that is really all I have at this time.
All right, thank you, colleagues. No comments? No. Thank you all. Thank staff. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. See you March 1st. Well, no, see you Monday.